or break it. But of course, tomorrow is going to be the one where we actually find out who are the two invitees from this qualifier going onward to the main tournament. But today, some hopes are going to be broken, some dreams are going to get crushed. We are starting with elimination games today, Dano.
Pretty much all elimination games, right? I think we've got the upper bracket final between Heroic and Beast Coast going on last. Not on this stream, that's on the sister stream, ESL_Dota2 Sanj, and I think that's the third series of the day. So 2 lower bracket games to go first. The first of which on this stream includes Team Huasca and Debrijitos DFB, which Huasca, they a little bit of a surprise drop down from the upper bracket, right? Wind Traders able to get the 2-1 against them yesterday, and then Wind Traders got cleaned up pretty efficiently by Beast Coast with the last series of yesterday. But it really just felt like all they needed to do was ban out the Shadow Fiend, and Wind Traders, a lot of their strategies kind of fell apart. So a little disappointed to see Team Huasca down here in the lower bracket, but it also does mean that we just continuously get to see more and more of them, which is a pretty good thing considering they've been qualifying to tournaments pretty frequently, I'd say. Like they've qualified to 2 maybe, and they got to the final of another.
All right, let's give it another go. Welcome once again to the Dream League Season 24 South American Qualifiers, day number 2. As I've already quickly mentioned out before, today is the elimination day for a lot of these teams, and we'll also find out our first qualified team from the upper bracket to take their place in Dream League Season 24. Here with T-Pan and Danog, we're going to be covering 2 series, while our sister channel will be covering 3, which means that once we're done with the 2, we'll be sending you off to watch that exciting upper bracket final matchup. Heroic Beast Coast, one of those 2 is going to be going through. But we are starting our day with Team Huasca versus Dibujitos de FB, and it has been almost 35 minutes since the start of that game. So I actually do not know, are we in a situation of a map 1 forfeit, or are we just starting blank with game 1 just starting? I do not know for sure, but probably you don't know either, Danog. But still, outside of that, tight matchup here. Huasca dropped a game 3 series, and Dibujitos, well, they had their options, they had their timings, they had their opportunities versus Beast Coast, but just wasn't quite enough to beat that juggernaut of a team.
Yeah, definitely not. And yeah, I'm not sure what's going to happen, just because there was some coordinator issues for those that haven't been able to be in Dota right now and trying to queue. It's been affecting not just South America, but the entire world as well. So I think there might be a bit of leniency there. Having said that, 35 minutes, maybe like a draft penalty or something like that is a little bit more justified. Who knows? But we will have to wait and see how it's all going to pan out. But at least for now, it looks like we might be getting into the draft pretty soon. So we'll be able to have a look and see what the situation is. In terms of who won the coin flip, didn't even see that, by the way. So we might be able to just be surprised with what comes through. And hopefully all the players are able
hopefully we got the load.
Connect.
Right now feels like we're having some issues getting into the game, but 5 seconds still left on the clock. Fingers crossed. Maybe
Not
someone if we
happening.
get in. All right, it's not happening this time. So we're gonna have to wait just a bit longer here to get into the first game, or at least the first game on our stream of this matchup. So Waska yesterday, if we start talking about Dota, talk about their heroes and stuff, they did get that Shadow Fiend 1 game 1. Then Wind Traders, they got Shadow Fiend 2 games in a row. You highlighted it quite heavily that this SF is definitely a hero to watch out for. Maybe even has to be in the first phase ban section because people seem to be comfortable picking it right away.
Yeah, for sure. Especially when it's talking about the Dibujitos boys, right? Like it's sorry, not that. It's Wind Traders were comfortable with being able to pick it. I mean, it just feels like a comfort pick for a lot of this region. You know, a lot of those really dominant mid laners, especially, love to play it just because, kind of similar to what happens when you're going up against a Monkey King or a Sand King or a Sniper, Lina. Like Shadow Fiend is just a melee hero bully, and it feels like, you know, a decent amount of those mid laners these days are that melee type. Even something like a Puck can be a little bit vulnerable to just being right-clicked down by a Shadow Fiend just because of your relatively low armor. So we'll have to see.
Also, with the side of Dibujitos, basically what they drafted yesterday were, I feel like, 2 very different types of drafts. We had the Glass Cannons game 1, we had the Tanks game 2, and it looked a bit better in game 2 overall, but that game took a quick shift. If that was the one I remember correct, the Medusa just snowballed in 3 minutes at 36 minutes towards the 40-minute mark, and that was a landslide at that point. So I feel like maybe that game took a bit too long for them.
Yeah, and even just with that game too, like, yeah, it went for 40 minutes instead of 30. There wasn't anything wrong with the Dibujitos Game 2 draft, right? It was a Treant Protector backing up a Dragon Knight, it was a Snapfire and a Beastmaster, and it was a mid-tiny. Nothing wrong with that, in my opinion. What I guess it is a little bit wrong is that they played off.
Radiant team back.
Is not the way to win Dota these days. You gotta kind of try and break the game a little bit. You compare that to what Beast Coast picked. Yeah, they had an unorthodox hero in the Medusa coming out, but it's because it was backed up with the Mirana with Solar Flare and the Invoker with the Alacrity. You know, we know people love to pair things together with a Tusk. We haven't seen any Marcy yet within the SA region in the games that we've been covering, but that is another one that is just able to fulfill that same sort of criteria. So I'm wanting to see more stuff that like breaks the game. The latest team, sorry, one of the first teams to have done that was like TI10, right? With LGD, where they got the tiny Lycan strat and they were just unbeatable with it. You know, went to game 5 all the way in TI grand finals.
Well, we do have our draft live here. Sniper, Tiny are the ones taken out right away. Now, of course, there's the couple supports. We look at Waska with the first pick. Do they get their hands on Sand King, not Tiny, the Tusk? Shadow Demon that's also been very popular. Plenty of options. They go for the Mars instead. I mean, Waska likes this first phaser.
They do. I wonder if that means that they're just really going to prioritize a like range position 1. Not that that's anything too completely out of the ordinary, right? But it's something where they might be looking to pick up a Shadow Demon as well, just for those saves for themselves. Yeah, if you go a Rin Ranger, if you go a Lina, if you go a Medusa, Gyrocopter's not really meta right now, but you know what I'm saying, right? Like, it just makes it a little bit more challenging to be playing into that Mars. So I don't hate this as a ban. Also, something else that you need to be mindful of is that you're going up against Dark Margot, and he plays mid-Mars very frequently. So it's, you know, the double-sided ban, I guess you could say.
Radiant team back.
And they get rid of the Sand King as Waska can now think about what is the first pick we want to grab here. Naga, Marcy are the ones you'd probably think about here. Tusk.
There isn't a bad Tusk draft, in my opinion. Like, it's just good at everything. Good in lane, good at buffing up your carry to try and break the game. You've got a save, you've got a BKB piercing stun. It's just solid overall.
They are taking a bit of time thinking about this one, though. Be a bit curious where the draft leads on from this first phase as well, when we see what is the approach from both of these two teams. What is it that they really want to grab? SD is out, and Alchemist could have been a pretty solid one to go for, so it's understandable. They ban it out. They go for the Naga Siren to open up your draft here. But of course, you see the Naga. you could want some mobility on your team. Centaurs in the pool. Did the Mojitos actually even play the Centaur yesterday? I don't think they did.
Don't
10
think so.
seconds
They had the
remaining.
option of doing it against the Naga, but they chose not to.
Yeah, they had the
Five
Frank played
seconds
Visage
remaining.
and Beastmaster. Yeah, those were the ones. And you
Give me
did
the
that,
Snapfire. I want to see it.
Team
Just
back.
more stuff at being able to abuse. There we go. Like, you just can't let this Naga Siren run at you with no downside, essentially. And I feel like Snapfire is one of those heroes that can actually provide a decent amount of that damage threat in the lane itself. You know, level 1, it's annoying, it's not
10
all that
seconds
devastating, but level
remaining.
3, you can really get some of that high damage coming through. And, you know, I almost wonder,
5 seconds remaining.
we didn't get to test if that Centaur Naga Siren interaction is still a thing, but even
Radiant
just for the
team
laning
back.
stage, right? Like a Centaur Snapfire is
Dire
pretty
team
deadly
back.
against a Naga.
It is. It is pretty deadly. That's the word I would also use for that combination. Double stuns, big nukes, burst, and also pretty tanky in the lane too. They have a very solid approach on that. You could just, snatch it right away. You do have the option to pick it now. They will lose their beast
10
and the Visage, which
seconds
Waska scouted out from Dibujitos' yesterday's 2-game series.
Dire team
They might just conquer as well. I have no
Radiant
issues with
team
that.
pick.
Okay, picking up the Luna very early in my eyes, right? Like, there's still plenty of ways to be able to counter it. You could look to go down the route of like a Darkseer if you were really wanting to. You could pick up a Terrorblade if you wanted to. All sorts of ways
10
to
seconds
take away
remaining.
some of those buff up heroes like the Marcy, like the Tusk, all
5
these sorts of
seconds
things that
remaining.
want to be paired together with the Luna.
And also, like, what we have seen as a trend right now is the Treant Protector, and you've got the Naga for Waska. They can't pick it for themselves. You might suspect Dibujitos is going to pick it up as their next phase pick for their Pause 5 and put the Snapfire paired up with an offlaner. So Dibujitos have a good hold on this draft at the moment.
They do. It really just depends. Like, what does Waska feel like they're going to be more capable of dealing with? You can pick one of those. Let's say two, right? The Tusk or the Marcy. I think you could look to pick up here, or maybe you just pick none of them, right? Because Dibujitos, they're just going to only pick one of the two, and they end up snaring the Conquer for themselves as well. I really don't hate that. Mirana as well. It provides something a little different to that Naga Siren. You've got set up for the arrow, both through the X marks and the net. Even just song with arrow, and you're taking away the solar flare from the Luna, preventing
and-
the anime duo as well, Luna and the
Yeah.
Mirana.
Also allows you to play
5
aggressive
seconds
with this
remaining.
Pause 4 Mirana versus the Luna. You've got leaps and Starstorms to dive under the tower. And I think Dibujitos needed a bit of a defensive tool versus aggression. So if that is Conquer Mirana in your offlane, I think this Omni Knight finds his place in the lane to protect that Luna.
10 seconds
Waska just going to Medusa them again? I wouldn't hate it, to be honest,
5
right? Like,
seconds
you can
remaining.
go something like a Disperser for yourself and your team, which feels pretty solid. You've got a Naga Siren for the front lines. I know Windranger is still in the pool, but a lot of the times people don't like picking up the Windranger against the Luna just because you do have that hybrid sources of damage. It's not all physical. You've got the magic component through both the Lucent Beam, plus eventually the Kanda, plus the Clips, of course. So something like the Windrun isn't all that impactful against it in terms of like a full one-to-one matchup.
Maybe you could get away with a Medusa. And then again, do they want to pick up the Invoker as well?
Yeah, actually, that's the one that I would be looking to go.
At least they're trying to, a casual or a carrier, but also a damage reducer versus Solar Flare. So the Underlord will find his place too. I do like Dibujitos draft, but what are we lacking here? Do they really need a playmaker early for Dibujitos now that you have the
seconds
Underlord here?
Not really. Like, I don't classify Underlord
5
as a
seconds
playmaker.
remaining.
Yes, you can use the Fiend's Gate to be able to go across the map and be able to make stuff happen, but I
Oh,
feel
that's
like
what I
he's one
meant.
of
Like,
those
do they
heroes-
need a playmaker?
No,
now
no,
that they did
I
go
don't.
for
I
the
don't think so. You can just sit back and farm, right? Like,
Right.
in my opinion, you can just have a few heroes sitting in front of towers and stopping a lot of the aggression coming back at you. It depends how confident they are with Dibujitos. Like, I wouldn't hate the Invoker for themselves as well. Just something else to be able to buff up this Luna. Gives them, a good variance in terms of damage sources. It gives them that little bit of extra control that I think they're lacking. And I still think they haven't broken the game yet because it's just a Luna. It's not buffed up by anything.
Well, they have the keys in their hands, but Waska, what is your surpriser here? Do they go for that Medusa? They see the Underlord already out there. It's a bit different than locking in a Doom or something, which is like we're just gonna straight up secure that Medusa. But instead, it's a pretty solid Timbersaw game, if you ask me, even if Underlord is going to be a bit of a nuisance, but it feels like he's probably the only one. And Timber doesn't care about the damage reduction. This Timber will still dish out tons and tons of damage versus both the Snap, the Underlord, maybe even the Omni Knight. Luna feels a bit threatened by this hero too. I think this is a really good Timber pick.
I think it can go both ways, right? Because Luna used to be like the hero that you pick into the Timber because you could still get stuff done against him in the laning phase, especially now with Luna. Now that you're not putting points into the Luna Blessing, you just get it through your innate. So you're actually leveling up that Lucent Beam, and it makes Timbersaw's life a lot more challenging for the laning stage. So I'm interested to see how this actually goes out. If I would be very happy if I'm Dibuhitos with this overall, just because, you know, you've got a Root with the Pit of Malice, you've got the Luna who's got a really strong lane. Yes, there's some damage threat going back the other way for sure, but it's nothing that I would be like tearing my hair out about.
Yeah, and I do feel like they're putting the Timbersaw mid specifically because of that Dazzle ban coming out for towards Osito. He's really good with that mid Dazzle. That would ruin his lane completely. So I don't think they necessarily want to put the Timber versus the Luna. I think it is Conker Mirana. We're looking for a carry here.
Monkey King's already banned as well, so you can't have the Monkey against the Timber.
But I wouldn't be surprised if Dibuhitos also ban another mid, because they do have the flex available for Waska. They're not forced to lock in the Timber into mid if they don't want to.
Could they OD on Dibuhitos? Wouldn't be too bad going up against the Timber, even the Conker. You've got to save for this arrow setup unless you're the one getting gone on, and if you're the one getting gone on, it means that Omni Knight's probably a little bit more free, so you're going to get that repel off. Really wouldn't hate seeing it. Give them a lot of save, a lot of durability.
I think there is room for it.
If it's a last pick hero for sure, and they've got it, so it's the sort of thing that you can kind of try and surprise them about. I would just be worried about getting roamed on very heavily, and then it falls to Omni Knight just to make sure that he's in the right place at the right time, making sure that if you are going to rotate, you know, a Conker Mirana to the Timbersaw's lane, that you're not just going to get shredded.
All right, let's see what calls up here. They can go for the Gyrocopter ban as well.
Radiant team pick.
You'd go for the Storm ban. I think you could do the OD, but what does Waska want? Where do they want to put this Timbersaw and the Kunkka? Are they swapping around their lanes?
One, I guess, right? Like, we still don't know if that's the...
That's also a flex. Yeah, a ton of flex here. And the thing is, it doesn't even release the flex even no matter what they pick here, because you can still shuffle around depending on what Dibuhitos is last picking. It can still make that last decision. All right, let's swap these instead. That's the Shadow Fiend we talked about in the pre-studio. And are you happy that they went for the SF?
Yeah, I'd say it's pretty solid, right? You're getting a lot of space in the laning stage against the Naga Siren. You've got that status resistance reduction coming through from the Deluge as well. So, you know, stuff from your Shadow Razors are going to be even more impactful. It's going to be very oppressive lane, I would say, for this Underlord and Snap. Like, yes, if people are just standing around and in the wrong place at the wrong time, you can get some decent damage going back the other way, but it's really going to rely on Dark Demon to be being very annoying against Yadomi on his Naga Siren in particular. You just can't let this Naga have a free lane.
You absolutely can't. But then again, Tai Lung with a Queen of Pain, he doesn't exactly face a lot of lockdown this game. It's pretty much Song, Web, Kunkka's spells, maybe the casual arrow. I mean, the X-Mark arrow is actually really strong versus the Blink, but outside of that, you're going to have to itemize to keep this Queen of Pain in check. And Tai Lung can be deadly with this hero. I think he is really one of the carrying forces of this team. If he clicks together with the supports, this is not going to be an easy ride for Waska. Sonic Wave is deadly versus Shadow Fiend.
It is, but we also saw him play it in Game 1 of his series yesterday, and he was missing spells left, right, and center. So I'm a little less confident about that. But there's also the other factor that Sacred has actually been the one that's chosen the Timbersaw. So Dark Margot's playing the Kunkka, Sacred's playing the Timbersaw. We will get this Luna into Timbersaw matchup, and I gotta say, if I'm Dibuhitos, I'm fairly satisfied with that.
Yeah, the Waska did decide to instead set up the lanes like that. I mean, the Kunkka at least will have a bit of a better time. I guess it's down to like whose lane are you, well, sacking, I guess, if you put it that way. Does the Timber get more from the off lane compared to the mid matchup? But you're saying Dibujitos is happy with the draft. I think it's really down to what can Waska do with their draft here in this game, because they did look like the favorites yesterday, but they got knocked out right away in the first phase. Lower bracket. This is for elimination and getting to continue that lower bracket run.
Yeah, who would they be playing up against if they were end up getting the W? Would it be Legacy, I think?
Legacy. So yeah, that's a pretty tough opponent. Heroic did run them over 2-0. There's a lot of 2-0s in this bracket. The only one was literally Waska Wind Traders so far.
I think this has got the potential of going to 3 games.
Well, let's see if we cast or cursed it or not. But there's potential as the tournament progresses. Then again, it is the lower bracket round 1, right? You'd expect 2-0s to happen in the first phase. There's always disparity between teams when it comes to qualifiers, but these Dream League qualifiers have shown that nothing can be taken for granted. And I think it's actually pretty cool that also the first round is super competitive.
For sure. I'm just having a look at Dark Margo. He's playing around the vision that his Observer Ward's providing him. He's looking to check, just barely stepping under that tower range, while it's still only going to have the tower attack him if they had vision of him at the time. It's the ward situation that they've got right now. I think Quap is still holding on to the Observer Ward as the smoke just breaks. So we'll see that Tai Long has still got that Observer Ward in his inventory, and you would have to imagine that he's going to place it on the left side of this lane, considering right rune spot already being covered quite effectively.
You do say that, but remember yesterday when we had the cliff ward
True.
here, and then we had another place down here. It's like double vision for the bottom rune, but you'd be right to do so if you dropped it down. He's keeping a hold of it for now. I think he might wait a bit longer until he pops it down. Probably just to time it perfectly with the 6-minute, maybe even the 8-minute rune if he waits a couple of minutes until he places it down.
Could do. Got to be very careful about being revealed when you're going for that though, right? Because you're going up against a Kunkka. Kunkka's always going to be shoving the lane back into you just passively off the back of the Tidebringer. So a lot of information gets revealed off the back of that. Dark Margo's doing a good job CSing right now up into the pressure of the Queen of Pain.
Already the full first wave secured. Cook having a bit of a battle with Matthew in the top lane. Simultaneously. Omni Knight with his 16-second cooldown hammer of purity.
Let him cook.
Let him cook, indeed. Sentries placed down, so both camps are blocked in top. Easy camp opened up by Yadomi in the bottom lane. He might get the chance now on the Omni Knight, if only that arrow from Matthew connected. Cook takes the other path away.
Already running a little bit low on the old regen up on this top side, Dibujitos. So Coco has already got the tangos purchased up, but his courier needs to make a long trip back to base. So hopefully for their sake, they're able to just sit back and farm a little bit more passively underneath the tower.
Also, I just looked at mid lane as well. Tai Lung's got 20 HP. Dark Margo was playing around with the Torrent. Oh, he catches him again, but the damage is not sufficient on that level 1. And the previous one as well, he was fake casting it. It looked like he went through the full animation, walked in circles a bit, then he casts it again, fakes it again. The third time he lets it go, it catches the Quap, but he was just outside of range for the Tidebringer, which could have maybe given him the kill. But he is really just being a pain on Tai Lung.
He's interrupted a couple of bottle sips as well coming through, so it's very, very annoying stuff to have to play up against. As Tai Lung, he should be okay to be able to go back into this game, but this is the power of the Kunkka, right? It's another one of those core heroes that you don't need too many items or too many levels on him to be just so oppressive. As Kotaro, he was under a little bit of pressure, but then simple walk forward by Yadomi, pop the deluge, and then, well, kind of pressured to just walk on away, let him go and do his thing. It's already, what, 650 net worth lead for the Kunkka relative to the Quap. Dark Margo is bodying this mid lane.
He is. This Kunkka's just really made Tai Lung's life horrible. So yeah, all my graces towards Tai Lung's direction taken away already in the first 3 minutes of play. Quick pause called in by a demon, the Snapfire. Hopefully they don't have any more issues on the side of Dibujitos.
I mean, it was Tai Lung playing the Quap last time that this happened, so...
Yeah.
Should
Doesn't
be
get
fine,
the
though.
Black Bear either. Sucks a bit for him. Already doubling the CS here. Level 4 up, but at least XP-wise, Quap has been able to get quite a lot. No denies really on Dark Mago, just fully focused on the CS.
Demon doing a nice job, though, making sure that he snags that bounty rune, so Kunkka's not going to be able to just walk on back and secure that for himself. We'll need to play a lot more around those. Well,
Trying
on
Tai
Tai
Lung.
Lung.
Is it enough to take him down this time? He went for a regular right-click above a Tidebringer there.
I think that's fine. He just wants to make sure that Tai Lung isn't getting a lot of these last hits, right? Like, he's just trying to
Radiant's
deny
turret
as much as
has been
possible.
killed.
Typically, it was like the Quap that was that anti-mid laner, you know, prevents you from getting a lot of last hits just off of being able to out-sustain you. Well, especially in this Bracer meta, not that Dark Mago's got any at this point in time. I think he might actually have one coming
Clips
on
the
every
wave.
an hour.
He's really pressuring the Queen of Pain here. Another Tidebringer thrown in. The wave will die.
Again, though, I just expect him to keep shoving this lane in, right? Because then Quap
Yep.
needs to make a decision. Do you get the last hits that you're so desperately lacking, or do you go for these water runes that also you've been having a lot of trouble being able to pick up?
Yeah.
Not so safe harbor, eh?
This is just so clean. Now the Snapfire shows up.
Not sure why. Well, maybe they think they can get a kill, but
Yeah, they want
I
to
wouldn't be feeling
protect
so
that water
confident.
rune. They want to get Quap back up to speed, and now Kunkka is actually on the receiving end, because that is a level 2 Scream of Pain. Starts to hurt a bit. I do
Yeah,
like
but in
that
my eyes, like,
move, but it doesn't really help the Underlord.
no, not really. And Margot, I mean, he's going to get into like his basic items, you know, phase boots, maybe even a second bracer. Raindrops is godly this game, right? Like, you've got
Yeah.
so much stuff that's harassing you from afar, whether it be the Scream of Pain, whether it be the Lucent Beam, whether it be the Scatterblast. So just something like that makes you so much tankier on top of something that's kind of busted already, your Admiral's Rum innate, that just makes you so hard to be able to take down.
Sacred and Wits both even in CS in the top lane so far, approaching their level 4s. No other thing happening here except for the Omni Knight taking some bursts and trying to dish out some damage back. No real killing. However, Yadomi, perfect dire scan as well. They're like, where's that
Dire's
bottom
top
lane?
tower
Naga
is
Siren
under
caught
attack.
by the scan. And I think Luna should have had the vision. And now they see the Naga Siren appear from the tree line. Omni Knight getting rooted up. Matthew. Arrow was already used, so they're going to have to do traditional ways of diving Cook under the tower. Just raw right clicks and get the job done. And that's a success. Matthew for the first blood.
First blood. It was
Results in
ours.
someone moving, so I was thinking Kataro might be in a little bit of danger, and they did actually go for a bit of a dive onto him, but he's going to be fine for now. His courier got killed as well, and he's sitting down here without any sort of regen, so I wonder if they're even just going to consider going for this dive here. Domi's going to back him up.
Arrow
but he doesn't
X
have
mark
any
going
regen.
into mid. The boat, the arrow will connect. Tai Lung's just getting bursted down, and there is no hope. As Dark Mago did have that level 6 ready. That was a quick call from Matthew from the top lane to mid. Just throw an arrow, bro. That's all I need.
Shoot arrow, hit arrow. The old Sing way is all you really need, and as I
There's
was
the
talking
dive.
about before, they've got that potential to go for
Yeah.
the dive actually jumping back there.
Might maybe cost them a bit here with maybe Demon falling. Yadomi does get the Deluge to connect, and there's the Torrent as well. Snapfire's escape has been cut short. Dark Mago, well, Demon, he submits to his fate.
Still well worth it, though, to be able to take out the SF, and, I mean, he had the regen rune as well from Dark Mago, so you want to be
Yeah.
looking to make a play while that happens. I'm a little surprised that Cook didn't have just the one value point in the repel until he was level 4. You know, when you think about the lanes that you've got, like a Timbersaw does very, very little if you've got the repel onto you. Same sort of thing with the boat, same sort of thing with the Mirana jumping in, right? So it's just a bit puzzling that they
Worthy tribute.
enabled a lot of this early magic damage and pure damage to be so impactful against them.
All right, well, a 1K lead here for Waska. Mostly showing from that mid lane. 1,500 gold
Dire's
difference
middle
now.
tower is under attack.
Continues to grow. Omni Knight TPing in. Tai Lung would like to use that Sonic Wave, but on a Kunkka, doesn't feel
On a
like that's the
Kunkka?
target. You're not using it yet. You're going to need another damage dealer, and who is that? You'd need Snap ulti probably to make that work. Snap is 4.5. We were able to get that Wisdom rune. If they didn't, it will take even longer for this Quap to find a target to kill. Killing Timber, Kunkka, even a Mirana who just leaps away, these are not good targets. The one thing you'd like to go for is Kataro and the SF, and if you go there, you're forcing up a whole fight. Like, Waska is going to defend that SF. But in the river, though, the bottle quickly picking up the illusion there for Tai Long. Dark Mago does get the X mark, the boat onto Demon, but the repel is intervening, and now the Underlord bringing in some Necronomicon units. Charging in, trying to catch Yatomi or Dark Mago, but just a bit too far away. Matthew paying attention as well. What is happening? Naga Siren dropping low, gets the web out, the cookie stun, and Yatomi's gonna fall short. Maybe Kataro can retaliate if they can kill the Underlord here. One raise, just to get a second, but the Underlord is keeping very close tabs here. There's the burst, the Star Storm is in, and Dark Mago cleans them up. Maybe Demon as well. Arrow is ready. Matthew just needs to connect it. And he's trying to prevent Demon from getting out, but Tai Long soaks the arrow, and they burst Dark Mago just like that. That is the level 3 Purification Cookie combo with the Scream, and they will get 2 kills. Not one off of Dark Mago, but Matthew as well. So 3 for 1.
Overestimating his tankiness a little bit there was Dark Mago. You know, a lot of the times where he's been able to just shrug everything off, and Tai Long is actually the one that's getting gone on a bit here. A bit of a late use of the repel, but still going to give him the confidence to not be overly concerned. I was about to say, Domi almost there with
you could see the greed in Dark Mago's eyes. It's like, just get that arrow, but Tai Long walks in between and gets the stun on another hero they didn't want to focus on, and he got the stuns to turn things around. The burst damage, that level 3 Purification is no joke.
Definitely
But,
not.
They got Cook and the tower out of the way. That is sub 10 minutes mid T1 down.
Just means that they can look to make a play with that 10-minute siege creep wave, right? Probably look to try and take away the top area of farm, everything bad that's going on. Gotta say, Wits is still getting a decent amount of farm, especially if you're able to get this kill onto Sacred, which they will, with the extra glaive bounce coming through from him there.
That's pretty good. Getting the Timber Saw out of the way. Luna keeping up with the Kunkka's net worth, who looked like he was having an excellent beginning to this game. Still has a very good start, despite that one death.
Yoinking away a little stack here is Dark Mago, that they had built up inside of the Dibuhito's jungle. So just a nice quick way to be able to get that flash farm up, and his first item is going to be the Orchid, so it feels pretty dangerous to use it onto the Quap. You do need to play a little bit more backline style on Quap, which is not really how you're wanting to be playing the games. But Dark Mago, you shouldn't be in a position to be able to get that Orchid onto the Omni Knight.
Can they get Sacred again? He just respawned to push the lane, and an instant 3-man rotation response to the Timber. Mirana trying to make a run for it. Wits' Cookie by Demon doesn't really land in the right spot. Sacred sees an opening, but the Eclipse is coming out, and Sacred is gone. Dark Mago only gets the bolt to connect on Omni Knight. He doesn't get the repel off in time, but has the follow-up for it. Mirana getting burnt up here. They got the hat. They have to song this one. Kataro, does he get in position? Does he get that Requiem of Souls connected perfectly? He does. Queen of Pain will melt as well. And with the SF, they feel able to get some kills going their way. Wits is dropping low. Kataro's got no mana, but it doesn't matter. The right-click damage is overwhelming against the level 1 Atrophy Aura. That's not really a sizable reduction against them. Double root there from the Pit of Malice. Demon 6 seconds for another Cookie. They don't have spells available. They back out. A Dark Mago will burn. The Flames of Hell by this Underlord.
Big team fight win coming through there. Honestly, both teams came out pretty even off the back of that, but I'd say the surviving heroes are the ones that are going to be very satisfied about that. And early on, Snapfire getting up to that level 7, level 10, big power spikes coming through. We've seen how impactful a lot of that damage is going to be coming through. Wouldn't be surprised if she was sitting at like number 3 right now on the damage output, just behind probably Timbersaw and Kunkka.
3-man smoke coming out as well from the mid lane here. Dibuhitos looking to evade the triangle here. There's an ancient stack. SF is at 1000 HP, and he's not in position to pop this smoke either, so he does not get a warning sign. Demon finishes him off with the Cookie, and they get to clean up the stack too.
Very nice. Big injection of gold here for Tai Long off the back of that. Just using the Sonic Wave, of course, for the damage, but ended up securing a bunch of those Ancient Creeps as well.
Exactly the hero you want to use it on.
Ooh. Very close to being able to secure the kill onto the Naga as well, but Naga got raindrops. No, Quap's got it at this point in time. Still feels really good, though, going up against the Shadow Rays, going up against the Starstorm. Building into that Dagon as well, so looking to be just that much more tanky once you are in the middle of these team fights, because you still do need to kind of fulfill that role right now. Underlord doesn't want to be on the front lines. He wants to be that second point of call. Come in, get all of those Necrobook units, use the mech, start to make that impact after the fact. Maybe yourself to be a little bit more greedy.
So, on the point here, I have a really serious question for you.
Go on.
What is your favorite Tibijitos on Facebook? Because I have this, like, I think one of the first fun memes that I actually saw on Facebook was you have a ship, you name it relation, now you have a relationship.
Mm-hmm.
It was funny like 13, 14 years ago.
I was about to say, where was this meme from?
What about yours?
I mean, I still think one of the greatest memes of all time is Doge. Like, it stood the test of time so well. Like, everyone still knows it. The Doge dog unfortunately passed away recently. Its name was Kabosu. It's grapefruit in Japanese, but you know, it was loved by all. Good little girl.
Yeah, was a very great fruit when you consider the success story of that. And like you said, still being used. You have the small Doge, and then you have the absolute packed, muscular Doge as well.
Oh yeah,
has transformed in time. Talking about transformations, whose timings are we looking at most here? Huascas or Tibijitos?
they seem pretty even, to be honest, right? Like, you've got a lot of stuff where they're kind of in this weird middle ground on Huasca, where you've got the Orchid, but no real ways to commit in onto the fight without risking your life too heavily for Dark Margot. It's gone beyond that point where you're, you know, this irresistible force on the Kunkka. It's still, you know, you're strong, but you're not unbeatably strong. We've seen that, you know, when he tried to commit into a 3-on-1 matchup and it just didn't work out very well for him at all. Try and maybe get Wits. That Observer, what I thought might have enabled him to go for that sort of play, but instead, backs off in time. Top
TP's
side.
off. Yeah, they're trying to push this tower down. Sacred's already moving ahead, but he'll spot that there are multiple TPs coming in, and with the night vision, once again, the team on the Dire side, they will spot Sacred before he gets proper info on how many there actually are in this area. So quick trade for that tower going down, but with the whole team here, you've got two options here. Can you take Roche? Are you splitting to farm? Are you team fighting? Got Domi. Solar Flare is popped. Tai Lung's in the front line. Sonic Wave to try and zone them out. He gets saved by the cookie. Blinks
Nice,
out.
good.
That was an absolutely beautiful save there from Demon. Allows Tai Lung to live a bit longer. Kataro has to keep running because the Adomi's already down. He just dropped the Requiem, but look at that snap. Just burn an SF. Gets the Orchid turnaround onto the Queen of Pain, but Kataro is dead, and now they might lose everybody else.
Rook's still alive as well.
Down as well. Sacred respawn, TP'd in, and he's being chased right now. There's the Lucent Beam, perfectly timed. Cancel the chain, and there you have it. The Tibijitos, they've got this fight in the bag.
They do indeed, and you mentioned the potential to go for Roshan. I'd say it's honestly almost still there, but they just want to sweep across the map, take away a little bit of that control, get this Watcher down, maybe even place a deep Observer Ward just to be able to scout out if there is some more Ancients going on. But, I mean, Cook, to me, was the MVP of that fight. Like, his positioning was really solid. He got off the rappel at a lot of good times. There were a lot of good individual plays coming through there, right? Tai Lung with his Dagon, he's got the spell Lifesteal coming through from that, so he made sure to just use the Dagon onto anything that was going to give him some of that Lifesteal back. He used Sonic Wave onto 2, even though it wasn't, like, confirming a kill. It just kept him alive long enough that he was still able to impact the latter parts of that team fight. Demon, he's looking to scale himself. He's already building into the Maelstrom on this Snapfire. Pretty much level in net worth with the Timber Source, so... You know, I'm a Snapfire enjoyer, man, and this is why. 6, 1, and 7, high damage involvement. Now he's level 10, so he's got that Scatter Blast available too. It's a ton of damage that you're able to output.
Radiant's bottom tower
Win
has fallen.
probability shows a very grim number. I don't know if I fully agree on that.
Radiant's middle tower is under
When
attack.
you look at the amount of lockdown, how Waska fights, it's Song Requiem for the time being. X-Mark Arrow is your other combination. If they don't get to start fights, or if they don't find pickoffs with that X-Mark, it's superior team fight on the side of Pipoquitos, and them having that tiny lead as
Radiant's
well.
middle tower is under attack.
It's taking away a lot of the
Dire's top
initiative
tower
from
is
Waska,
under
right?
attack.
Yeah, for sure. Like,
Radiant's
that's what I
middle
was like.
tower has
They're in this
fallen.
little weird middle ground at this point in time, as Underlord was actually considering going back in. Nice pushback with the Sonic.
They're
Boom on
absolutely going in by the looks of it, because they jumped the Underlord. He's like, well, we're doing 0 damage. He's got Crimson Guard mech, and now they dive Dark Mago, following on Matthew. Zomi trying to get to safety of the high ground. Matthew, he does have another leap. Wits will chase the Marana. It's a bit of a roly-poly around the tree we go. Wits still sees him, and the Lucent Beam just not enough. Gonna need
Surely
a Conda for it, but hey, we're diving a tier 3 for a moment.
Radiant's bottom
Reel in.
tower is under
Reel him
attack.
in.
There we go. Arrow. Oh, still not enough with
And
the
the
repel. They have all the answers.
Still, though, it gives them a good amount of space, right? Where Wits is just able to say, okay, you three try and do this, just save, and, well, they don't have a tier 2 glyph available as Sacred. He's going in kind of deep
A
here.
song.
They
Kataro
wanna turn it
here.
around. I mean, you've got the Crimson and the Mech available.
Underlord here, he doesn't even go straight under him either, but the Requiem does connect onto the Omni Knight, onto the Underlord, but also the Eclipse is doing damage. Yadomi's already out, he's already done his job. What can Waska do to retaliate? Or are they just on a full retreat by now? Naga did use all of his abilities, but they just can't find an opening back in. Arrow is available. Dark Mago does have the X-Mark, but Sacred just goes down. And Matthew, well, he was able to escape the last time. Underlord portals to get AA just a little bit closer. That's a T2 going down as a result of that fight. Another swing for Tipoquitos.
And Roshan's going to be down bottom in the next 30 seconds, so maybe now with that tier 2 tower down, with a lot of their deep vision as well, they're feeling comfortable enough to be able to just go and claim that for themselves. This is the scary part of that Luna, right? When she was dying in just the one time previously, she didn't have any points in the Luna orbit, so there wasn't any ways to be able to just, get some passive lifesteal off. But now, you've got a tier 2 neutral item, you've got that People's Gift, or a whole lot tankier, 2.2k HP he's got to play with, even just with the Adri treads on. So, looking like a scary point for this game so far, and I'm not sure if I agree necessarily with the item progression, right? Nothing against the Kanda, but I feel like it maybe is, like, not the next item that you get, but the one after that. There can be something that happens in the meantime. I guess this makes sense, right? Instead of going the Phylactery first, he's just going to go into the crit stick first and still have that level of damage and farming and impact now.
Right, yeah. I get the shard on the Naga, then the Naga dies. A bit unfortunate.
Yeah, you saw how much emphasis they were putting onto taking out Cook, right? Because he just nullifies pretty much everything. This is what I was talking about with the repel for the laning stage, and why I was a little surprised that he didn't put any points into it, because I feel like with repel on against a Timbersaw and a Marana, they do nothing against you, right? Like, pure damage just gets completely nullified by that, and Marana, for all the good things that she is able to do, I don't think we've seen too many solar flares, and you're not exactly right-clicking too much outside of this SF.
Here, moving all the way into the top lane. Dark Mago, BKB teleport out. With the help of that Aegis now, at least there's not a Tormentor or a Wisdom to take. So Waska, a bit of damage control in a sense. They don't lose everything in that top area. The T1's already gone, so honestly, you're just looking at a T2 tower and potentially losing control of your triangle. You do have a bit of map to play with.
Has to be a little careful here. Right now, he's just playing the scout, essentially, looking to try and get out wherever they're looking to make moves across the map. And that Observer Ward, after the teamfight victory, when you know that they went inside of your triangle, is still there. So that's why they were able to just walk on up to Kataro and disrupt his farm. He's falling behind a little bit now, right? 3k lower than the Luna. Of course, a big part of that is the teamfight losses, but it doesn't feel like he's felt comfortable to be able to go out into the lane at all.
Radiant's middle tower
Still
is
moving
under
around in the
attack.
triangle, hoping for a a mistake to happen on the side of Waska. Sacred has picked up the Invis rune. He's the one who gets spotted. Tai Lung knows about him, but does he know about the vision? Well, Sacred reveals himself in the river. He had no
Radiant's
vision
middle tower
on the
has
high
fallen.
ground, so he didn't even know about the Queen of Pain. So he's going to have to teleport straight back home. Wits alone for
Dire's
now.
bottom
Dark Mago
tower
doesn't get the
is under
torrent on him.
attack.
He just destroys the creep wave.
Wonder if Katara is going to just put one value point into that Feast of Souls at level 17, because he's almost got the Daedalus available. And I know it does cost you 5 souls to be able to do it, but you get 8 seconds of extra 40 attack speed. And, you know, with the Grove Bow that you've got as well, that is going to be a whole lot.
And the thing is, right, he doesn't have any surplus over 20, right? So he's not really losing too much picking up a point in Feast of Souls. If you had, like, say, 25, 30, anything above that, reeling on the Underlord, the cookie pushes him
Dire's
almost to the
bottom
same
tower
spot that
has
he
fallen.
started to get reeled in.
Should be fine though. He's got full auras now, and this is it, right? This is why I was saying really don't mind this Dibuhito's draft at all, because how are you supposed to kill too many people on this draft? You've got Aura, 4 of them just on Underlord on his own, and then Omni Knight's just going to be sitting on the back lines. You see how far back Cook is able to play because he's got a Blink Dagger as well. So all he needs to do is play around this high ground vision and make sure he doesn't get smoked onto.
Some moments here for Waska. They're going to try and initiate onto Wits. The boat flies in. The stuns on Luna. Almost getting that Aegis through. 600 HP, all that's required, but it's not going to be enough necessarily. The reel in once again. Gataro loading up the Requiem, but Wits is too far away to let it go. Repel will get him to safety. Now the turnaround here. Dibuhitos taking the fight as well. Taking Yadomi already out of play. No song from the Naga.
You're not killing
Sacred
anyone.
going down as well. 2 dead. 3 dead with the shotgun from Team, and I know you're really satisfied about that full 4 kill. Dark Mago, BK beat up Tai Lung. He goes too deep here. He does have the Shiva's Guard active to pop, but only gets to cast it as he dies. So that is the SF ulti for a kill.
I'm more satisfied about just a godlike Snapfire at this stage, right? 9, 1, and 11. Not even level 15 yet, right? So I would imagine that he's going to look to try and become that semi-carry if this game does go to the later stages, although right now Dibuhitos, they've got firm amount of control over it. Going into that Gleipnir next though, right? And I'd say that's probably the one area that they are lacking a little bit on Dibuhitos is the lack of control, right? You can just walk around in a lot of these fights. You've got BKB now on the Conquer as well, which makes things a whole lot more challenging. If you're rooting the Timbersaw and you're rooting the SF, like, what are they going to be able to do about it, right? They're just going to be so vulnerable to, you know, Gleipnir, Little Shredder, full charges into it, and then the Mortimer's Kisses after the fact. No forced movement from anyone, I think, on the entire team as well. So you can't even force staff people out of the Pit of Malice. It just makes setup so much easier for this dire draft. And still 20 seconds left on that Aegis, so it's like they're trying to get at least one lane of racks before this one finishes up. Not wanting the range racks to die first. Reset the glyph.
Just trying to find an angle to open up here. Really just the slows and the torrents that they're working with here, but it's not enough to get to the Luna. 3.6k HP as well. Underlord getting pushed in. This might be the opening here that they can get the Aura Carrier out of the way. Sonic Wave flies in. Underlord doesn't find a way out though. His mana's completely gone and he is dead, and that should be a call for Dibuhitos to back away. Matthew though wants to hunt for more. Wits already dropping the lunar orbit. Maybe Yadomi drops once again. He has to be the sacrificial lamb of this team. Sacred on once again. They push the Luna to the high ground. The Orchid's there. He does have Manta, but he never popped the Manta for the Silence Dispel, and now he's just getting jumped on. Wits is dropping. He's dead. Cook's low. Demon has to get out. Omni Knight's getting right-clicked to death. Snapfire walks into the vision of the Sentry. And Dibuhitos, well, you didn't even get the full lane of Rax either.
Little bit tunnel vision there by the Luna, right? Just wanting to go in, wanting to make sure that they could secure the very last bit of that that Rax, like you were saying. But after the Aegis expired, didn't even like do the little thing, switch the magic wand back in, get that little bit of extra heal that you're going to be needing. And I mean, just committing to a team fight when your Underlord is dead is very questionable in my eyes, considering, like I said, 4 different auras that this man is providing to you. cannot be underestimated because they can absolutely try and rip through you if you don't have those available. Just seeing the sources of damage that came through from the Radiant team after that, and I mean, Mirana did nearly 800 magical damage. If Pipe was up, that's going to be reduced by 10% passively, of course, plus the active off the back of that. Crimson Guard would have nullified a big portion of what SF was able to do. Still hasn't put a single point into that Feast of Souls. It's just chosen to go all out into the all attributes for now.
For now, at least, even skipping the level 10 talent completely, maxed out on all stats, presence, aura, affecting buildings. Singing her way out.
Long cooldown though, still, right? Like, a bit over 2 minutes, so I wonder if that's going to leave them feeling confident to be able to go and make something happen. They were able to be patient, let it ferment a little bit. That Wisdom Rune means that Wits is almost up to level 20 already, and that's another one of those big power spikes that Luna's able to have. She's got the Enchanted Quiver, she's got the Kanda, she's almost got that level 20 with the Glaives bouncing around, and now you've got a Snapfire with a free Aghanim Shard as well. So just even more of that sustained damage coming through.
It's a great feeling as a Luna when you already have Kanda before level 20 because you know you're going to get to it eventually. But if it is the other way around, it feels like you're in a rush to get that Kanda, to get that big power spike on your level 20 Luna. So,
Speaking of Luna, she's a little isolated here. I mean, maybe they think that everyone's backing her up, but
yeah, the
Observer
illusion.
Ward, I guess, but the Observer Ward should have seen her walking solo to that mid lane. So I was wondering if Waxa might choose to come in onto her, and they would have been successful if they were able to catch her out. She didn't have the BKB at that point in time. It's coming out on the courier now, so a little bit of an opportunity missed, not taking advantage of their vision.
Three heroes holding the high ground here is Matthew and Yadomi, the supports, cutting out the waves, keeping that top lane protected for now. So you'd have to focus on a full health T3 tower if the Bajitos were to look for a high ground push. That previous one didn't quite go their way. It's a couple minutes ago.
Roche respawn as well. Pretty much the maximum duration, guaranteeing that it's going to be down on the bottom side.
I love how you went from a 10,000 gold lead into 3,000 gold, and all you got was 8% win probability. The Gaben graphs are not agreeing.
I mean, you just saw how unkillable they were when everyone was alive, right? The only reason they were able to get that teamfight win going their way is because it was a good ensnare, into arrow, into reel in, up onto the high ground, right? If that's not the case, then this game is probably maybe even over, to be honest, right? If Underlord's still alive, you probably could have taken 2 lanes of racks minimum.
Yeah, it's like two things you wonder. Where was the repel in that? Did they believe the Sapphire Cookie is going to be enough? Then secondly, the high ground where Luna just didn't want to manta away from that Orchid, was just taking unnecessary damage, and also the only target to focus on. Like a multitude of errors there for Tipojitos.
Look at those purchases as well. 3 smokes, all being purchased up by Waxa. So they've been sitting on the back foot for quite some time, but they feel like they're ready. Dark Margot, he's got the AC coming out to him on the courier now. He's actually catching out Wits a little bit here, but good positioning once again by Cook with that Blink Dagger and the Repel. Not lucky enough to get the Psychic Headband too.
That Blink is amazing on the Omni Knight.
It is. It's a lot of big stuff, though, coming through from them, right? Like, there's that first smoke. You've got a level 20 on the Kunkka, so Torrent only with a 6-second cooldown. It's a lot of extra control in a lot of these team fights.
Radiant are scanning.
Roshan, 40 seconds. Both teams are scanning, no connections. Starting to get a bit paranoid on the map. Where are they?
If they don't respond to this, I like maybe they don't feel confident enough to be able to go into Roche, because a lot of the vision on Waxa right now is on the top half of the map.
Yeah.
So I like the fact that they are hanging around where these creep waves are, basically baiting someone on Dibujitos to come back and look to try and farm it. Maybe they could put a little bit more emphasis onto the tower itself, but they're still giving a lot of respect over to, again, the very strong team fight, the auras, everything else that they could possibly want.
Yeah. Fun fact about Waska, it's literally 1 letter away from being a curse word finish.
As an Australian, I am all on board with that.
Radiant are scanning.
And you guys have some interesting words. I learned a couple from Mike, Romania. but I think I've already forgotten some of those, and I know one is probably not very stream friendly. So
I mean, there's a lot of stuff that's very.
I know there's a lot of stuff. I know.
There could be friendly stuff. Like, do you know what like a bludger is? Not Harry Potter thing.
I think so. It's not like a police.
No, it's like someone that just very lazy, doesn't do anything, doesn't try anything, essentially.
Right.
Hold on, team fight.
They're getting zoned out. He's already down to half HP.
Where are the
Doesn't even
boys?
get to pop his Aghanim. Man, Sacred drops really low. He's so squishy.
They're trying to bait BKB usage out of this Luna. They would love to get a nice arrow.
We might just get the Luna right away. Don't even need to get the BKB off for now. That's the Aegis gone. And now with the Requiem loaded up, Kataro doesn't get it off though. Wits will be able to pop the BKB first. I love how Kataro's loading it up, leading it about as well, but Wits is gone. And Kataro still has that Requiem if required. Just a Sonic Wave, but there are just no damage sources remaining on the side of Tipo Hitos. And Waska are turning things around. Underlord's TP cancelled. Tai Lung's the only survivor. It has been, I think this is since the laning stage, the first time Waska is in a net worth lead in a game, or at least in this series, that is.
Yeah, and it just goes to show the fact that, like, I understand what Luna was doing, right? You don't want to use that BKB on the first life, especially if you're slightly out of position away from the rest of the team. You wanted to try and hold it for as long as possible with that Aegis, but the fact that there wasn't any real backup coming from the Omni was a real worry, right? That's why you picked this hero, to be able to enable the Luna to be this unstoppable force, and I mean, they're all just pushing into the base now. I think they should be able to get maybe 2 lanes of this, because you're not wanting to buy back at this stage if you haven't chosen to already.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Very clever use of the Song of the Siren as well from Yodomi, right? You saw that. Hello? Seeing some dead people right now. Cook just respawned, and he's right back in the grave.
Well, now you're starting to look at buyback territory. 2 lanes of Rax gone, and a tier 4 already dropping pretty low here.
It has to be careful here. They probably would have seen that smoke as well, considering it is the daytime and they had the creeps.
Can't help but say this is
got a
feeling like
buyback.
Mojitos.
You got a buyback.
Yesterday. Just in that game 2 versus Beast Coast, this is picking up some similar vibes. The game has turned upside down. Inside 2 minutes, you've lost almost everything, and probably losing the game. Kataro's damage is overwhelming. The Ancient is open. Wits is backing out. Wits is minus 21 armor. Kataro has 7 lasting presence minus armor. If he remains
He's just gone
here,
the Ancient.
if they just die right away, the Ancient
They have
is
the
gone.
glyph still.
And they are just absolutely dropping the ball here on the side of Tipo Hitos. Waska run them over.
They did. They essentially. Like, there's no other way to put it, right? Dibuhitos going up onto the high ground without the Underlord, first big issue. Then, you know, taking a team fight where Omni Knight's not just there. 2 team fights, honestly. And then, you know, you're just losing people one by one. Every single one of these fights, you had the buyback available, and they were not realizing just how much damage you were doing here on Kataro with his Shadow Fiend. They ended up popping the glyph, but it was after the Ancient had actually fallen. So they were caught off guard. I don't know another way to put it, right? This was a 89% win probability, I think it got down to for Dibuhitos, and they just threw it away in a matter of 5 minutes.
I'm honestly just I'm a bit shell shocked here. Not gonna lie. Like this game just took such a quick twist that Dibuhitos couldn't even keep up with the adjustments of what the hell just happened. And I mean, 2-3 minutes ago we were in the enemy base still doing fine, and now we're losing a Roshan fight. We've lost 2 lanes of Rax. We're messing up our spells. We don't have everybody up. We're not using buybacks. We're not using glyphs. I agree. It was absolute survival panic mode that hit Dibuhitos, but well done, Waska. That's all I can say. Really well done. In a game where they were not even at a point to win this. I mean, look at their finishing stats. You have negative KDA, Naga Siren. Oh, if you look at KD, maybe Sacred, same thing. Same for the Morana. Only the last few kills on the Shadow Fiend, and the lasting presence. 70-second duration buff, -2 armor for every hero that dies. He had 7 stacks. Luna was at -21 armor at one point. I was like, what is going on here? I mean, you get that roll, you get that stack on yourself. Holy.
Yeah, and he had the effect that made it hit buildings as well, right? So those towers were just melting, the Ancient was melting, and
Yep.
it was certainly challenging. I mean, Sacred at the not even 20-minute mark, he was 1-5-2. So this is what I was talking about with feeling a little bit uneasy with this Timbersaw pick. It definitely wasn't made as simple by picking that into a Luna lane. We saw what was capable of happening going up against it, and that was even with what I felt was a little bit of a mistake there from Cook in terms of his skill build for the laning stage. But yeah, it did give them a lot of issues, but unfortunately they let a very, very winnable game slip through their fingers.
Yeah, that was a carnage game. But game 2 could be different. We'll find out after the break when we get there.
You should see my baby, she's spanking new. And she never says no, she's can do. Got a smile that shines like rubies and pearls. And I love that little robo girl. Well, she knows how to do that bump and grind. With 4 on the floor, she'll blow your mind. She's got rosy cheeks and strawberry curls. That's my sexy little robo girl. When I kiss her heated lips, she burns like a kitten and drugs her lips. Says your wish is my command, telling me to love her like a real man. With the high-speed motors in overdrive, I've never felt a lover who's more alive.
Welcome to my private garden. It's my own menagerie. If you're looking for a party, I own everything you see. Heavy is the head that wears the crown. They said it's my time, and I'm gonna run this scene. If you don't like the way I rule my empire, you can go ahead and you can kiss my ring. All eyes on me, yeah. When I enter the scene, quit it. All eyes on me. All hail to the king, get it? If I say so, then it is so. If I say no, you better get low. On bended knee, yeah. All hail to the king, get it? Make way for the king, yeah. All hail to the king, get it? If I say so, then it is so. If I say no, you better get low. On bended knee, yeah. All hail to the king, get it? There's only room for one hustler, sitting way up on that throne. Guess I'm showing my true colors. 24 karat gold. I'm gonna wear that crown. Y'all better hit the ground. It's my time, and I can guarantee, if you don't like the way I rule my kingdom, you can go ahead and you can kiss my ring. All eyes on me, yeah. When I enter the scene, quit it. All eyes on me. All hail to the king, get it? If I say so, then it is so. If I say no, you better get low. On bended knee, yeah. All hail to the king, get it? Make way for the king, yeah. All hail to the king, get it? If I say so, then it is so. If I say no, you better get low. On bended knee, yeah. All hail to the king, get it? Oh, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling, oh, I'm feeling good. Wake up with no alarm, brand new kind of charm, and fresh hot coffee in a big old mug. Can't wait to get my face in the morning sun, yeah. Make a list, check it off, doing only what I want. 'Cause there's nothing better than making waves. I'm front and center in my own parade, on parade, on parade, on parade. Oh, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling, oh, I'm feeling good. Solid gold, I'm shining into full. So come and take a look. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling. Hold up, windows down, rolling with the classic sound. Spent $5 on Walmart shades. Can't wait to stop traffic in my own parade. On parade, on parade, on parade. Oh, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling, oh, I'm feeling good. Solid gold, I'm shining into full. So come and take a look. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling. Solid gold. shot, new kid on the block. Currents running strong like a solar wave. Locked, plugged into the socket. Watch me burning hot, yeah, I radiate. Coursing through my veins like a power surge. Call it misbehaving the way I burn. If you're gonna wait, then you miss your turn. Charged up and ready, I'm going steady with you. Looking like you're blacked out, got that future shot now.
Well, it's time to go towards game number 2 of our first series in the lower bracket, and it is Dibujitos de FB that are facing with their backs against the wall. Gonna have to tie this one up to keep their series hopes still alive in this close qualifier. Waska took them around 4 to 5 minutes, maybe even less than that, to completely snowball through that game. But I think we could see some signs already in the air with that first successful high ground defense they had in the top lane.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you know that they are a very measured team, I would say. You've got a lot of experience across the board. It's just, I don't know, it was very questionable to me, some of the Dibujitos decision-making that happened. It felt like too much was happening at once, maybe too many people were talking at once, too many different ideas, and perhaps that's what's led to this little bit of an extended time between games, because that's the sort of time where you need to have a team meeting and say, guys, if I call something, do it. If it doesn't work out, that's on me, but we just need to commit as a team, Yeah. And it felt like maybe it was a too many cooks in the kitchen sort of situation.
Yeah, it could easily be that. It was their game to lose. They had control. They had the better control. I would say control. They had the better lineup to kind of dictate how they want this game to go, right? And because they made the mistakes, it cost them basically everything at that point. So I wonder what kind of adjustments come into game 2. Are we looking at more execution-wise stuff? These kind of things, if it comes down to communication, that can be very hard to fix during a series. Maybe it's like the first game of the day. Everyone's very eager to play it. They have this good energy. They lose that game. They lose that good energy, and trying to pull themselves back together on a team that is, like you said, Waska is measured. They're experienced. Dibujitos probably not as much. So there's only a limited amount of things you can try to fix, and some that you just don't even attempt to fix because you're going to over trouble your mind with we have 50 problems, but I think we should rather just look at 2 of them.
I mean, you remember I was very happy with the Dibujitos draft, right? I think the main issue was the obvious stuff, right? The last few fights that happened just back to back to back, and B, you got crushed in mid on Quap versus the Kunkka. And again, this was another one of these games where it was a very, very late pick Quap. We're seeing a lot of that lately, right? Like the last pick, which happens to be the mid lane, still gets absolutely demolished. It can be the Monkey King against the Sand King. It was the Riki against the Puck. Now the Quap against the Kunkka. If you've got that last pick, you got to make it count. And you got to make sure that you're getting out of that laning stage in a really good spot. Who knows? Maybe the OD would have been the difference maker, just to be able to withstand a little bit more of that pressure. I know it's not meta right now, but it felt like a pretty good pick.
Also, in terms of drafting order, we do have first pick for Dibujitos. Do you think first phase is going to look very different now compared to that last game?
Probably not. I mean, teams have different ideas of what they think is busted, right? Like Sand King, I think across the board, people think is just absolutely broken, but you'll notice we haven't seen a single Tinker ban or pick so far. It's not something that these teams are really valuing all that much. You compare that to Western and Eastern Europe, they love the Tinker. They want to have it in their position 4 as frequently as possible, just because it suits their style of play, for one, and B, maybe they just feel like, well, we can have a whole lot more effective team fight just from a support, which feels really nice to be able to have that at your disposal. It's a similar reason for why I'm going to go on about Snapfire again, about why I like Snapfire, is that you can get away with going one of these team fighty items as a support because you can get farm with it, and the range on, let's say, Guardian Greaves is still big enough. But it just so happened that game they had an Underlord. Underlord had, again, Atrophiora plus Crimson Pipe Greaves. It was out of position one too many times, and they were so much weaker without all that.
We're currently waiting authorization to start the game. Should be moments away of game number 2. So while we wait for this game to kick off, what are the heroes you've actually enjoyed playing in this meta, Danog? If there's something specific outside of the Snapfire that you found success with? Because I'll throw in one that I haven't actually had success with in this patch. I had it in the previous one. That was my beloved offlane Omni Knight that they destroyed completely in 736.
It was too good.
I know you were gonna say that, but it made offlane look like a completely different role because obviously he was kind of busted, right? Like 15-minute timing, you can delete somebody, but I was having the time of my life with that hero. Now I'm like, do I have to swap away from offlane, do something different? The mid Caudle I've been playing a bit. The Enigma is still the good old Enigma. He still has a really high win rate, but struggling to find new ideas. Offlane Gyrocopter was as close as I got to a new idea.
Having a look through the hero pool and seeing if I can even make any suggestions to you about, what sort of stuff you might be vibing with. I mean, Sand King, if it slips through, I can't see any like bad Sand King games. It might be the sort of thing that you might connect reasonably well with. Primal Beast. I still think Night Stalker is undervalued. It's a good hero.
He is.
Especially in this age of just look at the heroes that Liquid won TI with, right? Shadow Demon and Tusk. You get on top of a Shadow Demon, you can't do anything against a Night Stalker. He's still going to be able to rip through your HP, braces or not. He deals enough damage when he pops that Dark Ascension. So that's the sort of thing that I would be really looking at doing, I guess, if I was an offlane player. As a support player, I am not really a Naga Siren enjoyer in general. I just feel like it's going to sound a bit rich, but like it feels cheap, basically, playing that, because it's too good. And I like to feel like I've earned my wins a little bit, and I just don't feel that way when it comes to Naga Siren. Ringmaster, I don't really play that much either, even though he's like Giga Busted 58% win rate or something like that in high-level pubs. I just stick to the old tried and true classics: Clockwork, Tusk, Wyvern, CM, Disruptor. They're my main ones.
Yeah, I actually sent you a screenshot as well about Enigma stats, but I think Dazzle has one that I love casting and I love playing. A lot of hectic button pressing, button pressing, but also kind of has that glass cannony vibe, but has so much sustainability if your opponent is lacking stuns. I guess that's the feeling a lot of mid players get. Like, we've been talking multiple years about Ember Spirit mid. If there's a lack of single target lockdown, that hero can just relish and just have a great time. There's no disruptor in the game, you get Storm Spirit, all these mobility heroes you get a great time with. But I think Dazzle is probably something I should get into even more. And I feel like it's a bit of a hidden gem. People consider this hero being one of the only cheese heroes in today's meta, because we don't even understand we understand that cheese isn't an actual word in today's Dota anymore, but I would put Dazzle in that category.
Sure, yeah, I can see it. I think it's still underrepresented against a lot of these, like, you don't really see that many illusion-based carries anymore, basically only Terrorblade, but to me, Dazzle feels still pretty good against the Terrorblade, right? A big part of his damage output is just through his illusions, and if you can instantly get rid of those with the Aghanim Shard, feels pretty damn good. I gotta ask, you sent me that link with the Enigma, 550 total games on the Enigma. Is that your most played?
Yes, that's my most played hero. I think I had a reduction of Enigma games since like 2019 or 2020, so that amount has kind of stuck for a while. But I have a very broad array of heroes that I've been playing throughout the years, like multiple roles, been carry, mostly just played the off lane. Still got a bunch of my support heroes still up here in the top, like Rubik 4th, Lich 6th. I haven't even tried the new Lich at all.
How many heroes have you never played a game on in Dota 2?
Never played a game. Ringmaster. That's the only one.
I have 11 heroes that I haven't played.
Oh, really? All right, name them up. Name them up. What do you
Anything with micro. I'll just give you that for starters. So, Arc Warden, Brewmaster, Chen, Lycan, Meepo, a 5. Terrorblade is 1. Ringmaster is 1. OD, Morphling. Haven't played any Marcy games apparently, and
wow, you should try it
as well.
You should absolutely try Marcy out. She's fun to play, and has a very nice skill cap to it too. It's not super simple, but it's straightforward enough when you understand the strengths of the hero. Marcy can be a lot of fun.
Now, as I said before, 550 Enigma games. My most played hero was Winter Wyvern. Can you guess how many games I've played?
Well,
of
considering
Winter
you're lacking a lot of heroes there, I'm gonna say 1600. Is
Keep
that
going.
even higher? All right. So are we talking about like Ludwig level of Chen? I mean, he had like what was it, like 4,000 games of Chen?
Slightly
2,000
higher of what you said.
2,100?
No, it was 1750.
1750. Oh, yeah, it's quite a lot.
Yeah.
What's your win rate on it?
60%.
Holy, okay, that is actually insane. Because I remember I talked with like some 12, 13k Finnish Dota players. I was like, so I played over 500 games of Enigma, I have over 60% win rate. They're like, well, you're doing something right. And that's what you can actually say about it. If you have over 60% in 1,700 games, that is wild. That is absolutely
That's what puts the MMR up, I gotta say.
Yeah.
Because it's like, if you're a support, at playing pubs, you kind of need to, in my opinion, you should always go into a game thinking, I'm gonna do the team thing. I'm gonna ward, I'm gonna buy all these defensive items, yada yada yada. But eventually things break down, people make mistakes, people tilt, people just want to sit in the jungle, and you have to be the one to carry the game. And Wyvern is one of those heroes that I think has the potential, even as a 5, if you can just find a way to get your ags, you can carry a game. You know, you become so much harder to kill. You've got consistent damage sources. You can get a 5-man Winter's Curse, and it just makes the game so easy for the rest of your team.
Oh, what's your best win streak on the Wyvern then?
13.
13. That's pretty decent. I just looked up my Dazzle and like I have a 10 win streak, and it's a current 10 win streak. So I was like, I gotta hold on to that one. I don't want to let that one go that too easily. We haven't gotten any update yet. I think we literally, as I say that, get something in chat. Do you mind being the screenshot translator for me? As Danos going to be looking up what is happening in our lobby. So probably some discussion about the late
Level
start.
3 penalty, draft penalty.
So I guess that's based on game 1 being late, and they didn't enforce it in game 1. I guess that's what we're looking at.
Could be, or it could just be something about now. Hold on.
True, yeah, it could be about this series too.
You know, it's the previous game.
Okay, all right. Well, they have updated us with that. So level 3 drafting penalty. That means 0 reserve time, if I remember correct. Should be completely gone. Oh, does it leave like a 20-second timer or something like that?
I think it's very minimal, maybe, just off the top of my head. But don't ask me about penalties. I don't know too much about them.
Just remember, it's like I think it's somewhere around 100 or 110. The max draft timer is 130 plus your actual pick time.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it might just be either 20 seconds or nothing. But well, that has been assessed. We're going to see a pretty rapid draft, at least from Tipuhito's side. Those 30 seconds to pick a hero or ban a hero, those are going to count.
Mm-hmm. Seems like it was something raised by Waska, because they were ready. They've been here the whole time. They did the right thing, so I think
it's justified.
Very, very much warranted. Had an 11-game win streak as Venomancer as well. That was juicy when you're just big toxic. I mean, I really like the new Venomancer just because you don't need to get into the middle of a team fight, right? You just need to press R, maybe get a Gale off, maybe get like one Plague Ward down, and you've pretty much done your job. You know, obviously it's better if you could stay alive for longer, but absolute worst case scenario, you could still get 70% of your effectiveness there.
I'll send you another screenshot. That was my my Viper phase at one point when the old Nether Toxin, I think in like 2019, I think around that area, before the COVID. As we head over to draft, just want to finish this one over. The Viper Nether Toxin was allowed to farm these camps at level 2 or level 3 rapidly without you even needing to be there. Throw it into the camp, go to the lane, won 16 games straight. And my friends were like, keep picking it, let's grind MMR. And I'm like, dude, this is not even fun. I honestly said, this is not even fun. I played a game of Ursa. We win that as well. I go back to Viper. I'll win another game. It's like, yeah, this is silly. Like, this is gonna get nerfed, and it did get nerfed pretty heavily. And that we have a very different version of Nether Toxin these days.
Mm-hmm. I think
But hey,
5 seconds remaining.
you feel like a bit of a fraud, don't you, in that sort of situation where it's like,
in a way.
I might get 1,000 MMR, spamming this disgusting hero. That's kind of like the way I feel about Naga Siren. But then when I go, like when it gets nerfed and I go back to my actual heroes,
Radiant
I'm just going to
team
be
ban.
useless for my team, and that's not what I want. I want to go up because I did something good, not because my hero's broken.
Dire team ban.
But hey, we do have the draft on our screens right now, and the first picks are just about to happen. Dibujitos 20 seconds on reserve
10
time with that
seconds
level
remaining.
3
Dire team
penalty. And
Radiant
they get rid of the
team
Tiny,
pick.
the Mars, and now the Enigma. And that is our first phase of Luna coming out.
Very early. So Shadow Demon's gone, huh? So that's the main one that I would have. The Mars is gone as well. Remembering again, you've got Sacred or Dark Margot that could be looking to play that one.
10
So
seconds
makes a lot of
remaining.
sense. Pretty much similar things from game number 1. I don't want to see a
5
Sacred
seconds
Timbersaw again,
remaining.
just because I feel like it didn't get what it needed to done. Like it finished up fine, but I don't think he was the
Dire
reason
team
that they
ban.
got it back into that game. I think a
Admiral
big part of it
Conker.
was, well, the good start that the Kunkka had, meaning that Quap wasn't as out of control when Luna had hit all of her timings, but the Naga Siren, in my opinion, was the big difference maker, right? Being able to find a couple of really nice ensnares, bring them back into
10
the high
seconds
ground, that
remaining.
song with a siren, combined together when Luna popped her BKB in that
5
previous fight,
seconds
meant that
remaining.
she was fighting 1v5, essentially. It
Dire
was
team ban.
very, very nicely done by Waska in that one. And, I mean, Naga's still in the pool, so I almost wonder if Waska want to get rid of this one, because it's not the worst thing to be pairing together with the Luna as well.
I mean, honestly, they
Radiant
could just
team
repeat their
ban.
draft, right? I mean, of course, now that Mirana's out, you might
Omni's
take
banned
a
too.
different approach. Yeah, I was more thinking like you could go for the Kunkka Naga
Radiant
Mirana
team
trio.
Mm.
But
Dire
Mirana's
team
out, so
pick.
you're going to do maybe some shifts here. Yep, they're going to go for the Tusk instead.
Sure, I'm on board. More damage, never a bad thing.
Damage and no Deluge.
No deluge. And we did see a gyrocopter band out in the last phase, and that, like,
10
even before we
seconds
got into
remaining.
this current, like, meta around TI of, Tusk plus
5
Wind Ranger or
seconds
Luna or
remaining.
whatever else, it was Tusk Gyro that was the one that I was like, why aren't more
Dire
people doing
team
this?
pick.
It's just like a free 95 extra damage at pretty much all stages of the laning phase with that flat cannon. It's so devastating.
Yeah, and especially when you say flat cannon, multiple targets get that same amount of bonus damage. So there
Mhm.
is a strong combination. Same I noticed
10
with
seconds remaining.
wait, it was. I mean, the Medusa has also been another
5
one, right?
seconds
Where
remaining.
your
Yep.
split shot looks a bit more powerful with the
Radiant
drinking
team
buddies.
pick.
Doesn't get hurt by that. Hey, you got your
Alright.
Phoenix. It's been a
I got
while.
things. Yeah, I really feel like this is a gyrocopter draft now, though, right? Like, you've got a way to be able to, like, Snapfire's banned, Mirana's banned, so you don't have those quick, like, egg hitters. You're probably not going to pick an Ursa,
10
and
seconds remaining.
gyrocopter can hit the egg while still impacting the rest of the team fight. And then it just becomes a matter
5
of, like,
seconds
well,
remaining.
what is going to enable a gyrocopter to have a good game? My mind instantly goes to Night Stalker just because it gives you a lot of vision across the entire map and entire team fight. But is it that great against a Luna? Probably not. Is it that great against a Phoenix? If you can get on top of him, sure. But prior to that point, it just feels a little bit too
Radiant
challenging.
team pick.
Ooh, this is good
There's a
too.
hero at least that can focus on the egg, but that could still be a support. Like just Tusk
It could.
be pulse 5. You could sniper 4.
I'd be picking my 3 right now. Whatever they feel like is going to be
Yeah.
best against this. I mean, do they
10
go for like a
seconds remaining.
Luna-ish counter with the
5 seconds
Darkseer? It's just a standard one. You get into the
Yes.
normal punch, you make illusions, you get the wall of replica. It feels quite nice. You're again that pipe builder, so you're not feeling as affected by
Yeah.
Eclipse, by Bedlam, by everything Phoenix is throwing at you. You've got a lot of magic damage right now on Dibujitos.
Yeah, we haven't really seen a lot of Darks here, haven't we? Like that hero's just been ignored when it comes to this Luna. Pubs, of course, different. But at least on the pro scene, I'm not sure if I can find a full statistic over all regions combined. I do have a stat here. Let's see. 8 Darkseer picks in total from a match pool of 306 games. So that's
Is this the
Very,
Dream League
very-
qualifiers?
Dire team
This is the
pick.
Dream League qualifiers, all regions
Lena.
combined. So
Wow,
it's
they're
been
gonna
played
go
in SA, China, SA and China by the looks of it. Who's played in an SA though? 2 off-lane picks. What is the team I'm looking for here? There's so many weird names in here.
10 seconds remaining.
Might have been an
Uh,
open qualifier team.
Yeah, it could be, could be.
5
Yeah,
seconds
they are not really
remaining.
showing. So yeah, you go for the Lina. Keep
Anyway,
that off-lane
the-
mid
Dire
idea still
team
open.
banned.
yeah, I mean the justification. Love that pick. The justification of me wanting to go that gyrocopter plus something that gives vision is that against a Luna, you just kind of like similar to a Medusa, you just want to outrange her, right? And that's something that Lina does incredibly well. That's something that this sniper gave them flexibility
10
to be able
seconds
to,
remaining.
you know, have that option. You've of course got
5 seconds
Matthew as
remaining.
well, that is no stranger to wanting to scale into the later stages of the game. So, you know, if you want to become that Glipnir right clicker for both the Egg and the Luna, you can. But that's what makes this Primal Beast such a great pick as well, right? You've got 2 heroes that really don't want to enable him to get on top of you.
Radiant
You got to be
team
mindful
banned.
though of the sniper, right? As soon if this is being played as a support, which is probably most likely, you're going to get that concussive grenade pretty early, and it does mean that Primal Beast is kind of limited in what he's able to do until he gets that BKB available, because you can just get X marked back, you can just get stunned, you
10
can just get
seconds
concussed
remaining.
and, you know, bumped away and slowed. And it's really only then the Tusk that can
5
interrupt
seconds
things. So
remaining.
Banning out the Doom here. Probably something that Waska might have even considered themselves, depending where this Primal Beast is
Radiant
going. Is
team
this mid?
back.
Is this off lane? I know a lot of East European teams, especially the rising Ukrainians, they've had a
team
lot of
back.
Primal Beast mid players, and rightfully so. They banned 1 off laner, 1 mid laner here. Frank's Visage and the Osito Storm
just give me a Puck. Puck feels pretty good to me.
or Dazzle.
You do. I want more stuff that's going to be able to
10
like keep a
seconds
fight held
remaining.
into place. As I said, do the Puck. I'm a little worried now that
5
maybe the
seconds
sniper would be
remaining.
just
Dire
put
team
mid,
pick.
and the sniper would crush the Puck in lane. You just run like Lina, Sniper,
Radiant
Conquer,
team
Tusk,
pick.
+1.
I speak for the trees.
It's
Does
okay.
that sit into your thought process?
I mean, it gives another way to be able to get onto the backlines, right? You've already got Phoenix, who's going to be diving in. You've already got
Yeah.
Primal Beast that's going to be diving in. Now you've got Nature's Prophet as well, that's capable of doing a
10
similar sort of
seconds
thing.
remaining.
And I mean, you haven't really maintained too much flex.
5
I
seconds
don't value
remaining.
Nature's Prophet as an offlane. I think Primal Beast is a much superior hero for that that task. So Nature's Prophet mid, totally viable. You end up getting those levels up really quickly, and you know, an early Wrath of Nature, basically as effective as like a Thunder God's Wrath, right? And when you consider the damage that you're going to be able to do when you TP into those side lanes.
Well, they did use their reserve time pretty well here. Considering a level 3 penalty, the Mojitos got themselves a pretty solid draft going here. Waska, any surprises still remaining here? We'll get our info on where's the Kunkka, where's the Sniper going? Is it going to be a support pick, making Sniper a core? Or are we looking at another core idea here for Waska? They did ban the offlaners away from Waska at least. Sacred, he's actually the guy I learned that Omni Knight off of, even though they did ban the Omni Knight in the first phase. Bring out the Underlord. This is pretty annoying for the Primal Beast to play against.
It is, and you remember I was saying I just want a pipe builder, right? And I feel like this is exactly the outcome that you'd be looking for. The other option in my mind would have been just still run the Sniper mid and go like an Enchantress instead, something that's able to take care of this Nature's Prophet Ironwood Treant. You remember Dibuhitos banned out the Doom in the phase, right? Because the Devour really limits the effectiveness of that one there. And it's also good just to be able to use, for example, the Enchant onto the Primal Beast stops that charge from happening too. So yeah, gives them both options. Clearly, they're just feeling a little bit more comfortable playing around the various different auras. And, you know, if you're going to go these bunch of heroes that can just dive onto someone, Kotaro is public enemy number 1. Now you've got the way to be able to just join in with him from anywhere on the map with your Fiend's Gate, and again, you're probably going to have the pipe available by the time they're going for these super deep dives. So I really don't hate the Underlord pick. I think it's perfectly fine. this, to me, feels like it's like the... Tylung needs to win it for Dibujitos, for mine. He's the one that's going to be making a lot of plays happen. He's the one that needs to be making sure that he keeps Kotaro in check. Because if he's able to do that, then this feels like a pretty free game for Wits to just, sit back and kind of do what he did in game number 1, just without, a couple of those really bad mistakes that, again, were only in the last 3-4 minutes of the game.
Again, the stress and the let's say the
Panic?
the mental side is starting to overload a bit here as well. If you are the losing team from game 1, knowing this could be your last game in this qualifier, you got to bring your everything. You got to focus every little bit in this laning stage, just like you did in that last game. And also, make mistakes. Well, there were a couple of mistakes made in game number 1. Hopefully, they don't repeat those here in this potentially their last match.
You would hope so. We want to see a good game regardless of the outcome, and you want to feel like the team that makes its way through towards the next stage of the bracket to take on Legacy in that second lower bracket match feels deserving. Obviously the winning team would prefer it being a 2-0. That's of course only Waska available to Waska anymore, just to give them some time to, mentally reset a little bit rather than just immediately jump into another game.
Also want to quickly give you an update as well on our sister channel at ESL Dota 2 Sanj. As we're on the Yasha channel, Sanj is playing the other elimination game with Kuya Esports versus Freestack. So that is the other elimination matchup. The winner of that one goes up against Wind Traders. Here in Waska versus Dibujitos, they go up against Legacy. And I'm not
Kuya's won game 1, I think.
Kuya's won game 1. Yes, I was about to give a spoiler alert, but
sorry,
Danog is your alert there. So if you don't want to keep an eye open, game 2 is well underway. You can keep an eye open on that, or you are very welcome to stay here with us on the I would say primary channel here with the good boys, the good lads, covering some SA Dotes for you folks. Not entirely sure about the next matchup we're covering. Is it because they shift the seeds from you lose the upper bracket number 1, you go into the lower bracket number 2 to get the shift with the matches. I'm not sure if our channel is also switching things around, or will we cover Legacy versus the winner of this one? Anyway, that will be right after this series.
A lot of damage from
let's
Matthew.
see what's coming out here. Primal Beast does get himself away, but that is a Primal Beast very low on HP as he kicks off his laning stage.
Very low on HP and with Onslaught level 1. Not the way that you want to start the game. It doesn't really enable your farm all that much at all. Even Dark Willow with the Bramble Maze skilled up. No real way to be able to secure a lot of these range creeps for the laning phase. So when you're going up against Kotaro, who's just going to be able to ping you from afar on this Lina, doesn't feel like a good way to be able to start this one off. So even though they weren't able to secure that first blood, you don't really... Oof, they nearly were able to get that. The Ice Shard's just slightly off the mark. The mental damage is done, and the net worth damage will become evident in probably, like, let's say 2 minutes time.
Yeah, my long speech about mental readiness already going down the drain. Hopefully not. Hopefully they can just recover themselves as soon as possible. Get themselves running.
Domi just ended up getting a few free right clicks in onto him. Nicely done by Demon on the bottom side of the map to make sure that small camp doesn't get pulled through.
Step lively now. Your admiral is on board.
Level 2 now on the Primal Beast. I'm a little surprised that they haven't, again, continued to commit in onto him. That was probably a kill if Yodomi just once again tossed out the Ice Shards and was able to take him out.
Very close attempts there. Primal has to be careful about the level 2 on this Tusk. Even if you manage to dodge the Ice Shards, there could be a potential snowball coming in to follow up. Positive side about Onslaught is it is unaffected by the Ice Shards. You cannot just stop a charging Primal Beast, but the snowball is a whole different matter. That can. But you need to charge into the snowball.
Yes.
Snowball doesn't have the movement speed to catch up. Would be kind of funny if the Primal Beast is charging as a snowball. Bring the snow with him.
Should be that. Like, the faster it's moving, the more damage it does, and it's based on your movement speed when you get into the snowball. I don't know. Momentum. Crazy thing.
Maybe you get like a slow debuff for dropping snow on the ground.
True.
Tai Lung, he's not falling for the Dark Mago Torrent baits this time around with a different hero. It is the 2v1 lane. The Greater Treant already packing a sizable 48 damage. Wait. Oh yeah, so that should be 48 overall damage, I guess, because it's just 48, but the Treant is 46.
Max damage. I think that's
Yeah, around max
that's
damage,
right.
yes.
Yeah, so he's kind of like in that little mid-ground. It's 44 to 48 is what his actual damage is on the Greater Treant.
Yeah, that would make more sense.
You can see Tai Lung, obviously, with the Nature's Prophet. Even being an int hero, he just wants to build up
as
into
well.
a little bit.
Big fight here. Primal Beast getting to use his full toolkit onto the Lina. Demon just casually throwing a grenade in their direction. But it's not really to do proper damage to follow up. They've got the magic one. 8 stacks. Demon's caught by the LSA and Kotaro first blood.
This one's gonna be a
Demon,
scorcher.
I think they were trying to outsmart them, but that was not it.
I'm really liking the carries these days that, I mean, maybe I'm just talking as a POS 5, but, you know, you get these Linas that want to buy the Arcane Boots, that want to be spamming a whole lot more abilities, both for the lane stage as well as actually get a kill up on the top
Wit
side.
as well. The Luna down. Maybe the Sacred drops as well. They'll get a trade. Maybe Matthew too. But Phoenix is very long cooldowns. Won't be able to get up to speed. Willow's just going to chase Matthew. He's probably just going to kill himself to the tower.
Should get the XP from this, though.
Yeah. XP given. Split kill. Killing the Luna. Pretty
Radiant
good kill to
structures
get.
are fortified.
Ideal. Dark Mago just popping an aggressive glyph as well, making sure that he's able to stay up in the face of Tai Lung. Ruin his potential of getting a bunch more of these last hits. He's done a much better job in this laning
Yes,
stage,
yes.
but again,
I was just about to say that.
like it's a conquer, right? You can only do so much in when you're going up against this level of, let's just call it what it is, oppression.
It certainly is that. Treants are pretty pesky. Primal Beast dropping low in the bottom lane. Pretty big fight once again. Yadomi can't quite kill him off, but Demon might drop here to Yadomi. We're watching the top lane, but bottom was almost giving a kill. Now they're looking for a turnaround on Yadomi, potentially. Already Shadow Realmed up, but Onslaught, Trample, 3 seconds. Not gonna go for it.
Oh,
They
you're
are
hot.
pretty low on resources.
I was thinking maybe they were looking just to see how deeply Kotaro committed to that that gank attempt, because you had the Shadow Realm. He was sitting on only about 200 HP, and wouldn't have even surprised me to see Primal Beast go for the dive onto the Lina. Well worth giving up your life 1-for-1 in that exchange.
They're charging it again. This time they've got the Phoenix to help them out, but the Snowball is out.
Good spell
Nice in
cast.
time. Phoenix is gonna be going down, but Kotaro and Yadomi, they end up dying first. Phoenix lives.
Never had a
Quick tip
chance.
there from Demon as well. Well played with the rotation.
Mm.
Two kills off at the safe lane duo of Waska.
I mean, that's partially just due to the rotation, what the tip was all about, but also I feel like Stinger, he's been doing really good stuff in terms of like his small communications. He said, put down your Bramble Maze, and then he moved into a position that Tusk Snowball was going to get someone rooted as well. So
Yeah.
the follow-up damage plus the root enabled them to get that 2-for-nothing kill. So just these little plays that you can make to kind of set yourself apart. Stinger, of course, is a very, very experienced POS 5, so even if he's, you know, his main heroes like the Silencer, for example, when I think Stinger, I think Silencer, aren't exactly in the meta, he's able to make it work on a very strong hero still like the Phoenix.
We are currently sitting on a pause, waiting for the action to continue. Arcane Rune has spawned top. For either one of these two mids, could be a good idea to get Kunkka, especially full mana. Get that lower cooldown Ghost Ship. Could be totally worth a rotation.
Tai Lung has his power treads coming out to him, but he doesn't have a TP scroll, so he's going to be very limited about what he can do in terms of that mana pool, right? No bottle for himself, no other form of regen that he's got coming through, so you have to make a choice, right? Do you stay in this lane, do you cast the Wrath of Nature, or do you teleport and have nothing else to be able to get back to safety?
Dark Mago's going to win the race. He picks up the Arcane. Bottom lane, though, they're diving Kotaro again, but the charge was cancelled by
Wrath
the
of
Primal
Nature.
Beast. Wasn't able to go all the way into the Lina. This snowball pushes them far, and suddenly there's a Kunkka in the action as well. Kataro burning. Is it enough damage? It's not. One literal tick was needed more, and that could have killed the Lina. She survives with 6 HP, and Matthew gets the double.
And that's that sort of situation that I was just talking about, right? I think they realized that Tai Long was, let's call it resource starved at that point. Like, if he TPs in, that is a completely different team fight, right? You've got all of that extra damage coming through. You've got the burst damage. Even if it's only 70 coming from the Sprout, you're forcing a hero that might not have the Quelling Blade, like Kataro, to just be stuck in place instead. All he could really do was throw out the Wrath of Nature, hope for the best. It nearly got interrupted as well by the Snowball. And at least he still took the mid-tier 1 tower, but it could have gone so much better for them.
Yeah, Tai Long was considering something that I saw the last time there was a mid-Furion in the game, where they didn't even attempt to scan or teleport to the enemy Wisdom Rune. This time Tai Long, he does both. He starts channeling the teleport, nobody under the scan, but as soon as it lit up, he decided not to go for it. So this is what I want to see Furions do. Really play active early, get those rotations in, get those Wisdom Runes contested if there's an opportunity for it.
I know it's important for him to be able to get up into that Maelstrom. I really wouldn't hate seeing him finish that circlet into a Null Talisman, just because A, you're an int hero, so it's going to give you some value when it gets to the later stages of the game. But just for that mana regen, right, you can just see Matthew making sure to use the Shrapnel to cancel out the Clarity, which means that once again, he can't look to commit with, you know, Wrath of Nature plus, I mean, he can teleport, but then he can't get out to safety, you know?
Yeah, and you talk about cheap farming items. Null Talisman is exactly that. Well,
it
the
need to get out to
versus
safety.
1 in the top lane, Sacred, that's a pretty merciless assault.
Might be TPing all the way back to base. Is Tai Long? Or
Trying
could
to fight
just
the Primal
stay out of the
Beast
map.
potentially. Oh, he's baiting him to charge. Goes to the lane. Dark Mago needs to get the X mark off, but it's only level 1. Won't be able to get the X mark on the Primal, bring it in for a kill. Tai Long's Treant, meanwhile, finished the tower. They forgot about that pesky little tree.
It's just so annoying to have to face up against this. It takes way too long to be able to take it out, and it was a really nice draft done, especially lacking reserve time.
Oh, Matthew, love watching that action there on the Phoenix. He was canceling that shrapnel multiple times, but he waited for the Icarus dive to go off first before he finishes the kill. Now Demon gonna get brought in. The Assassinate will give him a double kill. That maybe opens up the tower too, because they are here with 4.
Could have very easily assassinated at the start, give the kill over to Dark Margo, but we know that Matthew's not that kind of player. He wants to make sure that he's getting the kills, he's getting involved as much as possible. I mean, he's 5-1-0, man. He's not about letting his cores get that last hit.
Oh yeah, I think that's something that you need from your pause 4 sniper, is to be a bit selfless. Or I mean, sorry, you have to be a bit selfish. Get those kills for yourself. Don't give them away to your cores. Smoking up towards mid. 1 shrapnel ready. 2nd coming off cooldown. Dark Mago. 30 seconds for the ghost ship. Probably has to wait for that, but since they are 3, and that's only Demon in between, Dark Mago doesn't quite get there in time. Stinger, yeah, he gets to intervene with this gank, and there comes the Primal Beast. Matthew's got a big streak riding on him. He turns around for the shrapnel. The snowball's going to be there. Kataro, does he get the Laguna Blade? He's out of range. Lina parked on the high ground, hoping to get some spell connections, just to Dragon Slay, but they're too far away for that Laguna Blade. Lina doesn't get a freebie.
I think maybe even the pulverized slam into the ground interrupted a light strike array that Kataro was trying to put out, but yeah, they just didn't want to commit into that fight and put himself at risk of falling down there. Now, I do wonder what Matthew goes in terms of his item progression, right? Like, he's gone, you know, a little bit more of this spammy style. Looks like Wits will be okay. Are you going to go into something that's kind of like a hybrid in terms of what you can do for the team fights, being able to take out the Supernova, go into like a Dragon Lance, build that into a Hurricane Pike, just so that you've got a way to be able to get away from the Primal Beast, a way to be able to get out of the Sprout as well.
The Grade is also another great tool that you might just have to buy the shard instead of gifting it. Meanwhile, we'll find Demon on top, so this Willow doesn't really have a lot of choices. This many heroes.
He tried to do it
Oh,
again.
yeah, he tried to do it again, but he won't get it this time. Meanwhile, Wits is found. Yadomi blocks the exit, and with the portal, Sacred coming in as well. Snowball to connect onto the Luna. Tyling trying to help out. They do intervene in the backline. Dark Mago probably dying here to this Phoenix Egg and to the Primal Beast, but no, gets out as well. Dark Mago on the run. 4 seconds for
Once the
another
mini's done.
onslaught. It gets pushed back. Tai Lung gets the kill with a teleport, and Matthew could potentially die to the Primal Beast. He's a bit tanky there with the uproar, but it's not enough. And now
He wants
Tai
more.
Lung is also getting hunted here, and it is really just a sequence of disaster here, pretty much for Tipojitos. But Tai Lung, not enough damage to take him down. Sacred decided to turn around, but holy, that was getting really costly for Tipojitos. They couldn't get the Kunkka kill, and it went from one to another, and it's like, hey, another one.
Another one. It felt a little pub-like, to be honest. Like, everyone was kind of off doing their own thing rather than one overall strategy. The plus side, of course, for Huasca is that Kotaro was not involved with that at all. He was just sitting back, wanting to get his farm, wanting to make the most out of this Maelstrom. He's not ready to join in the fights, and he won't until he's got this Gleipnir at least available. By that point, you'll probably have this pipe up on Sacred, so that's the timing that I'm really looking for from Huasca. And yeah, I'm expecting them to look to really start to put their foot on the pedal once they get to that point. Of course, you do need to consider that by that stage, you're probably going to have the Sunray that you're going to have to deal with, and all these other things that are making them just that little bit more sustainable on the Tipojitos side.
I was looking at Hiko's sniper build from yesterday, if you remember the first series
Oh, yeah.
we covered.
Did he have a Daedalus at the end of it?
I had a suggestion from Matthew that you could potentially go a build like Power Treads, Lance, Gleipnir, MKB, Blink, Desolator was the final item, but that was kind of like the extra flavor at the end. Didn't really do much because the game was already over at that point. Yeah, just tower taking. But he bought a casual cloak and he has the mana boots, has the shard lined up, and he wants to go Glimmer Cape. So despite all the kills, Matthew still wants to be the ultimate team player.
Yeah, I hate it. Matthew, come on. You got to be feeling it a little bit more when you've got this sort of start. I can see why, you just want to make sure that you're able to, again, turn around that play that they're trying to make onto. They're going for the dives, so it's just about creating enough space to enable Sacred to come in, pop his pipe, and pop the Pit of Malice. So anything that just keeps whoever's gone on alive for that extra... Can even just be 2 seconds. Could be the real difference maker. I have to wonder if he does buy that Aghanim shard. I was about to say, like, well, like if he does that, then who potentially is going to be getting the shard when the Tormentor eventually falls down? The Tusk, it's okay. I'm not crazy about the Ice Shard's Aghanim shard bonus, but if you can give Kunkka a free shard, you would be very, very happy with that. It's just going to depend on the situation with who actually has less net worth at that point.
Oh yeah. There was the previous Kunkka build, right, with the whole Bloodstone meta. You had 18 minutes to finish Ags, Bloodstone, Blade Mail, and Shard. Maybe even the Ags on top of that. Like 18 minutes was, you needed at least some of those core items to get together. Then you are really just ready to go and pretty much try and end the game at that point.
Which I don't think you should be able to farm that quickly, to be honest. I think Dota needs to be slowed down a tiny bit.
With all the min-maxing involved in today's Dota. Tipojitos, do they defend this tower? Dark Mago is placed in front. Matthew, he's already got the aggressive vision placed down. So a glimpse of the Primal Beast. They're going to try and make a play on the Phoenix here. Maybe force the egg if they're lucky, and they will. But they could just back out.
What I'm always looking at this stage is like, what are they getting while this is all happening? You can see immediately Kotaro comes with that Gleipnir, so they're going to be able to get a ton of damage in onto this Primal Beast. Is it enough
kill?
though?
Underlord, though, maybe comes in for the secure here. Sacred with Yadomi, charge him down. Demons being followed by some of these Necronomicon creeps. Good placement of the gate when you actually got double the units.
Okay, this is actually some pretty decent damage on the bottom tower. They got to be mindful of Tai Lung hitting into this bottom one. They've got the double Greater Treant. They've got the Siege Creep hitting into this as well.
So mindful, so demure.
Never say that again. TP's coming in here up on the top side of the map with the
I
Wrath of
love
Nature.
how Phoenix is wrapping in behind of everyone, but hasn't got the Supernova. Underlord is just dying under the tower. Sacred Spike is out of play. Domi does get the ulti to connect onto the Phoenix. Snowballed up as well. Might be even enough to get this kill with the sniper ulti. Kataro
Rose
gets one.
isolated.
But now Kataro is just completely found alone. Tai Lung, Wits, and Frank, they will hunt this Lina down to the ends of the earth.
Extinguished.
Radiant's middle
Very,
tower
very
is
Getting in the
deep.
under
break.
attack.
There's not a lot here. There's the drinking
Next
buddies
to-
get the run out of this one, both connecting and onto Tai Lung, and even Dark Mago has to run away as he's also running at 300 HP.
That's clever.
Long chase,
Just
but
trying to pull the creep wave to the side just to give him that extra couple of yards away. Ooh, is he going to be able to get out of the sentry range? He is, but
Oh.
they have an idea of where Matthew is
yeah,
as well.
just bring him out. There's nowhere to run.
What is this?
Very, very deep place for them to be playing, right? Like, it's only 17 minutes into the game. Yes, you've got a good ward there, but just
Yeah.
way, way too far, especially when you're not getting that good start to the game.
Yeah, I mean, who thought? We got Supernova out. They can't fight. Who thought
Mhm.
that thought is probably going to cost quite a lot, because now that's not just 4 heroes dying. This is Roshan dropping at a pretty optimal timing for them to look at the tier 2 and just camp themselves for the next 3 minutes into the top lane to get the Tormentor out and maybe ward the triangle too. Waska,
Dire
I'm
has
curious
fallen.
how what their next call is going to be.
Roshan has fallen
Me
to
too,
die.
because off the back of this, you've also got a pipe coming out for the Primal Beast, so he's no slouch as well in terms of being able to enable the rest of your team to team fight. They are still quite squishy outside of the Primal himself, so this is going to enable them with the Aegis too to just feel so much tankier, so much more capable in a lot of these early fights. 4 points Icarus dive as well for Stinger. A lot of the time you see people just stick at 2 just because you're effectively doubling the damage from 1 to 2 points and putting a little bit more into that Sunray, but feels like for now, I guess he's not really focused on the team fight. It's much more about the pickoff. It's much more about putting yourself into a vulnerable position and still being able to get out to safety.
Slight advantage now here for Tipujitos, but we did say the same thing about game 1.
It's how they can close it out. I think what they're going to use this Aegis for, they got 4 minutes of time to finish at least Wits' BKB, and then they can look to make a play. Tai Lung, he'll probably be hitting it at a similar sort of timing to him. I wonder if maybe in a minute's time, what's the cooldown on Wrath of Nature? I mean, he could just pop it now, right? But when it turns to daytime and you've got that little bit of extra vision, just shove
Phoenix
the
just
lane.
walks in.
Yeah, it's a bit odd.
Got a light?
Well, at least you can tell the team, I found them.
Valuable information.
That also means that Yadomi probably might do the same thing and scout onward. He has been spotted, though, and he's starting to feel like there's probably a ward. He didn't probably even see the Luna illusions walk past, and those also have pretty sizable night vision. So you can get a lot of these moments where, like, they have a ward here, and you don't think about the Luna night vision, especially when there's no hero around. So it's like, that was just the illusions outside of Fog of War. Or in the Fog of War.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Wits is doing a really good job of just keeping this net worth lead up, though. Just playing around the Ancient Camp as much as possible, playing around lane creeps. And Ancient Camps are barely worth more than a full wave, excuse me, of lane creeps, and instantly going towards that Torment and not wanting to give it up, wanting to make sure that his supports can be enabled as much as possible. Gotta be a little careful there, because I'm not sure if the two of them is going to be enough to be able to take this one out, and yeah, need to back off.
Bring in the
entirely.
backup.
He won't be able to help with this.
Demon might still die for it, but he's getting a bit of healing in. The Sunray should keep Demon up, and there we go. Tormentors get him
Value.
on side to side. One for Phoenix, one for the Tusk.
I mean, Phoenix Shard is, in my opinion, one of the best in the game. Like, it's just so good. You get 2 Sunrays effectively as long as you pop it prior to popping that Supernova. So, even it doesn't need. Why does it need to add a slow? Honestly, it doesn't need that. It's good enough without it.
Yeah, that is really, really strong. Because now you're getting the slow, the DPS, the mischance. Then you also just, in general, the damage, which is
Dire
percentage-based
are
damage, percentage-based heal. Sunray is like a pretty S tier ability.
Sacred, Sacred. They see him.
If
That's who
anybody's
you want to be
interested in
jumping
backing
onto.
him up. They've got the Furion teleporting in just in case there is a fight. So they'll get this
Radiant's
one
bottom
and the
tower
tower
is
with
under
1.5 minutes remaining on the
Radiant
Aegis.
structures are
That is also the first
fortified.
tier 2 tower they would get, so the glyph is going to get refreshed. That's not their high ground glyph. That, at
Illusion.
least, still, Waska still has that.
Anytime you're going up against, you know, whether it be Dawnbreaker or Underlord or Nature's Prophet or Spectre, they're the target that you want. They're the ones that are going to be playing on their own away from the rest of the team because they know I can just join the boys whenever I want to. So for them to be able to get that kill leads into a tier 2 tower, like you said, opens up a huge portion of the map where now Waska feel a lot less safe to be able to play, and they can still use this to convert into these BKB timings. It's been a really good past few minutes for Dibujitos. I want to see them make another play though, while they've still got 30 seconds left on this Aegis. But maybe they feel like, you know what, level 20 on the Luna, that's really what we're playing for. I'm just a little disappointed that they're not going to be getting like value out of 2 BKBs and an Aegis timing.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Waska, do they have any vision with them here? You have
They're
one obs
waiting
ward
out this
for the
Aegis.
triangle.
They know it's timing out.
Yeah, there's the wards placed down by Yadomi, the only ward that they have. Demon teleporting over to the T1 bottom, and looks like a counter smoke's about to happen.
While the Aegis
Scouting.
is just running out as well.
Scouting with the Luna illusions in front. Waska's already back to their side of the map.
Dire
Tai Lung just in the absolute safest place on the map, right next to his tier 3 towers in the neutral camp. Dark Margot's a little deep.
Demon smoke's popping. He's calling it for reinforcements here. Dark Margot's finally going to spot that here they are. Bolt flies in. Willow takes no damage because of the Yules, throws himself into the air. Tai Lung, there's the Eclipse from Wits as well. They force Dark Margot away, but they're splitting their damage on multiple targets, and they've already lost their Phoenix, and now they're running away.
Demon's on the high ground.
Has nothing left here. Yeah, Demon is just out of this fight completely. Tai Lung dead. Double for Kataro. Frank's trying to finish up Dark Mago. He'll get him with the onslaught, but the right clicks from this Lina, too much to deal with. Demon's still stuck there on that cliff. And Kataro looking for another kill, landing that Dragon Slave, and Yadomi takes him down with the Walrus Punch. Man,
That was so messy, and
It
it felt
was.
like unnecessary, right? You had a Kunkka completely isolated away from the rest of his team, and they just don't go on him. You know, they enable him to get off his entire complement of spells. I guess they don't exactly have the most stuns for themselves, right? And he's also got a BKB available, so there's nothing really stopping him from that instant boat pop, that instant tidal wave, instant torrent. It was a bad supernova that Stinger did, just right in the middle of everyone. That egg just melted. You don't even need this sniper to be going this, you know, semi-carry, kind of can transition, but also be a support style. No, he was just right next to basically everyone on the Waska team.
I can't help but say it, but I'm picking up Game 1 vibes.
Yeah, and again, they made that smoke happen as the Aegis had just expired. They had their BKBs while Aegis still had a minute left on it, and they chose to just wait back and not play with it. Imagine if Luna was leading the charge, right? Like,
Yeah.
you can
Shifting
take
from
the
that
choice.
1.5 minutes left on Aegis, they get a kill on the Underlord, take the tier 2 tower, back to their side of the map. They smoke as the Aegis expires. It's like, you already made a good move. You don't have to force this one. Unforced errors, the key word.
Yep. You much of a tennis player, unforced errors?
No, but it's a good term that I've learned in the last 2 years.
It's the way I play. Not making a lot of errors, but forcing them to make errors.
Oh, hell yeah. That's the best satisfaction, right? Domi doesn't really get charged on. 10 seconds for Roche. Give me a Roche prediction time.
Hold on. I'm looking at Tai Lung on the bottom side of the map as Gleipnir actually lands onto Yadomi.
Now let's see if they fight this one. Let's see if it's a quick or a long one. Either at the same time, Katara with a Laguna Blade straight to the Nature's Prophet. It's a 7-second Roche spawn.
Dire's middle tower
Okay.
is under
That's
attack.
pretty quick.
So if they can maybe get another kill going their way, they could just portal top, take over that area, find Roche is already in his pit. The
Radiant
scan
are
connects.
scanning.
They're still on the hunt for Frank, but he's teleporting out.
Nice little juke spot.
find him there. So Roche will have
Dire's
to wait for a
bottom
bit. They'll
tower
get at
is
least a
under
T1 here.
attack.
Kataro's damage with the drinking buddies, man.
Yep. You gotta just
Dire's
you gotta
bottom
break
tower
Dota.
has
That's what you do.
Yeah, he picked a level 10 talent for that too. I think you'd go for the Walrus Punch stun duration just to get a bit of extra CC, but plus
Not when you got a
25
machine
damage.
gun Lina.
Oh yeah, 120 right click damage. Oof.
Double damage.
Had that on top of what auras have we got? Oh, Underlord's actually going for the Aghanim Scepter as well. So
Conker's
even more
alone.
control.
Are scanning.
The wards that
Wouldn't
they
be the
placed
first
down here in
time.
the top area, there's nobody else to be found here. They were thinking about jumping to Conker for a moment. Dark Mago, nice
Backline.
nukes around the trees. Now he's going in again. 80 rune eclipse right on top of the Conker, and that rum's gonna do you no good. He's gonna figure out that was not the whiskey that he signed up for. Meanwhile, the pig is just getting pummeled by Kotaro. He's got the buffs, he's got the damage. The snowball will be used to buy some time and save this Lina. Luna's on the run away, and they will get Tai Lung to right-click Kotaro down. 2 for 1 so far. Yatomi could be the third casualty. Maybe Sacred gets Demon, but he doesn't have the damage to do it all by himself, and Wits returns to clean up.
It's a few times now that Dark Mago has just been completely separated from his team. I can understand feeling relatively tanky in the early stages of the game, but is far beyond that point. You know, he's fallen, what, 3k behind the Nature's Prophet now, despite doing a pretty good job in lane. And he doesn't exactly have the tankiest of items, right? Like maybe if he... I don't know, many people are building Hark these days, but you get the sense of what I'm saying, right? Like, he's not unkillable by any stretch, especially if you can get that that Pulverize onto him prior to him being able to pop anything.
Costly for Waska, because that's gonna also be the second Roshan and a banner.
You saw how quickly the egg was still able to melt. It was Kotaro focusing in onto that one versus anyone else. They're going to be able to get a quick kill here? I'm not sure if this is the best choice.
They already used Take Aim as well on Matthew, and not a lot of damage he would deal anyway, with the Philosopher's
They
still
still want more.
-30. Maybe they can catch someone here, but Luna is out.
Everyone's
Willow,
out.
Primal, they're all gone. So winning a team fight, winning Roche for free. A couple.
And you got to say, you'd probably feel a little bit more confident about, I don't know. I was about to say the scaling of the supports, even on Dibujitos, like Phoenix, amazing late game support hero. Same sort of thing with Willow. If you give her the space to, and wouldn't you know it, Demon has the Aghanim Scepter queued up, but you can't put it beyond a Tusk to be able to do a similar sort of thing, right? Once it gets to the later stages. So many different options. He's gone for the Boots of Bearing for now, just giving even more potential to just eliminate that egg super quickly. Even, you know, enable the sniper to become a little bit of a right clicker himself. So I think
Yeah,
it's
you
just
feel
again-
comfortable having supports like this on both sides.
Yeah.
Not the ones that fall off. Like if this was a game of like Treant Protector, you itemize your way out of his ulti, and his existence, his impact in the game starts to shrug off the further we go. But these will carry their weight no matter how long this game goes.
Margot, he's so deep again.
Same place he died before.
Is
They
it
already
Faith?
rewarded once. But they're gonna probably figure out that there's probably more vision in here. Tai Lung
He's got the
get
Aegis.
caught as well. They could get the chance to turn around. Tidal Wave pushing him closer to Kotaro. That is life number 1 down the drain. Almost. Not enough, though. The egg will explode as well. That's
Sun Ray power.
Yatomi, the Sun Ray power indeed. As Wits is going to focus himself on Sacred with all that extra right-click damage from the Moonstorm. Matthew splitting to run away. Kotaro is on the run out. He'll lose the Underlord and the Tusk. And now the Sniper's still, well, making some space, but it's just the supports chasing him. The cores will get their way to the T2 tower.
Thankfully for his sake, it didn't end up punishing him too hard. Stinger had that entire fight with the Yule Scepter in his backpack, but didn't end up needing it.
Radiant's top tower
Feel
has
pretty
fallen.
terrible if someone just TP'd away in your face, but yeah, that is... How many times now has Dark Mago just kind of put his team into a bad spot because of his positioning and,
Radiant's top
you know,
tower
like you
is
said,
under
the
attack.
exact same spot that they had previously. Now they're going to get a Tormentor in very, very quick fashion, completely for free. And it over
Pretty sure.
to Luna.
Pretty sure someone's going to make a party game out of that soon.
Just like that was a huge amount of healing coming through from Stinger, right? Perfect positioning as well, right? Just sitting way on the back lines, even out of range of a Lina who's got, you know, Hurricane Pike, and eventually you're going to get into the 37-minute mark. I'm imagining someone is going to be holding on to Telescope if it's available to them, just, again, for that attack range bonus.
Pushing down the mid lane. The last tier 2 on their sights. Waska could be good off with a bit of a
Radiant's middle
breather.
tower has fallen.
Last 2 fights haven't really felt like proper fights for them.
I mean, even without drinking buddies, you've got 325 damage on this Lina, which has the potential to crit as well, and is only 500 gold away from Daedalus. So this is scary. Like, Lina just needs to be controlled. They need to stay away from Lina. They need to take away her potential to just, you know, sit back and right-click.
Yeah. You're seeing a ton of sprouts being cast on her, the pulverize attempts being made.
At least she's
Yeah,
got
of
the
course.
Hurricane Pike for herself now, so she's not just on an island reliant on others to be able to get out of that sprout.
Haste.
There's a bit of a little haste room there for Wits. If only they got through the Aegis, that could have been a
Hold on.
fight. Furion is
Kataro
taking
is
back in.
complete
BKB already used the
forward.
Kataro. Egg is popped. Wits BKB'd up too. Lina gonna have to try and make a run out from there. Does get rooted up once again. Yadomi will die for this. Falling up, the tidal wave will push them away. Won't be able to chase them to the high ground, so it's just a Tusk, but a plenty of BKBs used. Primal didn't use his, and neither did Tai Long actually, because he had that Aegis all the time.
This time around, I think they're going to be a lot more measured about their use of the Aegis. It's expiring in 20 seconds, so when you've got BKBs expended on pretty much everyone on Waska, just back off, get your next layer of farm, and I'd say once again, maybe you wait for Tusk, but I'm expecting a smoke to be on the cards very, very shortly for them.
Yeah.
Once they know this Aegis is gone, Luna would be my main target. No BKB, you got to stop her from getting to that level 25 and extending what is already a huge amount of net worth on just one hero.
Oh yeah, when you think about the situation as well in terms of current gold being held by players, Dire are the ones who can finish an item. Waska, there's nothing coming in anytime soon. They're all broke.
Still doesn't have that concussive grenade on the sniper. He's had it queued up and he's like, oh, one more item. We can maybe get it off the Tormentor. Well, Tormentor died 2 minutes ago, so I feel like, yes, it's going to be nice to get the Solar Crest. Concussive grenade, far more value at this stage.
Yeah, I mean, he had that shard lined up since he bought the cloak for his Glimmer Cape.
Yeah.
That was, what, 23 minutes ago?
Mm-hmm.
And he was 7-1. Now he's 7-5. Not a lot of changes there, but of course, you know, he is the support. He's not supposed to be picking up these kills. Wits calls for a pause, although they are smoked up right next to the Dark Willow.
That's not who you want, though. Like, Willow...
It's not who you want exactly, yeah. And there
She
could
hasn't
be
fought
more
there.
people. It could be a bait, even. They have no vision here.
They have no vision. I mean, they have okay vision, right? They've got, like, river vision, but it's not exactly providing them too much of anything. They know they're not in the
Yeah.
jungle as well because of this deep Yodomi ward that they placed.
Between two high grounds, right? You could get pincered really quick.
Yeah, for sure. So I wonder if they do look to make this jump. I mean, again, the thing that they're not lacking is quick ways to be able to, you know, deal damage onto demons. So maybe while they're in this, I think, is the torrent already cast? Yeah, it is. It's on the ground already. So if demon gets hit by this, they're just going to look to try and convert on a kill and get the hell out. They miss though. Can you commit for this?
Wave pushing in back. Phoenix on the side. Not going to help out Demon. Yule's buying a bit of time here. Everybody else is already scattering around the map. Pushing themselves away. There are Treants taking the
they see
tier
the Luna.
3, and they got it. And the range rack stays falling while they are fighting versus Wits. But is it enough? The BKB, the X-Mark. It is! They're going to get the Luna straight back into their arms. Once again, X-Mark proving to be stronger than the BKB. Wits is down. The range rack has fallen in the Radiant base as we speak.
Doesn't matter though if you're able to take out this Luna. She didn't end up popping the Eclipse, so she still has that available. But even if you buy back, no BKB doesn't really feel all that
Radiant
effective, and
structures are
someone's going to need to go
Megas.
back and deal with this. It's
Dire's middle
Matthew.
tower is under attack.
Well, not the Mega, the melee ranks almost going down as well, but Armago with Yadomi versus the Phoenix versus the Nature's
A lot of
Prophet.
damage
This
from
guy
Pylon.
packs a real big punch here. The leash on the Kunkka. Gets out from the Sprout. Miriam, teleport for 5 seconds. A Yule's coming out from the Phoenix as well. Dark Mago will die to the Vessel.
Dire's courier
And you don't see a whole lot these days, but definitely a good one here versus the Kunkka. Tusk gonna get caught by the Pulverize. And they're marching high ground here with Sacred and Katara. Force up the Glyph. They're still staying around with the double catapults. They know they're not near their base right now. And probably suspecting they have teleports on cooldown. Phoenix doesn't even have a teleport right now. Charge audio cue coming in. Nice Pain of Malice there early by Sacred. Primal Beast caught Laguna into the Blade Mail. Does take some damage here, but can they get the full-on kill? Primal backing away. Tylo getting a couple punches in. Phoenix does not have the Supernova. Vesseled up though. Lina in trouble. The charge coming out. The Yules will buy some time for the Phoenix as well. The Pulverize, and Lina will go down. But they will take the Phoenix. Can they get Tai Lung? Assassinate flies in. Sacred gets another. He's dying to the Pharasma, takes the Thailand, will get his vengeance. And Matthew versus Primal Beast, the Treant
The
trapped
Treant.
in between. Takes
The
the
tomato.
chokehold. Oh.
Underlord
They're
forced
all
to
dead.
buy back.
Buy
Just to
back, gotta
yeah,
space.
protect this double lane, double wave, excuse me, from coming through here. Still a bit messy though, isn't it, T? Like, no one's really,
Radiant's middle tower
in the
is under
past few
attack.
minutes, no one's really stamped their mark on this game. Yes, it's still a 16k net worth lead for Dibujitos, but saw there
Radiant's
that
top barracks are under
if
attack.
Luna doesn't look to instantly TP out, that X mark is still going to be impactful.
Yeah, this is not very sophisticated, Dota, isn't it? It's very gritty, it's very brawly. Everyone feels like they're stronger than what they actually are. And hence we see a lot of these overextensions.
Oh, no cheating, T. What does Matthew have queued up? Have a guess.
Matthew, do they need tower down? Desolator?
Have a look.
Oh, what?
I have
got-
to
you
imagine
got
it's
the
to deal with
shard.
the Ironwood Treant.
You got the shard. Yeah, I mean, kind of. I guess it is. He doesn't have any right-click damage with this build.
I mean, Tusk just bought one, and I assume he sold it immediately. Maybe he just bought the Vlads instead. I didn't quite see.
Matthew, like, no, me. Sell
Right.
that. It's my item.
He's not even got it yet. Come on.
40-minute Midas. Okay. Gonna have to start looking at Midas statistics for snipers. Like, when do we? Oh man. I'm just gonna take a look.
Sure.
It'll take me a moment, but I want to take a look at that.
If he does get max value out of it and gets up to level 25, that shrapnel minus 30-second recharge time is really nice. It takes 5 seconds to get another charge out of the shrapnel, so you can deal a ton of damage in team fights, you can shove out lanes really effectively, you can give vision quite nicely, so it's certainly nothing to sneeze at, but it just feels a little dirty, you know, especially as a support.
Well, I can tell you this much. At least in the last couple of years, the slowest pickup on a Sniper Midas has been 46 minutes. So he just scrapped that plan completely and he swapped over to Lotus Orb.
Good. That's sounds much more logical to come through because again, they are lacking in stuns very heavily on Dibujitos. So if you've got that Lotus Orb, doesn't matter if you've got the Pulverize that's going to be going through the BKB. Lotus just completely turns things around.
Yeah, not one but two as well. Underlord has another one queued up. So both Sacred and Matthew want to get a bit of extra armor versus the right-click damage on the Luna and the Prophet while also saving themselves from debuffs. So that works.
Either team can go for this top Roshan. It's only got 30 seconds left on it. Of course, Sacred able to join them at any time. Tai Lung is in a similar sort of boat as well, just trying to rat down on this bottom side of the map as he... You have to wonder if he's even like... Do they want to force a fight so that Underlord TP's out and you still like just try and go for the base? Because I don't really think the lanes are in a spot that even if you won a team fight or got a couple of really valuable kills, can Wesker really make the most out of that at this point is the question that I'm having.
It's not quite like the game we saw in TI on the final day where everything was gone from the base and the last thing to do was just the Ancient without the glyph. They're portaling mid. They spot Tylong. He just BKBs. Decides to instantly TP. Dark Mago, does he get... Oh, he's got the X
Oh, he
mark.
does.
He's going to bring him back.
Wasn't
Dude,
quick
there
enough.
is something with this ability versus Pika. I'm telling you.
Mm-hmm. They will still end up giving up Roshan, so it's not like they got that kill completely for free, although TPs are coming in. The Rainbow, Dark Margo with the
Torrent
Torrent
in
is
the
going to
pit.
be enough.
Aegis picked up items, picked up Wits, BKB'd already. They're not willing
G's
to
on
fight
the
this
deck.
one.
Oh,
Jesus,
it's a good
down,
man.
and a Willow caught too. Will not be for nothing. Wits was able to save most of the items. He drops the refresher and the banner in the pit, picks up the Aegis, but it is still 2 kills and a cheese. And no BKBs for a moment as well. That's a 70-second cooldown for Wits. Is it enough for Waska?
Man, it must feel so horrible for Dark Margo to still be carrying around a Quelling Blade just because of this freaking Nature's Prophet. I hate it. Like, Battle Fury is a dead item, so you can't really do that anymore, and what are you supposed to do? You just got this one hero. I mean, the what's the neutral item called that actually does kind of counter it a little bit?
The Sprout?
Yeah. Oh god, what was it?
Which one are
Light
we
Collector.
talking about?
Light Collector destroys
Oh
trees.
yeah,
in a-
Light Collector. Yeah, nobody ever brings that one up. That's true.
Every time I'm playing against a Prophet, I'm like, please, 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 give me the Light Collector.
Well, they're gonna try and utilize this moment of no BKB up on the Luna. Aegis or not, 20 seconds. They'll get the tier 3 out of the way. That is some structural damage. Opens up a lane at
Oh,
least. If
hello,
they ever get
Primal.
creeped in. Frank is playing very aggressive here, trying to catch Yadomi. Gets caught by the Walrus Punch.
That's just a wasted BKB.
That is a wasted BKB indeed. What was that play? I mean, his team wasn't ready to follow. Not on the same page.
Courier as well. Holding on to a bunch of items, because he's only 600 gold away from an Aghanim Scepter on this Primal Beast as well.
Radiant's top barracks are under attack.
They've left the base, by the way. The refresher and the banner were forgotten. Somebody's courier's picking them up now. Willow's thinking about it. Already picked up the shard for a moment, just leaves it back there again. Sacred in the front line. Hex
Oh, the
comes
Lotus!
out. The Lotus perfectly timed. Phoenix is dying, but not fast enough. But dies in the end. Doesn't get the egg off at all. That is a couple casualties already. Frank, that Tylong running away from Kataro, but doesn't get the kill. And Wits is pushed down to the low ground by Kunkka with the tidal wave. Sacred's going to be right nearby. Another pit of
Still got
Malice is
BKB.
available. They're going to catch the
Still
Willow
got Satanic.
again as well. Boats are flying in. Wits is just being pummeled. That Satanic ain't saving you today. And the Willow gone too. All because of a Lotus finished on the Underlord. We talked about them having it lined up, him and the sniper, and instantly pays off.
Just a little bit slow on the fingers there was Stinger, right? Like, he dives in, he buys back as well, but there's nowhere to TP to. They didn't take the outpost, so he just took way too long to be able to get back, and he might die again. This is a dieback.
Oh no.
Scythe?
Kataro right there. The Hex comes out though, but a dive is ready. The right clicks. Is it enough? The assassinate. It is.
Oh, this could just be game. 2 games in a row that might knock them out of the qualifiers, where they were in a very, very commanding position.
In the
It's a
same way.
16k net worth
In the
lead.
same way. It's a deja vu.
Barracks are under attack. Dire's middle barracks
Waska.
That's all
has
they got.
fallen.
You know, when you're expanding a Luna buyback, it's, well, I think she actually
Is
popped.
under attack.
Did someone end up using the
Dire's
refresher?
middle tower has fallen.
It's in the stash of the Primal Beast right now.
Dire's middle
Wits could
tower
use that.
has
Wits could
fallen.
really use that.
We could use anything right now.
Just dying pretty much to the spell's been thrown in his general direction.
He's
He's
died
gone.
again?
Yeah, they're just.
Is under attack.
This is tilting.
This is very tilting. I mean, Frank is going in, trying to buy some time, but it is a
You don't
pretty,
have Luna.
they don't have anything left anymore. They're just completely drained down to the tank and Waska. I mean, I have to say, I'm a tad bit worried about their tournament life here. They will get to continue, sure, but they just got 2 games handed to them in the literal final moments. 2 games in a row in the same series. And Waska continues, and Dimojitos, they are out of this. They are indeed.
I don't know if this one was handed to them because it was a really nice, quick finger use of the Lotus Orb to be able to turn that one around. Is your Phoenix really the one that you want to be initiating when you don't have, the rest of your team backing you up immediately to be able to make it happen? Probably not. It was just like, I don't know, poor decision after poor decision after poor decision. But from the Waska side, you did need to punish it effectively, and I feel like they did. The itemization, especially on Matthew, was a little bit odd, at a lot of the different stages of the game, but certainly that Lotus that Sacred was able to claim up really turned the tide for them.
Yeah, just, one's misfortune, but the other just getting everything that they need at the right time. Literally finished the Lotus Orb that he had queued up a while ago, and the first cast just turns a fight for you. Like, that is just insane how quick of an impact you can get from finishing an item like that. And of course, like, even though Phoenix was surviving for a bit, but lands down from the Yules, gets nuked before you get him the chance to press your R. Like, that is also some really important small clutch moments here from Waska here and there that allows them to turn this game upside down. But it's not just them. Like, Vegito's just making mistake after mistake. Last game, they forgot the glyph. They've got to use their spells on their allies. There was no communication. Split fights here and there in the most hectic moments of the game where you have to get your shit together.
Pretty much.
And this is just a repeat of that. So, like I said, I will stick to my point. I am going to feel a bit worried about Waska's tournament life. Them getting knocked out into the lower bracket, getting 2 games handed to them in the final moments. They're going to have to start performing like a qualifying team because they are not the toughest team to beat here. There's still Heroics on Beast Coast to be looking out for. So, cleaning up. Yeah, and cleaning up the series 2-0. They have to go up against Legacy next. That is already a different type of beast they have to play against. That series starts in about 55 minutes around from now. So, again, going to have a bit of a break. Meanwhile, as we do that, Kuya Esports versus Freestack has gone to a game 3, so you might as well tune in for that one. But make sure you come back in an hour for our next series here with T-Panda and Down.
You should see my baby, she's spanking new. And she never says no, she's can do. Got a smile that shines like rubies and pearls. And I love that little robo girl. Well, she knows how to do that bump and grind. With 4 on the floor, she'll blow your mind. She's got rosy cheeks and strawberry curls. That's my sexy little robo girl. When I kiss her heated lips, she burns like a kitten and twirls her lips. Says your wish is my command, telling me to love her like a real man. With the high-speed motors in overdrive, I've never felt a lover who's more alive.
Welcome to my private garden. It's my own menagerie. If you're looking for a party, I own everything you see. Heavy is the head that wears the crown. They said it's my time, and I'm gonna run this scene. If you don't like the way I rule my empire, you can go ahead and you can kiss my ring. All eyes on me, yeah. When I enter the scene, quit it. All eyes on me. All hail to the king, get it? If I say so, then it is so. If I say no, you better get low. On bended knee, yeah. All hail to the king, get it? Make way for the king, yeah. All hail to the king, get it? If I say so, then it is so. If I say no, you better get low. On bended knee, yeah. All hail to the king, get it? There's only room for one hustler, sitting way up on that throne. Guess I'm showing my true colors. 24 karat gold. I'm gonna wear that crown. Y'all better hit the ground. It's my time, and I can guarantee, if you don't like the way I rule my kingdom, you can go ahead and you can kiss my ring. All eyes on me, yeah. When I enter the scene, quit it. All eyes on me. All hail to the king, get it? If I say so, then it is so. If I say no, you better get low. On bended knee, yeah. All hail to the king, get it? Make way for the king, yeah. All hail to the king, get it? If I say so, then it is so. If I say no, on bended knee, yeah. All hail to the king, get it? Oh, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling, oh, I'm feeling good. Wake up with no alarm, brand new kind of charm, and fresh hot coffee in a big old mug. Can't wait to get my face in the morning sun, yeah. Make a list, check it out, doing only what I want. Cause there's nothing better than making waves. I'm front and center in my own parade, on parade, on parade, on parade. Oh, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling, oh, I'm feeling good. Solid gold, I'm shining into full. So come and take a look. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling. Hold up, windows down, rolling with the classic sound. Spent $5 on Walmart shades. Can't wait to stop traffic in my own parade. On parade, on parade, on parade. Oh, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling, oh, I'm feeling good. Solid gold, I'm shining into full. So come and take a look. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling. shot, new kid on the block. Currents running strong like a solar wave.
Well, welcome back, you lovely folks. We are ready to go once again for another series of the SA Qualifier. This time we're done and dusted with the first round, and time to look forward into the top 6. Only the top 2 are the ones that really count here, but you got to take it one series at a time. It's Legacy versus Team Waska here with T-Pan and Danog. Legacy got knocked down to the lower bracket in the second round by Heroic, and Team Waska, they just got 2 wins easily, hard way. They got the wins. Let's just go with that.
That's what matters. You know, they played the late game better. They did the old Talon, you know, when that was the old Aurora roster, which is now not even a full roster anymore, where it's like, you know, lose the game for about 30 minutes and then just punish a really big mistake and then make it all look A-okay. But yeah, like you were saying towards the end of that previous series, it was the exact same thing that happened back-to-back in both games. You know, massive lead, you have the Roshan, you overextend a little bit, you get picked off one by one. Little dumb mistakes, to be honest, back to back to back, and yeah, it ends up costing them. I think Dibujitos are better than the 2-0 and 2-0 that they got knocked out in, but at the end of the day, you got to make those right decisions when it gets to those late games.
Right? I mean, it feels like this is some 200 IQ stuff coming out from Team Waska, that they are the masters of the domino effect and just put their opponents in a spot where they can lose everything, and they will lose everything. So that's what happened in the previous series. But Legacy, they are playing their first series of the day. They've had a good night's sleep, probably recovered from that heroic stomp, 30 minutes and 25 minutes lasting games in the upper bracket, ready to take on Team Waska. I'm curious about this matchup because you also highlighted Legacy being one of those teams that are capable of taking that qualification spot. Like they're almost neck and neck with all the other top teams. You have Waska also added into the mix. So probably out of the 4, Heroic Beast Coast, Waska, Legacy, who is higher in your power ranking out of these 2? Because I feel like you might be leaning on Legacy a bit more.
Maybe, right? Like losing in 30 and 25 minutes to Heroic. Yes, it's Heroic. Yes, they're a very good team, but that's pretty dominant fashion that you're losing in, right? So that kind of bumps them down a little bit. I think Beast Coast got bumped up a little bit by how well they were playing, even just how quickly they were able to dispatch of Dibujitos in their first series. We saw how good Dibujitos are in that first 30 minutes, right? So it just lends you more towards feeling a little bit more confident about the top 2 within the region, and you know, for a damn good reason. At the conclusion of this series, we'll be throwing people over to the ESL Dota 2 Sanj channel, right, to be able to watch that Heroic versus Beast Coast matchup, because one of those 2 are going through at the end of today.
That is the one that's going to be decided later on. And, you know, this is not the... this is actually the last series for the lower bracket in total. Tomorrow is going to be the semis into the lower bracket finals. So someone's going to have to play back-to-back series. But these, at least for Waska, it's already back-to-back for today. Might have to repeat that tomorrow. So hopefully they're all juiced up for this long, grueling best-of-3, which could go all the full distance. We've only had 2 series go into 3 maps so far. The other was the lower bracket round 1 matchup on our sister channel, as you mentioned, Kuya Esports versus Freestack, which Kuya was able to take, and they are playing Wind Traders. So the winner of that series plays the winner of this one. But let's talk Dota. What is this Broodmother doing in our first phase bans?
Just a bit of respect coming through. Legacy, they like to pick it up a little bit, so they may as well just take away that comfort if you can. They tried doing it against Heroic. They did lose in... Was that the 30-minute game? Yeah, it was the 30-minute game that they ended up playing against it. But it's clearly something that they just don't even want to have to consider, so why not just get rid of it? It feels like not as much as it used to be, like a hero that completely changes the way that you have to play Dota, but it's still strong enough, and I think it's still flexible enough to go between POS 1 or POS 3 that you just... Again, you just don't want to consider it. A lot of these other bans make a ton of sense. Lone Druid, another one of those heroes that changes the way you have to play. Sand King, OP, get rid of it, get it out of there. I think if you've got second pick, you're crazy to not ban it. And it does mean that there are a few things that slip through, right? There's Naga.
Every support. Every single support is there. So they can bring up the SD. I was thinking about... you don't necessarily first pick the sniper. You can maybe pick it as an answer, but looking at Hiko, aka Milo IQ Ooga Booga, he did pull off a pretty Giga Chat performance yesterday on the sniper.
10 seconds
But
remaining.
SD, your premium tier support. It's an easy opener.
Sure.
5 seconds
And
remaining.
you could just set up so much with it, right? Again, you are the only thing that guarantees
Radiant's
you're going to get
team
that
back.
offensive dispel off. And just having that tool at your disposal means that you can go all these different auras that you want, but it's actually not going to be all that impactful beyond like the mech. I guess Pipe is kind of in the similar sort of boat, right? You can't dispel Pipe, you can get rid of the Crimson Guard. So maybe that's going to be something that they're
10
considering, but they're
seconds
still just going to go for a Centaur. And we've seen how beefy Centaurs can be,
5
and it just
seconds
feels like a
remaining.
natural build into the Crimson, but might be a mistake this game if you are going up against the Shadow Demon.
It could be, but I think they deliberately picked the Centaur because of the Shadow Demon out there. So any target that gets hit by the ult has always the protection of the Stampede, but we don't really see it being used that way, don't we? SDs are holding on to their ulti either to force the Stampede or wait till the Stampede is over and look for a
Radiant
timing when your
team
cores
back.
get to deal damage. And because it is a movement speed slow, not a stun, you're going to want a hero that benefits from that time your opponent is stuck on the spot. So expect maybe Lena's, maybe we'll see Phoenixes, maybe we'll still Snapfires in this game, leading as a consequence from that.
10 seconds
Dire
remaining.
team
Yeah, and of course, Centaur just gives you, again, it is the front line. So you've got stuff that you can just look to play around the back line. You know you've always going to have someone playing ahead of you. Anything that requires that heavy positioning is going to be really solid. Wouldn't even hate Waska picking up the sniper for themselves here with this opening pick of the second phase, because
10
it's going to give
seconds
them a lot of that
remaining.
flexibility. Could be 1, could be 2, could be 4.
Dire team
Feels really
pick.
solid in every single one of those lanes. And, if it
Radiant
is a
team
4,
pick.
you're probably going to have a pretty decent time
Enchantress.
against the Shadow Demon. Enchantress has a good time regardless of the lane, and I am stunned that we have not seen this until this point, because it still seems like just such an incredibly strong hero.
It is a strong hero. It is a late game scaling support, and also versus Shadow Demon Illusions,
10
another
seconds
stealer to
remaining.
turn those illusions to your advantage with the enchant and get some damage going
5
your way, and
seconds
some farm
remaining.
maybe too, depending what the hero is. SD is looking to disrupt.
Not just a 5 either, right? At TI, we saw Saxa play it almost exclusively for Tundra as the position 4 support, so you've got that flexibility if the lane is really solid for it to just bully out this Shadow Demon as much as possible. Of course, with the SD, you can run it as a 4 as well, especially playing on the Radiant side. Those ancient stacks become just a little bit easier to be able to get to and start to build them up nice and quickly.
Legacy, though, taking a bit of
Radiant
time here,
team
thinking
pick.
about what is our second phase going to look like. We have left the
Hold on.
sniper in the pool. They go for the Tusk, and are we seeing the Lena come out again? Wind Ranger is another option.
I'm just looking at the last game draft of TI and just seeing if they're trying to mirror that, because could be. I mean, this is
10 seconds
on the
remaining.
it's going to be the little graphic that's playing around with the Aegis, right?
5
The winning
seconds
heroes,
remaining.
the ones that
Wait,
help to
wait.
lift up the Aegis.
Which team wants the Pango? It's not a excellent hero, is it?
Don't think so.
I mean, I love Pango. I've loved playing Pango in pubs. He's so much
Dire
stronger
team
in the
pick.
lane. With all that physical, it sounds weird, but you can play it as a carry in pubs. You probably can't play it as a carry in this
Pro
level
game.
of play, because you need to right-click people, and he's not really suitable for that. He has other uses, but that is a raw right-clicker. That is someone who benefits from the
10
drinking buddies.
seconds remaining.
Man, just looking back at these, sorry, it's a completely
5
different series,
seconds
but like
remaining.
Liquid v Gaming, Liquid picked NP Tusk Visage Puck Shadow Demon game 1, NP Tusk Shadow Demon game 2, NP Visage Puck game 3. So like NP was the glue that held it all together. I still think it is top 5 easily hero, maybe even top 3 of this patch. Just ban it. It's so flexible with where you can play it. You can toss it anywhere and it just feels so incredibly strong. And you can up the tempo very heavily. You can push towers. You can scale into a huge variety of different items.
Yeah.
I want to see both of these teams pick it up. Probably, maybe not Legacy, right? Because Ench will just yoink it away.
And very rarely does it look like a game that this is not a good Fury and Core game, right?
Yeah.
He's so happy going against like such a big hero pool. Can just pick it. You'll be okay with it. You'll make it work somehow. But Legacy, right? The Tusk Alchemist, the damage is there. Waska Will they take the Fury on this phase? Probably would maybe leave it for last phase, to be honest. I know it should be picked by either team, but it feels like it could be a killer last phase pick.
Sure. Maybe is Doom banned? Wouldn't hate Doom against this Alchemist. I know you do have like disruption and snowball save and all that sort of stuff as well, but you're going to need something that's going to be able to deal with this, the regen coming through from the Alch itself. So,
I mean, he's out of the fight anyway, despite their saves. That's just how good Doom can be.
Yeah. Also, just Enchantress, like, SD Tusk, not exactly the highest damage supports. Like, Tusk can be with another support that can, make up for his, he's got good control, but not amazing damage. Ensh is just going to be this roaming ward running around the entire map, giving so much information, farming jungle aggressively. If you get put out of position, he shoves a wave in, pushes a tower. It's so annoying to play against this Enchantress, and that's part of the reason why I want them to pick the Nature's Prophet for themselves, just so that you can double up on any sort of like annoying play that they're trying to do.
They're really going through their notes here on the side of Waska, because this is all clicking together. They're not going to get the Invoker paired up with the Marana, but there are
10
options
seconds remaining.
outside of that.
Radiant team picked.
Still lacking on the CC
Stands
department.
ready.
Sven, okay. I mean, this is comfort for Waska, definitely, but not a hero you see too often in today's meta. How many Sven picks have we even had in the qualifier?
Maybe one, I think. For some reason, I'm seeming
10
to remember it,
seconds
but
remaining.
I'm also kind of on the same page as you. I don't see the
5
appeal
seconds
of
correct.
making it
remaining.
this
One.
game. Yeah.
One Sven in 306 games.
I just don't see the appeal of it this game in particular. Like, what are you actually trying to do? Is it just trying to have overwhelming bursts to deal with the Alchemist? Is it a way to be able to jump on the back lines so that you're not too worried about the stun? When you're thinking of Sven, you're not really going to benefit that much from, like, the Solar Flare, right? Like, that tends to be something that's buffing up someone that's just hitting a lot. Your Lenas, your Alchemists, your whatever, Wind Ranger. Sven, not so much the case. So maybe they just feel like it's going to be that. It just they wanted something with some extra layer of backline dive. Who knows? Maybe it's a Marana 1 and a Sven 5. You never know.
team banned.
You can do that. If minus armor is your worry from that acid spray and just in general Alchemist's damage output, you could do that swap.
Dire team
That would
banned.
look more traditional, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Sven is a safe carry in the end. He's good at every phase of the game.
I was
You don't
about to
have a
say Dragon Knight, but
specific-
instant ban from
Yeah.
Puck. Kunka's already gone. Sniper's still in the pool. And, if you've got a Sven and a Centaur that are playing on the front lines and
seconds
Enchantress
remaining.
semi-front line, you can get away with a Sniper.
5
think-
seconds remaining.
I've been thinking Waska is looking towards the Furion here into the final phase, but Legacy,
Sure.
you say Legacy Sniper or Waska Sniper?
Waska Sniper.
Waska Sniper, right. Well, I mean, if Legacy is reading into that, I think they're more worried about tanky
Dire
targets,
team
right?
back.
Puck is burst, Alk is build-up damage. They don't have anything against these big tanky guys, right? So I'd rather maybe ban another one away. Furion, is he ban-worthy in that sense? I think they're thinking about something else here. What is a tanky hero
Radiant
that would
team
fit in
back.
Waska's lineup that Legacy's afraid of?
I'm just thinking as well, like, do they have the potential to throw this Alchemist off lane and really try and get away with greed? Probably not. Like, I'd say Enchantress, Sven, Centaur, they've got enough damage to be able to take away too much of your map that it's just going to be
10
an issue.
seconds
They
remaining.
need tower push, in my eyes, and Nature's Prophet
Yeah.
does provide that, but again, against
5
an
seconds
Enchantress,
remaining.
it's just going to enchant the Ironwood tree.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, Wind Ranger and Lena are the ones I
Radiant
threw
team
in the air once that Tusk got picked up.
What else even is there? Like the Visage is a really good ban from Waska, as that would have been able to combine together with Drinking Buddies and still fulfill the off lane. You just put Alk 1. What off laners do you really have now that
10
can both
seconds
take
remaining.
towers that potentially benefit from Drinking Buddies when Alk isn't playing?
5
Like, is it
seconds
just
remaining.
a Beastmaster draft?
Underlord.
Not really a pusher though.
He's not really a pusher, but he can do it. He takes away from the damage Sven and Marana gives. That gives you tankiness. That gives you time to build up your damage.
Yeah.
They go
Dire
carry.
team
Troll was also what I was thinking about for a bit, but that's a tanky hero.
Okay.
But is that, well, I mean, it's a pusher in a way. I guess you do ramp up into pretty high right-click sources with your Warpath.
Yeah, but you're also against a Sven. So now if you want to put
Yeah.
Mirana 1 and Sven 5, you just go full
10
Warcry build,
seconds
right?
remaining.
You're going to get a shard
Yeah,
nice and early, so all of that minus armor isn't as
Now
impactful.
select your hero.
We saw this, I want to say, no, it wasn't Earthshaker in response to Puck, it was in response to a Zeus in Western Europe. So not exactly the same matchup, but still the same concept where you just want heavy physical damage against this freaking annoying Puck. And
Yeah.
Earthshaker can absolutely provide that.
He can. I've yet to see a Puck win this lane, to be honest. Like all the games that I've cast so far this year, not even this year, but like the last 2-3 months of these patches, Puck, I haven't seen Puck win this lane. Shaker's just too much to deal with.
Especially since the change with that, what is it called? The slug facet, where like it's now just so much more frequent that you're hitting things through, right? So Puck, again, low armor, going to be punished quite heavily, even just in the laning stage off of creeps.
Yeah, he's a true hammer with that slugger. You could say that.
For sure. It is going to be a Sven 1. So Enchantress 5, Mirana 4. Don't know how strongly I feel about that. I mean, with the Shaker, I would imagine that he's going to be building into something like a Silver Edge just to be able to deal with this Bristleback in some capacity. Also, just a nice another way to be that little bit more sneaky, mobile, elusive. I'm not sure what word I'm trying to say, but you need to be able to get onto that backline to be able to deal with not only the ST, not only the Tusk, but the Puck as well. So
Yeah.
this is something where you need to kind of break formations if you're going to be able to come out on top.
And since we did cover that previous Waska series, Dark Mago was the one who would be out of position, maybe a bit too early into the fray. This Shaker probably fits him a bit better than the Kunkka. When you think about like kill potential, Kunkka needs allies. He needs time for the damage to build up, and the Shaker can go right away and do it. So in terms of his gameplay style today, I think this Shaker fits him maybe a bit better than the Kunkka.
Sure, but if he's out of position, he has nowhere near the same level of survivability as a Kunkka does, right?
Yeah.
Like you're just dead in the water if you're
Make it or
out
break
of
it.
position. Pretty much, yeah. So I think he's going to be leaning quite heavily on Yodomi to be that one providing a ton of the vision, either just through, again, roaming around, just right-clicking people down, just sprinking around, doing whatever you want. He's actually gone the Spellbound facet instead of the... I don't even know what the other one is called. The one that just basically makes you unkillable.
Overprotective Wisps.
That's the one. Yeah, so I kind of feel like, especially when you've got a Sven who's probably going to take a little bit longer than this Alchemist to, truly come online, you need to make space. You need to have constant tabs on where everyone is, and that overprotective Wisps just means that you're either straight up not dying, or you're at least living for another, let's say, 10 seconds, and that's an eternity for a Sven if you just know you're not getting ganked 100%.
But there's got Yodomi the opportunity to bring in that extra damage later on in this game. Like you throw an enchant, you get increased attack range. You have the solar flare that gives you more damage on Enchantress. So I can see the chemistry between the heroes here on Waska's side. They want to again bring late game supports into play. These are again 2 heroes that can definitely do that. The one thing that they do lack is that their supports aren't the crowd controllers. The cores are.
Yeah. Which I think that's okay. I think as long as you've got, again, these tanky people to be able to set up for you, because, I mean, yes, SD is kind of crowd control, but you can't do anything on your own. I feel like an Enchantress can do a lot on her own. Mirana, a little bit less so, but once you get the shard, you can at least very quickly shove out creep waves, for example. So they both have their strengths and weaknesses, as Gardeck actually going to be able to yoink that bounty rune right in the face of Sacred.
All right, so 2 for 2 in the end. Could have been a third if Sacred got that one. Now we get to watch the Shaker Puck down in the mid lane. Then we have the Centaur versus the Bristle. Wait, sorry, was it against the Alchemist? So Lumiere Alchemist, of course. FCR with the offlane Bristle versus the Sven. So melee on melee, melee on melee, and then Puck versus Shaker.
And Enchantress constantly bullying in this top lane. I think this is just going to be pretty free for Yodomi, to be honest. Maybe that's part of the reason why he went for this the Spellbound facet, just to really abuse the laning stage. Make sure that attack range bonus of whoever is enchanted is just that much stronger, and that's really why Hiko is going for this pull here. He doesn't want to
Dire's
lane.
courier has
He's
been
going to get a
killed.
courier for his troubles.
I mean, I'm gonna be honest here. Every time you say Spellbound, all I see is Livewire. This is
Radiant's
not a
courier
Zeus.
has
It's just
been
the
killed.
same. It's the same,
Same
icon.
icon. I'm glad that
Before-
that Zeus thing isn't a thing anymore. That was way too obnoxious.
Yeah. And before this Enchantress starts throwing in lightning bolts with those spears, giving me a bit of that Diablo 2 Amazon throwing spears vibes.
Ah, true, true. I was always a sorceress. That was my main.
I never understood like getting Amazon items because like it felt like those uniques never dropped, so I never played those classes, and I'm like I'm missing out on so much fun. I never saw them drop, so I never played those classes. I was like, yeah, I'm just a Necro main.
Ah, true. Nothing wrong with a Necro. I'm interested to see if Yodomi, with his enchant, if he's going to be able to find the break creep as well. I think it's the Hill Troll Berserker, just to be able to deal with the Bristleback in the early stages of the game, because it's probably going to be quite some time, if at all, that anyone on Waska is going to be able to pick that one up, right? Like Kataro, sure, you could get it on the Sven, you could get it on the Earthshaker, but it feels like they've got at least 3 core items before that's going to be the factor.
I'm just skimming through the jungle right now, trying to look if there's a single camp that actually has that unit. Now, the Dire side, that's a no.
Dire's top tower
Any on the
is under
Radiant
attack.
side?
Yeah, they do have one next to the Radiant Roshan outpost.
Radiant Roshan Outpost. Oh yeah, the Radiant side. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, but the Dire don't. So
No.
you're gonna have to go out. That's what I was looking at. I can find one on the Dire side of the map. So yeah, there's one, and then you have of course another one next to the Radiant base. But we can forget about that one.
You would imagine that Yodomi is going to potentially make a few rotations through the Twin Gate to potentially, impact on the lane, especially once it starts to push up, kind of like it is right now, and it's always naturally going to do that whenever you're playing up against an Alchemist. But that just goes to show that you've got a really experienced support in Gardic. He's already set up the Observer Ward there to be able to scout out any sort of rotations that might be coming through.
Talking about neutrals, no one has ever gone back to the takeoff Harpy. There was a meta
Good.
that was overused, and nobody's not even picking it up once for a bit of extra vision. You'd think vision is the most crucial key of mid-game to late-game initiations, but it's just a forgotten creep.
I mean, she just moves at about 1 movement speed these days, right? So it just feels so limiting to what you can actually look to try and do. Whereas previously you were just flying around. It was like a courier that had insane amounts of vision.
Yeah, but you can still move it around normally and just leave it there. Take off for a bit. You get vision, and I just don't see it getting used at all. I mean, probably there's an Enchantress player out there that probably still uses it, but that guy's only playing pubs and will probably never be a pro player in the end. But bit of brawling going on at the top lane. Yodomi throwing out the blood grenade to make sure FCR and Hiko aren't going to follow through to kill Kataro. He did have 3 stacks of snot and some cool sprays on him.
I mean, a lot of the times the pub players are, at their rank for a reason, though, right? Especially the one tricks, like, God, I forget his full name, but PPD's brother famously, like, taught AUI 2000 how to play techies in TI 5 times, and that was a big reason as to why EG were able to take that one.
Yeah.
It's like Robot Vice is his name.
I don't remember. You do. You seem to.
I was listening to Snare and Harry Freakcast the other day, and Snare said something like, "You know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of ESL 1 Frankfurt 2015, where like this specific game in the lower bracket." I'm like, bro, how do you remember that?
Radiant structures are fortified.
We all have our collective memories of specific moments, but that is true. Sometimes you get amazed by this. Gardic, 4 stacks of poison, 5 stacks on Matthew. That could be our first blood right here. He blows in a blood grenade, doesn't get the connection with the 6th, but 5 is enough. Gardic will get the first blood off of Matthew. 400 gold, I'm saying here. That's a lot of money.
Gold. Lots of XP as well for him to be able to pick up, so bring himself halfway through level 3. He's just going to continue doing his merry thing, building up a ton of stacks for Lumiere to eventually look to farm and try and get into that Radiance ASAP.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be a very happy camper doing that. Bunch of creeps here waiting. Are there any dire stacks being made for the Sven either? It doesn't look like it. They've been pretty occupied with their lanes so far. Domi trying to create a bit of chaos here. Dark Mago is able to get the amplified damage. When you hover over the bottle on Earthshaker, it still says double damage.
Dire's
Actually,
structures are
it does.
fortified.
Oh wow, rude double damage. They're making a play up onto this top side. FCR might.
Arrow connects.
Oh,
Maybe
yeah.
there's a chance to kill the Bristleback. This might take a while though, knowing that he already actually only has 1 point in Bristleback. He's not that immortal as you might think. And he might take Katara with him, so they're just gonna leave him for now. Dark
I think the
Mago.
bigger issue is Katara couldn't just let the creeps go underneath the tower like that. He needed to make sure that he wasn't just giving these up for free. So has to back on up. Big rotation coming through and a nice positioning coming there from Hiko.
Yeah, with all that movement there, they will also recognize there's nobody to steal Wisdom Runes. Even doubling it up here for the bot side, Matthew used a leap for it. Wasn't sure if somebody's showing up because they did send 3 to 4 heroes top.
Yeah, I mean, Matthew's playing a very, and I don't mean this in a bad way, but like a selfish game, you know? Like you compare what the stacks are, for example, from Legacy versus the stack situation from Waska. It's just because Matthew's been like spending his time arrowing creeps, increasing his own net worth, doing all these sorts of things. The only reason Shadow Demon's got the same net worth as him effectively is because he had about 50 million stacks that the Alchemist just took on that bottom side of the map. You compare that with Matthew, even just what he just did. He didn't stack the camps next to the Ancient. He didn't take the Watcher and ends up getting the Wisdom Rune, sure, but where's the actual overall benefit for the rest of the team, you know?
Yeah.
Radiant's
And this
bottom
might
tower
show in
is
the
under
long run
attack.
too. About timings and all. Alchemist, ooh, cutting it close there. Pops his soul ring to drop into 1 HP and pops the chemical rage as a golem was about to hit him. But there's a stampede used at the bottom. They're gonna dive guarding. Straight for the SD. No mercy there. That should be the tower down too.
Radiant's bottom tower
Very,
is
very
under
tanky
attack.
creeps, able to just soak up so many of those hits as well. Warpine Raider doing his job, and this is again kind of what we were saying. He's not necessarily doing it on his own, but it just shows the power of having a creep like, a hero like the Enchantress. You know, so much of that pushing potential.
Radiant's bottom
Oh yeah,
tower
Domi's more
is
than a
falling.
creep, I'm telling you.
Yeah.
That's gonna get upgraded even further into this game. But talking first items here, we got the Blink coming up here with the Triple Bracer, Centaur already up, and Puck has just started building the Witchblade. That's gonna take a while to get there, but a few minutes of farming and maybe a kill or two. That'd be great for the Puck to advance onward. Dark Mago might just get the Blink potentially at the same time, maybe even earlier.
I am seeing a little bit of damage issues for Legacy, right? Like, I wasn't expecting Sacred to have this much net worth at this stage of the game. You know, yeah, he hasn't really bought boots, so his inventory probably looks a little bit more impressive as a result of that, but already having a Blink that'll reach him by the 9.5-minute mark means that you're ready to make a play around that that catapult wave that's going to be going towards mid.
Yeah, Domi might die, but they're also looking for a core kill in the top lane. FCR is being chased here, and again, it's the same thing. They just spent so much time committing onto him, and only just to let him walk out once again. Of course, he's not farming, sure, but neither is Dark Mago
Dire's middle
or
tower is under attack.
Kataro for that
Radiant's
sense as well, because they're both just following FCR. Yeah, he's giving the voice line for a good reason. Two times in a row now. The least farmed core causing the most problems.
Has also done a good job of protecting power runes as well. Oh, should still be able to claim the regen rune. But yeah, this is... Oh, hold on. What happened with Sacred? He cancelled his TP on the bottom side of the map. That's the timing that I was expecting them to play around, especially considering they should know that there's no Dream Coil available either. Yodomi, they had to drop it to be able to take him down. So I was thinking, you know, this is the time. This is where you want to be playing with the rest of your team, making the most of your Blink Dagger. Not a farming item.
Yeah, absolutely not. And since he was farming the wave at the same time, he has already made himself known. Matthew, Stampede comes, misses the arrow from point blank range onto Hiko, but Sacred comes in to help out. Snowball will be used. Nice shard block there.
Oh,
The courier.
very nice.
Oh no! Don't let it get away.
Into the voice
Are you
line, the
okay?
double voice. Why are you going back up there? Hiko?
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Are you okay?
Jokes
Just need
on
to keep
you.
running.
We made this one really stupid freestyle Dota rap song with a friend of mine where I was just, you know, I wrote some lyrics down, I rapped it to him using OBS, and then they sent him the clip when I'm singing it over on top of the song that he composed. I composed it with him. Now let's just put random like Dota responses and sounds in there.
Sure,
And
like
it ends
bass
up
sound.
like you can see where it's going when you hear the Spirit Breaker charging sound, the
Yep.
glass breaking, and the song ends with Tusk saying, "Are you okay?"
Oh, very good. Anytime it's just got what was it? I feel you, man. I hear you, man. Excellent choice. Like all these
Radiant's
things
middle
from
tower is
Yeah.
under attack.
the old Dota 1. Very, very passive game, though. I understand it from Dark Margot's perspective. He really wants to be able to play around that Blink Dagger, so it doesn't really feel like the rest of the boys can look to join him. Got a healthy amount of experience and net worth as well on this Shaker. He's done his job against the puck, just kept him
Job's
from
done.
falling out of control. Job is done. Well, not quite. They got a few games to go before the job is done.
Yeah. I mean, maybe the job is or work is laid out in front of them, right? Because they love take a glimpse into the last two games. They only needed to do the decisive ending to it, make it real dramatic.
Oh,
Is
you
it
made me
before
remember the
Final
Witch
Blast?
Doctor song now. Roll out the barrel.
Roll out the barrel, kill it in your bones. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a good one.
And everything that Fwash made as well. She's a very talented songstress too.
I promised like a couple years ago that my Dota metal song would be ready, but I think I just hit a writer's block at some point. I never finished it. I think it might be time to get back to it.
Yeah, why not?
Because
The
I did
public
talk about
needs it.
some collaborations with a couple like actually known metal artists who enjoy watching Dota or play Dota. It's like, would you be interested? And we did get into some talks with it, and I don't know. The groundwork was laid, but we didn't really just finish the product in the end. So I guess I have to get back into that at some point.
Now, metal artists who enjoy Dota, who are we talking about here? Like Guar, like that sort of thing? Or,
Just gotta
Fistful
find
of
the right
teeth.
flavor for it.
you know?
Gotta find the right flavor for it. I mean, back into this game, Alk is still on top of network. Lumiere has been farming some juicy stacks. You know, he's at 14 minutes, 150 CS almost accumulated. But jumping on the top lane, finding the puck. Matthews' arrows, a bit of an extra on top of it, but Dark Mago will find his first kill of the game.
Good Blink Dagger reveal as well. Invis
Yeah,
rune on the
better
bottom
maybe
side
than
of
the
map.
Centaur's blink.
Which we are still yet to be... Oh, no, never mind. He used it to move between camps, farming efficiency. He's just cosplaying anti-mage right now.
I mean, they almost killed the Tusk with it, right?
That doesn't count.
Waiting for the impact of it. Random Cobalt running in between the tier 1 and tier 2 in the bottom lane, giving a bit of information, but... Oh! No, it's not information. Look at the log.
Hmm?
Lumiere denied the Wisdom Rune with the Cobalt.
Oh, easy. You love to see it. I think it takes 2 hits, by the way, to kill those runes as well.
Yes, yes. Not sure if we can get the chat log to show from our production side as well, but you would see, there we see it. Lumiere denied Wisdom Rune. I was
Very
wondering, what
cheap.
the hell is that Cobalt doing? There's just a random stray cat. I was like, dude, that's actually big. I should have pointed that out like a minute ago. But
She'll be right. Talking about Blink Daggers, got Lumiere with one. And,
Right.
I mean, it's important to be able to, you know, engage into them, especially going up against a Centaur and an Earthshaker with
They're
their
gonna
own
go.
Blink Daggers.
they're
Yeah.
going to go and do something with it. Do we have
Good.
Ags as well ready on the Bristleback? It is. It's coming on the Courier. So we got 2 big items here. Waska got to be careful.
Shoving out the lane, doing the right thing here is Wonder Kid. Making sure they've got all the information that they could possibly want. They did reveal just by right-clicking the creep in the wave there on FCR, so they should know that there's a
Yeah.
smoke happening. around
Yeah.
this period.
Nadomi was moving in that general direction too. Still, Legacy with a bit of a wraparound here. They also take away a Watcher. That's instantly pinged. But Matthew in the river. 6 seconds for the rune to spawn. He's going to get coiled instantly. And, oh, okay, they're using a lot for this Mirana. Dark Mago, there was a chance for an Echo for a second, but his blink was cancelled by that Puck Orb. So he wasn't able to
now he
jump
can't
in.
blink
And
as
now they
well.
get to jump him instead. Dark Mago might just die, but the Stampede comes out. And Snowball's going to go pretty deep here. But for Eco's sake, I think he's going to be all right with it. FCR bodyguarding him. Kataro popped the God Strength, but nobody to hit.
Still got my eye on Dark Mago though. Now he's got the Blink Dagger available. He's also got the Acro Slam back up. Can he find an avenue to be able to jump on in? Kataro might be needing to use himself as bait here just so that they go on him instead, but they know better
Solar Flare.
on Legacy. And they're not going to make that same mistake. Yeah, Solar Flare, there is not a bigger indication of, I want to fight right now than that.
His ulti has run its course, so that's going to be a farming flare on the side of Waska. So just the kill on Matthew, and the game rolls onward. Though that was a kill worth 2,000 gold because Waska wasn't farming while Legacy and the boys were just setting up for more. I'm a bit curious about support kill being worth 2,000 gold. That's pretty wild at 17 minutes.
Feels worth. But yeah, like with
Absolutely
Lumiere
worth.
having this Radiance and the really early Blink Dagger, I love it, right? Because you're going up against the Shaker with a Blink, you're going up against the Centaur with a Blink. Sven could very likely go into Blink himself, although I'd probably prefer him to have an Aghanim Scepter or that Shadow Blade that we've been talking about. But it just means that they're not going to be able to get that instant Blink away, right? That Radiance Burn is going to tick in, and they're going to be a sitting duck. You kind of were forced to pop the Stampede there on Sacred for a purely defensive purpose.
I love that. Bristleback farming in the river. Didomi throws in a level 1 Impetus Spear with pure damage. Does 50 damage.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing. This Bristle. Range Kia Reap on the run here through the river. Oh, poor fella.
Don't be mad.
Power Rune situation. Oh, a Shield Rune. I guess you're going up against
Hey.
Enchantress, who's just going to be able to enchant it off. There you go.
Yup.
Radiant are scanning.
Story short. Going a
So-
furball towards Didomi, trying to get this tower. They'd love to get it, but not with like a full commitment. You want a soft commit and then be able to back out.
You gotta say that this is probably suiting Waska pretty heavily, right? Like, the net worth is even when you're going up against an Alchemist, and you're still very, very happy to continuously scale. Like, Shaker is still working on his Aghanim Scepter, Sven working on
Yeah.
his BKB.
Yeah, I mean, I'll say yes. It's just the 3k swing that worries me a bit, where nothing's been happening and Legacy's getting more. But that's, again, I guess the Alchemist effect.
But this
Just
is
finished
where
his
you're really
BKB.
trying to be playing around the
Dire's middle
Bristleback, right?
tower
Like,
is
this
under
is the
attack.
time. You had that. It was a good smoke. It just didn't land onto anything. You know, they instantly gave it up by just right-clicking a creep and appearing out of nowhere. You know, that's
Yeah.
an indication, and they used a lot to be able to just kill a Mirana. You know, Dream Coil, if they had kept that, then when you went in and you blinked in on the Alchemist and they tried to stampede away, you don't actually get away. Now you've got a Blink Dagger on Wonderkid as well, so just more of that initiation. Feels like they're gonna want to make something happen here. 3 braces on the Tusk, of course. He's
Of course.
a tanky boy, so he's very, very happy to commit in with the rest of his team. Basically, the only one that's going to be sitting on the back lines is guarding. Smoke, I would imagine, is just about to come. Just making a quick Alk Illusion, maybe getting the Radiance Burn to help push out some of these waves.
Radiant's bottom tower
Could get
is
some
under
farm of
attack.
his own going.
Might just be Vision as well, but not lasting long enough for it to
Yeah,
really
a
be
20-minute
effective.
rune. They are really contesting
Radiant's
these action
bottom
runes
tower
heavily
is
here.
under attack.
Oh,
Here's
is
Denton's
Cobalt going to
Bobo.
do it again?
Radiant are scanning.
You have to protect that. Radiant Scan connects into the triangle. They hope to find the Sven here, but that is going to be the scent. They alt, they initiate and go. It's Sacred though, Lumiere.
Dire's middle
Okay, he's
tower
going to go
has
for it.
fallen.
Drops the Acid Spray. That's already sent down to
Stampede.
half HP. He is so weak here. Gets the stun off. No backup is arriving. He will not use the Stampede for his low ground heroes.
And they'll also get that mid-tier 1 tower, so
Finally.
the smoke does pay off for Legacy, and it absolutely needed to. You know, you needed to be able to make the most of these timings that you're hitting, because Sven, he was just sitting back. He was farming the entire time. He's got the Sanjin Yasha picked up as well, so doesn't want to be just kept in place, doesn't want to be kited around all that easily. He's happy to pop a Dream Coil and just continue to try and run at you.
What does this net worth really tell us here? Like, Alk is farming heavily, but Sven's keeping up. Net worth staying tied. You're saying it's a good thing for Waska. Well, I guess we'll see in a moment if there is a fight happening here. Hiko has vision, but they're smoked up, not going in there. TP's to bottom. Puck Illusion probably scouted it out. I hope this is... They'll recognize it's a bait, but they find the Shadow Demon. That's a good kill. Gets sluggered away. However, the turnaround comes out as well. Silenced up, doesn't get the echo off. Hiko perfectly times that Walrus punch at the end of that silence.
Still got the coil as well.
Down. Chase down Yadomi, maybe chase down somebody else as well. Matthews on the run. They haven't used Solar Flare. Sven's not joining in on this one. So that's 2 kills for support and a tower.
And they do need to be able to make these active plays, right? Like, you're not going to have this chance once you are eventually going into the Silver Edges, once you're going into the BKBs. It just becomes so much more challenging. And you've also got, like, Bristleback is a legitimate core, but that does mean that you are going to be lacking somewhat in terms of the aura situation. So, you know, you might be very scary on your own, but if you get that break creep, if you get the Silver Edge, you're not really as worried about the Bristleback. In the meantime, you've nearly got a Crimson Guard on the Centaur. You've already got the pipe for him as well, so that is something that is going to be a bit of a concern for them moving into the later stages.
Also closing up on Sven timings here. Usually the 25-minute mark where you have Mask of Madness, Echo Saber, BKB is your go-to. But he has disassembled the Echo Saber just to get the BKB up. And of course the Mask of Madness still there. Sanjin Yasha brought up in between. Alk is also lining up the SNY. Actually, I think he already has it on the courier on the way. They smoke up again on Legacy.
Yep. That's what needs to happen, and they would love to be able to take a fight around this Roche pit. The big difference is going to be, is Dark Margot going to be in a better position to actually impact the fight off the back of his Echo Slams, even just with the Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah. It's going to be a race for it. They just took the Tormentor, which means Waska know that they're going to be a bit far away.
Do they? Yeah,
they're going to make it in time. The Solar Flare is going to be enough. They're going to rush this Roche down.
Oh, and wouldn't you know it, Harpy Scout on the high ground there, just giving a lot of that extra vision.
They did it. I am positively surprised.
Oh, hold on. They might be trying to pick off some stragglers here. It's just going to be Yadomi, though.
It looks like it's just going to be Yadomi. I remember the last time I tried to hate yeah,
oh.
Again. Guards blocking the Enchantress. It's not the overprotective Wisps anyway, so that's just one heal, and that's all you got. Going to the other side.
He would have lived if he had it. I'm just saying.
Yeah, maybe he could have. Yeah, like the last time I tried to say stragglers, I called them stranglers. So, but this time no stranglers around. So Aegis secured for Dark Mago. The Earthshaker will carry on to it, since you know Sven, not the best Aegis carrier.
No, definitely not. I think Earthshaker again. Dark Mago wants to be up in the face, basically. Like, just constantly making the plays. There's a reason why, you know, some of his signature heroes, the aggressive mid-Mars, the Bat Rider, all these sorts of things. He doesn't want to sit back the entire time. He wants to get stuff done.
And considering the last time he was about to get his Echo off, he just died to the Walrus Punch in the end. So that silence duration enough to kill him once, but can they do it twice? Probably not. Not answering that Shaker. They are smoked up. Legacy, gotta be careful now. Lumiere. They've got vision. He's in a good spot. Yadomi smoke popping. So is Sacred as well. They're going to get the fight going. Dark Mago. They already get themselves onto the Shadow Demon. Garnet is dead on the side of Legacy. Now also focusing on FCR.
Oh, the triple!
The bristle. And there they just slice and dice him down. And Lumiere's TP cut short. Ultra kill Kotaro.
This was that scary point that I was talking about, and they didn't even have the break for this as well. They just got the correct side of the Bristleback, where they're able to use their stuns on stuns on stuns. Wasn't able to pop anything. He doesn't have a BKB or anything of the sort. And you just see how quickly he melts.
Gotta love it. You win a team fight without the big Echo Slam audio effect. Not needed.
And, I mean, I keep talking about this break potential. Kotaro got every single one of those kills. So that's just basically given him Shadow Blade
Radiant's
instantly
turret has
and
been
brings him
killed.
so much closer towards that silver edge.
Absolute value. That's all it is. I'm still just I feel like giving just an applause for Domi with that harpy. Actually, wait, I have it on my soundboard. There you go. Well done. Well done. You can't hear it, but actually, I'm not sure if you actually can.
Yeah, I heard it.
Oh yeah, true, yeah, good. But absolutely deserved the harpy. 5K lead now for Waska. It could just grow even bigger from here. Bit of a refreshing change as well that Waska is already this early on leading a game.
A lead for them? Unheard of.
Oh, what is that? They don't lead, but they win games. What is this team? How do they do that?
Radiant's middle tower is
FCR.
See, I might be going in a
Really?
little deep here, though. Just wondering how deep they want to try to push this one. Sacred was waiting there in the tree
Radiant's
line
bottom
with his
tower
auras
is under
ready and
attack.
waiting. At bottom lane, that seems like the big prize. You want to be... well, I guess they've still got the glyph available, right? To be able to stop this push from coming on through. Just gets the impending corruption debuff off there from the Orb of
Radiant's
Destruction.
structures are fortified.
To go down a little bit
Radiant's
quicker.
bottom tower
Imp-
is
They're making the
Impeding
most out of this
corruption.
Aegis. Was it impeding? I thought it was impeding.
Yeah, I thought it was
Maybe I'm-
impending. I mean, it would make sense that it's impending.
Radiant's
It's
bottom
impeding.
tower has fallen.
For me, who's like trying to pronounce the Seats of Serenity ability, the Verdurous Dale.
Hold on.
What is
you
that
go.
stampede for? It's actually to try and catch someone, but it's not one where you're
Oh,
jumping straight
caught
in. Well,
one.
FCR is actually the one getting caught here.
Nice
Everybody's
tag
coming
team.
out. They'll save FCR. The high ground here, the shard block as well. Hiko, he's already done
They're
it.
just trying to run.
FCR gets himself out. Tusk, he'll drop. As long as they can get everybody else out. Well, not as lucky on the SD when that Kataro Sven hitting for about 800 damage runs into you.
It's a rough one for a Shadow Demon for sure. It looks like they might be trying to yoink away that Wisdom Rune as well, get double value out of these double kills. But, like, what do you actually look to buy for yourself?
Well, they're trying to punish the Enchantress in the mid lane and do find themselves a kill here, even though they do lose the Wisdom. Their side of the map, Arrow flies in, doesn't connect onto FCR, shows Lumiere's location. They are chasing now. But Dark Mago should be able to jump away. FCR's a bit too far away to continue throwing in hairballs, and they all just TP out.
But yeah, like, as an SD, he's got the Aether Lens queued up, he's got the Aghanim Scepter queued up. I honestly feel like you need a Blink Dagger at this stage, and then just be completely out of the fight, because you see how easy it is for them to catch up to you, considering all of the movement that they have. Multiple Blink Daggers, Stampede, Aghanim Scepter on the Earthshaker, Leap on Mirana. It just becomes so much harder. And he's going for an Orchid, too.
SD is absolutely the slowest hero on the server, out of all the 10
Oh.
heroes out there.
Mm-hmm.
Sproink, Stampede, Enchant Jump, Leap, Sven with Warcry, Alchemist in general at a movement speed, Orb, Drinking Buddies, Bristle. What does SD have? I can stop myself with a disruption, not move.
Mm-hmm.
He's the only one without any mobility in his toolkit. FCR getting caught. Kataro instantly ults up the Bristleback, gets bubbled though. Gardic this time, he's at the right place at the right time. Alk stun thrown in. FCR with that Bloodstone heals up a bit. Stays alive. Sven did pop his ult before it. They'll take the tower at least.
Under attack.
They give him the Demonic Cleanse as well, just to make sure that sort of roots or slows or anything else is going to catch him out. And ooh, that was a nice triple stun there from Dark Margo. Not wanting to go in for the big Echo Slam, especially with Matthew not being quite there to connect with the rest of his team, but they hold on to a lot of their cooldowns as well. It's basically only the God Strength committed, and they were still able to get a tier 2 tower out of it. So definitely got value out of the Aegis. They're continuing to close in the map. Have a look at that vision, T, just on the map. Every single one of those observer wards are in such an oppressive place.
Yeah, jumping between F2 and F3. One is blind, one sees quite a lot. Waska really does have good vision. And are they all pretty much placed down, like, right next to each other? There's 1 minute, half on the top ward, 2.5 on the bottom lane ward. Well, yeah, they have an effective time here of at least a minute where they know exactly every move Legacy's going to make.
They got rid of one of them, so at least you've got a tiny area that's somewhat safe to be able to farm, but it just feels like they're getting choked out little by little, right? And this is an Alchemist draft. This is a draft that should not be losing the net worth lead quite so quickly. This is the period where you're meant to be peaking, essentially.
Quick pop-up quiz. How many bracers are in the game right now?
In the game, okay. So Hiko definitely has 3. I remember that.
Radiant are scanning.
Centaur, I would imagine, has 2 or 3. Shadow Demon, 1. And Mirana would have 2. How many is that?
9 is the correct answer.
Okay, I was wrong.
Or was. So we got 1 on SD, 3 on Tusk, that's 4. 5, that's 1 on Bristleback, 1 on Enchantress, 6. Centaur, 1, 2, that's 8. Mirana, 9. And Mirana bought another. So 10 is now the correct answer as that question was rolling.
I see. I think my answer was like 7, so still underestimating the value of this freaking bracer. I wasn't expecting more to be bought at this stage.
Yeah, Centaur had 3, remember? But he
Yep.
sold 1 because he needed actual items in his inventory now. Crimson Pipe going for the Shiva's Guard with the Blink. Can't hold on to those bracers. And it feels pretty bad, right? You hit 25 minutes, that item's worth turns into 1,000 gold. It's double the stats, double the worth. And you're just going to have to sell it for a
Were they
pretty
picking
poor
off their
price.
Sacred?
Sacred getting insta-silence here, but remember, 4,000
Nice
HP to
Bishop.
work through. Pretty tanky boy. He's got the Stampede open now as well as the silence has ended, and Legacy, they know about that. They back out.
I mean, Dark Margot just saved it
Dire's
completely.
top
That
tower
was a
is under
perfect
attack.
Fissure just to give a little bit of space between the rest of Legacy and the Centaur. And again, they didn't really need to pop too much of anything to be, to be able to make that
Dire's
happen.
top tower
You know,
is
no
under
BKB
attack.
on the Centaur. Sure, he used the Crimson Guard and the Pipe. We saw Crimson Guard basically immediately get removed as well because of the Demonic Purge.
Yeah.
But,
And such small margins, right? They only force really, what, an Alchemist Rage out of that fight, and the SD ult. Those cooldowns are up soon, but they just went straight for Roshan, knowing that at a half a minute cooldown, we can do whatever we want in that time.
Dire's top
Yeah.
tower is under attack.
Really
They've got the
efficient.
damage for sure.
Just
This-
really,
that's-
really efficient.
This is that scary point in the game that I was talking about, right? They've even been able to hold back on Kataro, not needing to go for the Silver Edge at this point. Oh, sorry, I'm just watching Yadomi. I think he doesn't get caught out there, but
They're in the right place. We might see a clash here.
it's into the Aegis though, so not the worst situation if Kataro ends up getting focused first.
It's Sacred that they jump on. SD ulti right away. Lumiere coming in with a stun. They're pretty stacked up right now. But can they get the Shaker to blink in? He's going to wait for a little bit longer. Matthew and Sacred going to go down. Lumiere just hammers them away. Kataro going to get
Fighting.
hit by the stun as well. But there's the jump from Dark Mago. And the cleave damage is just too much right now. FCR coming back into the fray with the Bloodstone.
No
Lumiere
detection.
with the stun as well. It's connected onto Kataro. Kataro going to get stunned up. Yadomi going to run away as well from this fight. He's trying to give the backup that he needs for his
These
buddies.
fishes are so
This
good.
Lumiere is just getting pummeled by Kataro. And this Sven is too much to deal with. He doesn't even need to BKB.
Yeah, he still hasn't popped it. What the hell? They
No
might be able to
need
just
whatsoever.
quickly chase down
FCR,
They
they're
got the
just
vision.
dancing around the trees here, but this Bristleback's going to get caught too. I mean, how big of a beast is this Sven?
Especially against a Bristleback, like it just feels like giga value whenever you're going up against that sort of thing. And they picked this Bristle into the known Sven, so whether it would be a core or a support, you've got A, naturally a Silver Edge buyer, B, you've just got Warcry, and he even went and purchased the Shard just to make sure that there was no way to remove that, even with the SD Purge.
And it looks so weird in the fight recap as well. Like, the bars are really low on the side of Legacy. SD did 5,000 damage. Bristle did also about 5,000 damage. Alk only got to hit for 4. And that was, what? He was just hammering away on a Sacred, really. That was all the damage he got that fight.
It's pretty much all the Disseminate coming through there from the Shadow Demon that was doing the majority of the damage. I think a little bit for the Demonic Purge as well, as they get another free Negative Shard for themselves, and even more control now from Dark Margot. I mean, his spellcasting in terms of his fishes has been by far the best in terms of overall impact of any player in this game.
Radiant's top
And also,
tower
what's
is
getting
under
even worse here,
attack.
Kataro, he hit level 25 from that team fight. That God Strength, that just got amplified by another 50%. Gonna get silenced up here. Pops a Satanic on the first one. He's gonna get released from his prison. Ult up Lumiere. Bubble save, but what's gonna happen after? Echo some of the backline. Stampede in. Lumiere goes down. He's got no buyback, and that pretty much just seals the deal here for Legacy. FCR might be unkillable here. They're gonna have to fight this 4v5. The racks are falling. Backdoor protection kicks in. Pico does get stunned up once again. Yodomi throwing in those spears with the
facing him.
Strike. The snowball comes out. Taro going to be right on top of him. Still hasn't popped his BKB and doesn't even see the need to use it. One shot on the puck. 2.3k crit to the face.
Die back.
And not just the lane of racks. I mean, they've got this game now well in their hands.
Middle tower is under attack.
It's in the bag for sure.
In the
That's
bag.
a pretty easy predict coming through there as Kataro just wailing in onto this tower. And this is what I was worried about. You know, if they were going to continue to... Oh, hold on. This is another buyback? Or has he lived the entire time on FCI? I just don't think they care, considering they've got the Crimson, they've got that war cry. What are you really all that worried about?
It feels like at some point, Bristleback theory was someone's going to die to the hero. Just draw him away from the rest. Now we don't even care about the Bristleback. He's there. Now we finally get to close him down. And that's everyone dead on the side of Legacy in the end.
10-0 and 5 beyond godlike for Kataro. Going to show that you don't need the uber traditional carries to be able to make this work. Right now, all Lumiere can do is watch from the high ground of his fountain as the rest of the base starts to fall. Might go for one last attempt when you've got the Puck and the Shadow Demon available, but you've got, I guess, the Pipe and the Crimson are down, but it would need to be the perfect symphony of skills if they were to make that happen.
Lumiere loading up the stun here, trying to go for one more attempt. Gets the double stun out, maybe onto the Shaker, but Ancient is down to 1600 HP, but they will fight this one through. They've taken down the SD. There goes Lumiere, and there goes game number 1. Waska for the lead.
And the traditional position 4 buys the Desolator, just as a bit of style points to be able to finish it up as well.
Of course he did it again. On Matthew, right?
Yep.
Yeah. I think he's allowed to do it at this point. People buying their mantles, dropping him on the ground. Matthew gets Desolators. So there's that. But hey, Waska, for the first time today, it was a complete package.
It was, and I really feel like they abused the fact that Legacy were severely lacking in damage, right? Like, Tusk, Shadow Demon, I said it all during the early game, you don't really do much, even together. Like, you don't get kills all that easily. Puck, once it gets to the later stages, you do a decent amount of damage, but early on, you really need to pair together with, let's say, a position 4 that's able to dish out a decent amount. I'm talking your Snapfires, your Techies, hell, even a Mirana is able to do it to a decent extent, and you know, Alchemist spent a lot of time farming. They did try, they did go for a few different smoke attempts, but I feel like it was just a little too late, and this Bristleback, which again, they picked into the Sven, was nowhere near as impactful as what they wanted it to be.
Yeah, they did pressure their lane, right, with the Bristleback. They forced a lot of movement. People were chasing the Bristle around. They couldn't kill the guy. Thought that this is pretty good for Legacy, but in the end, it's not really amazing because they couldn't get this Bristleback to snowball the way they wanted, right? Like, I think that's what you're trying to say, too, is that Legacy couldn't utilize that first power spike on the Bristleback. They couldn't utilize the second one either. And then we're already hitting into the Sven timing. His first team fight gets an ultra right away. Just a work of art from onward from there for Waska. Plus, the individual effort from these heroes, the way that they use their spells are pretty crucial inside of Waska to make a click, and they did.
For sure. Like, I especially, again, want to highlight Dark Margot. We've talked about his positioning in previous games and previous series, but this time he was completely on point. They're basically acting as a core in the form of his damage and a support in terms of just being able to save his big aura carriers to make sure that they retain that Stampede if they were ever trying to, you know, commit onto them without the Dream Coil. So, yeah, I think despite the fact that everything seemed to line up for them in the early game, hell, even got the Vampire Fangs on the Bristleback, they just weren't able to get anything done. Barely any tower damage across every single one of their heroes. I mean, Enchantress on her own did more than the entire enemy team combined. Mirana, same deal. Centaur, same deal. Every single person on Waska did more building damage than the entire Legacy roster.
But that's game number 1. Legacy, they're going to have to fight for this one to get the series tied up. So we'll find out what happens after the break when we get to game 2 between these two teams.
cheeks and strawberry curls. That's my sexy little robo girl. When I kiss her heated lips, she burns like a kitten and droops her lips. Says your wish is my command, telling me to love her like a real man. With the high-speed motors in overdrive, I've never felt a lover who's more alive. And my head gets spinning like a tilt-a-whirl with my kinky little robo girl. When she puts her squeeze on me, it's enough to drive me to my knees. She don't need no diamond ring. All she ever wants is the real thing. Working all day in the rat race, dreaming of her eyes and perfect face. When I'm home at night, all is right with the world. Since I found my little robo girl. When I'm home at night, all is right with the world. Welcome to my private garden. It's my own menagerie. If you're looking for a party, I own
on everything you see. Heavy is the head that wears the crown. They said it's my time, and I'm gonna run this scene. If you don't like the way I rule my empire, you can go ahead and you can kiss my ring. All eyes on me, yeah. When I enter the scene, quit it. All eyes on me. All hail to the king, get it? If I say so, then it is so. If I say no, you better get low. On bended knee, yeah. All hail to the king, get it? Make way for the king, yeah. All hail to the king, get it? If I say so, then it is so. If I say no, you better get low. On bended knee, yeah. All hail to the king, get it? There's only room for one hustler, sitting way up on that throne. Guess I'm showing my true colors. 24 karat gold. I'm gonna wear that crown. Y'all better hit the ground. It's my time, and I can guarantee, if you don't like the way I rule my kingdom, you can go ahead and you can kiss my ring. All eyes on me, yeah. When I enter the scene, quit it. All eyes on me. All hail to the king, get it? If I say so, then it is so. If I say no, you better get low. On bended knee, yeah. All hail to the king, get it? Make way for the king, yeah. All hail to the king, get it? If I say so, then it is so. If I say no, you better get low. On bended knee, yeah. All hail to the king, get it? Oh, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling, oh, I'm feeling good. Wake up with no alarm, brand new kind of charm, and fresh hot coffee in a big old mug. Can't wait to get my face in the morning sun, yeah. Make a list, check it off, doing only what I want. 'Cause there's nothing better than making waves. I'm front and center in my own parade, on parade, on parade, on parade. Oh, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling, oh, I'm feeling good. Solid gold, I'm shining.
Let's see if this one stays as the last game of our stream, or will we get one more? It's up to Legacy now to tie this one up versus Waska. And I did highlight that earlier on, but I'll repeat it again for all the folks who have been wondering, like, what's up with today's games? Well, Waska looked definitely a lot better coming into this first game of this series. Their first best game in a while. I don't know what happened in the upper bracket series. Didn't get to watch that one as we were busy casting our own series, but this was definitely the Waska that I know.
Yeah, for sure. I think the main difference is that there was really zero pressure coming from Legacy this game relative to what we've seen in the past from teams like Dibujitos, because 21 minutes in there was only 3 kills that they were able to claim, and it's not through constant attempting to skirmishes. It was 3 kills to 3 kills both sides. So if you're looking to try and take out Waska, you got to play a whole lot quicker, because this was a draft that was going to scale, and it was going to scale in a big way.
Yeah, this is going to be a difficult game for Legacy in a way. Of course, now it's the point of, like, you have everything to win at this point. You lose that game, you're out. So maybe Waska might fall into that false sense of security is probably the wrong phrase to use here, because, maybe they've finally got themselves a hot streak going. The momentum's on their side. And Legacy's job is just to break it. It's a very early game lineup that they had, in a way. Early timings with the Alchemist, or even earlier timing with the Bristleback, but they just couldn't utilize that. What do you think they could do better to achieve that goal? Do they need to force fights more? Do they need to be more active on the map? How do they get to the position they should have gotten with the draft that they had?
I mean, I think if you're going to draft a Tusk and Shadow Demon support duo, which again, low damage, you need to pick cores that are going to be able to make up for that. And Alchemist is not one. Puck is not one. You know, Puck enables you to do damage on a bunch of other heroes and forces a fight to stay within this enclosed region. So, you know, maybe picking up something instead of a bristleback like, I don't know, Timbersaw, for example. You know, very, very high damage if a fight is concentrated in a small area. Also another one of these heroes that you can kind of leave on their own and look to, you know, make rotations around the rest of the map, can look to build up a bunch of stacks. Every single time they pick these combos, they also had a Nature's Prophet together with them, which again, very high early damage output, very high scaling potential as well. So I'm a little surprised that we're still yet to see enough respect given over to this NP hero.
All right, well, let's see what the first phase is going to bring us here. Pretty rapid bans on both sides. It's the same for Waska. Nothing's changed for the side of Legacy except for that Centaur. And they still go for the Shadow Demon here on their side, but no Centaur this time around. So, Waska, is it time to bring out the Matthew Sniper?
Possibly. Like, I still don't have an issue with the Centaur ban at all. I don't have an issue with the Shadow Demon at all. You've just got to make it work for the draft. You need to identify weaknesses when you get them. And, you know, Tiny is a pretty good way to be able to abuse this, both in the fact that if you find the SD, it's just dead. You're not going to be able to live through a Tiny Avatos combination. Also, off the fact that even if you're not the one that gets caught out, it can be kind of difficult in the moment to be able to get the disruption off on whoever is getting comboed, right? Like you might accidentally click the Tiny instead while the combo is already going, or it might be way up in the air so you don't actually click it. You actually need to like click their portrait at the top of the screen to be able to guarantee it, but it just easier said than done when you're in a high pressure situation like this on the brink of elimination.
Do get to see the Tiny here, which of course is again an interesting hero for Waska. Allows you to make that playmaking capability early rotations, really down to action runes, honestly, like which team is going to be picking those up. Didn't we? Who actually got the majority of the runes there? I feel like Dark Mago maybe did control the runes a bit better, or maybe have a bit more luck with the rune spawning.
I think he had a bit of luck with it. It was really 50-50. Like early on, they didn't really rotate around the 6-minute runes. They didn't really rotate around the 8-minute runes. It was just down to luck for that. But from like 10 onwards, we saw a lot of people converging about that mid lane. And again, I highlighted the fact that Waska's supports were being a little bit more greedy for their own games, so that when they did show up for these eventual fights, they were just that little bit stronger than their legacy counterparts. And again, both the Mirana and the Enchantress were able to dish out a pretty reasonable amount of damage as well, especially in comparison to the Tusk Shadow Demon combination. Not going to be the same combo this time around, with Tusk being picked up by Waska. Still plenty of those cores available in this game.
Yeah, Tiny already packs a punch early on, so probably the Tusk damage isn't that useful for Tiny with the drinking buddies, but the movement speed more than that, so that can really help the Tiny get to position, get those tosses out, even move in and out if there is some slows or some control involved. But in terms of like those early ganks, Shadow Demon doesn't have an ulti yet. I do see this Tusk helping Tiny potentially gank the same lane. And Legacy, actually, Magnus and then into the Sniper themselves.
Okay. I'm also wondering, like, are we ever going to see a Rubik, especially going up against this Magnus, right? Like a nice way, especially when you've got that telekinesis to be able to stop any skewer backs. You know, we saw I keep referencing TI, but TI-10 LGD Xingqiu with his Rubik going up against Collapse Magnus. It was the counter to the avenue that they were going down. And I mean, there's a lot of good spells to seal already this game. It would still leave you in that little bit of a weird spot in terms of like, where is your support damage coming from? Because Sniper addresses that issue for Legacy if it is indeed being played as a support. And maybe they want to still keep this Tiny somewhat flexible, like still keep it as a possible position 4 and have the Tusk as the 5. So maybe they just go down a slightly different avenue. I don't know. I think they're going to need to reveal both their off lane and their secondary support now.
Hey, Yeah, I was looking. Rubik is the 18th most picked hero in these qualifiers, so I was thinking that there's a high possibility the hero will go through. Only a 45% win rate so far,
10
but
seconds
that also counts
remaining.
into teams that have been knocked out in the open qualifiers early
5
stages.
seconds remaining.
So that probably doesn't tell you the whole story about the win rate on the hero, unlike Tusk, maybe 96 games, 63%, which is super high. But yeah, you got your Rubik.
Matthew's a good
Because
Rubik too. We're
he
basically
is-
only behind Schofield. Like I think Schofield is a next level Rubik, but Matthew's still very, very good. So I'm happy to see it.
Curious actually about some win rates here. About both of the heroes that are actually still in the pool, the Marcy and the DK, have probably the lowest win rates by far.
Have we seen
Uh,
Marcy at all?
53 games, 37%. DK 65 games,
Dire team
35% win rate. What is this
Ooh.
hero? What is this hero doing in this Dota game?
It is another slow hero in my eyes, right? Like, yes, you do a pretty decent job against the Underlord in lane, but you've got telekinesis to be able to, redirect people. You've got Pit of Malice that you can use to kite him around. Yeah,
10
Enrage
seconds
gets rid of
remaining. Radiant team
the
back.
root, so that's kind of nice, but you don't do anything really until you've got that Battle Fury. So
Yeah.
I guess they're feeling that Waska don't necessarily do too much themselves either, so maybe just banking for it to be kind of a carbon copy of what we saw last game. And
10
honestly, if
seconds
it went to the
remaining.
later stages, I'm probably favoring Legacy at this point, right? Shattered even with a few extra
5
items to
seconds
make
remaining.
sure they're standing on the back lines. A sniper that's
Yeah.
looking to scale as that pos 4. Mag, great mid to late game. Core and Ursa, you can
Ursa,
get
the
to that
winner of
point.
736. Like, this was the carry hero everybody was picking up. The
Yeah.
ultimate late game carry. Even outshining the Faces Void, which was
Radiant team
up
back.
until that patch considered the best late game hero ever.
Yes, and I still kind of think he is. I just think that Faceless Void doesn't have that inbuilt farming mechanism. Like Ursa has
This
it
is a
a
good
little
opportunity
bit,
to
but
Right.
you
learn.
cannot flash farm until
That's
you get.
that's
to
why they
battle.
drafted a
10
lot of like
seconds
Void
remaining.
Magnus drafts, right? To
Yeah.
kind of replace the lack of damage early.
5
Then they
seconds remaining.
reworked his talents, made that hero stronger, still had moments where the hero just doesn't either have the attack speed to get procs, or he just doesn't have the raw damage output, why they put the Magnus together. So when you're talking about the Ursa Battle Fury, which I totally, I'm on board with you on that idea, the fact that they have this Magnus on the lineup helps this Ursa get to his item timings faster, helps him deal damage faster and quicker. So I think that is good for increasing their timings. But Waska
Yeah.
do get that freedom of also considering, well, if they're going to farm, we could also farm.
Yeah, but also like, there's no way for Magnus to just be giving Ursa Empower in like, let's say the first 10 minutes, right? He's going to be focusing on his own game, and I feel like that's the period where you see these Wind Rangers and Lunas and all that sort of thing. They shine
Fire
at that
team
point
back.
because
Yeah.
you don't need anyone to help you get glaives. You don't need anyone when you just pop the whirlwind and farm a bunch of different camps at the exact same time. So that's the weakness
Well,
that I'm seeing.
Maybe you could do something wild as play support Magnus, put Sniper Ursa cores, pick an offlaner here. You could maybe do that, but
10
I'm not sure if you're
seconds
griefing your
remaining.
lanes. You have double melee into the bottom lane. Not what they're looking at. I mean,
5
they banned
seconds
Treant, they banned
remaining.
Shadow Fiend. They're unsure about this Sniper.
Yeah, I'm not so sure about the sniper either. I mean, in the lane, it's going to be quite nice against the tiny, right? 0 armor, sniper just peeping him away. So that'd be probably what I'd be more
Dire
concerned
team
about, to be
pick.
honest, as they look to get out more of these hyper carry heroes. There goes the Troll Warlord and the Morphling.
Yeah.
Sorry,
let's see.
just you mentioning that Faceless Void has got me thinking, like, is it a
Radiant
possible
team pick.
Faceless Void game for Waska to pick and a techies for themselves? All sorts of unique heroes coming through. So it looks like it
Oh,
will
wow.
be a mid sniper.
All right. Well, not exactly your high IQ team, but you do have Milo IQ Ooga Booga on the Legacy side. So all going according to plan. Well,
10
how do you feel about the
seconds
techies?
remaining.
I mean, we can probably talk about that more. Maybe if Waska just rapidly pick their hero.
5 seconds
Get a
remaining.
completely different idea of what this techies is going to do. Maybe we should just talk about the Waska pick instead before that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just trying to think. Whatever they pick, I want to see something that is able to build into a nullifier, because they don't currently have any offensive dispel, and against an Ursa, that's just so crippling to the damage that he's able to output. Gets rid of the empower, gets rid of the overpower.
Can you play Razor Nullifier?
Mm, Not particularly. And again, you're going up against a Shadow Demon, right? So he's just going to Demonic Purge you if you try and run.
Choose your
Alright,
And Weaver
well-
Nullifier, for sure.
It's an idea. All right, now we can maybe bring up this Tickies a bit more here. He has a great skill set versus the Weaver. Qatar, don't pick Hive Mind, by the way. Don't do it. That
Not
was
a
my-
fan?
That was my favorite meme at 736 when the patch literally came out, because we cast a finished in-house league game where they picked Hive Mind on Weaver, and they thought that it could actually pay off a lot. And we were just having fun with the broadcast, and I was like, yeah, that's not going to be seen again. It never was seen again. It's all about the skitter step.
Enjoy that 5 XP that you're getting from all of these little swarm hits. Surely by this point they buff it up a little bit, but thankfully Kataro changes up into it. Yeah, the techies, it does mean that you do resolve the issue that I feel like Legacy had in that last draft, right? Lack of damage coming from the supports. Not the case with techies. You have an overwhelming amount of damage. I was actually... Oh, and Lumiere's even got the Alpine Ursa set as well, so I'm feeling more confident with this Legacy draft already.
And the Flying Sniper.
And the Flying Sniper. I don't know. It just feels a bit wonky, this Legacy draft, to be perfectly honest, right? I feel like this Ursa is going to be a little slow. If you get into the Nullifier, a lot of the damage is removed. You might have all of this damage from the techies, but do you have the setup to be able to enable it? Not really, right? Like, it's a mid-sniper. We're not talking about a Puck or a Storm Spirit or even an Ember, right? All this stuff that could potentially set up for the Blast-Off and Proximity Mines combination. It's basically only Magnus that you're able to make plays with, so I think that puts a lot of pressure onto FCR. He doesn't necessarily have an easy game either, right? Like, he's playing against a Weaver Tusk. Weaver is going to be chunking you down in lane with the Drinking Buddies.
I was getting worried for a moment that FCR actually had the reverse polarity, but thankfully not. It's easy to mistake that facet.
They saw them place down that Observer Ward, by the way. A little surprising that Dark Margo would just walk on up and place that after Weaver literally just saw them break the smoke there, and they're even going to give Wonder Kid the solo XP as well. Never mind,
Yeah.
Gardic yoinked a little bit of it. They thought they were far enough away. You can do that with Dota Plus, right? Like, you can show the experience
30
range with,
seconds to
like,
battle.
Alt and right-click.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, you
I
can,
use that
yeah.
for, like, my mech these days on my games, because it's such a misleadingly large range on mech and stuff like that.
Yeah, you have like this gut feeling, right? Like, you used to, when people stacked up from Mana Boots, right? It's always like, they come hugging you. It's like, you don't have to hug me, bro. Like, it can be in a relatively long
The
distance for you to get that
begins.
buff on yourself. Get that
I'll
extra
never
mana.
turn down a hug, though.
Oh, of course. There was a couple of interesting ones that sometimes used it for. I mean, I guess blink is so easy to put it, so you don't get the blink penalty, because you want to blink as far as you can without getting the penalty, and then you might not even land the ability you're looking for. Pudge Hook, something I use quite a lot, you know,
Sure.
especially with the Flayers Hook.
Oh, yeah. Love that. Love more Pudges in my games.
I
Like
was
we needed
going on
more.
an absolute Pudge roll. I had a 91% win rate in a month on that hero from like 28 games. I only lost 1 or 2. I was like, can this be real? Then they nerfed Player's Hook. I was like, well, I'm going to have to go back to the old hook and get used to it now. And it felt so awful.
Dream's dead, yeah.
It's kind of like with the Sand King players, right? 736 comes out. He gets huge buffs. He looks great in the A patch. He's garbage in the B patch. I think he got like a slight buff later on because they changed his Ags into the Stinger above the what was it before? The random stun, the Burrow Strike locations before. And then people started figuring out Sand King, and this is where we are today.
And hopefully we don't see too much more of it, because it is just way too obnoxious, as is Waska in this bottom lane. Nice spellcasting, though, by Legacy, making sure to get the double value out of things like the Sticky Bomb. You're getting double value out of the Shockwaves as well.
And if you can read Kataro's movements right, that level 1 Shukuchi can never be used aggressively. You gotta get yourself in a safe area. It's 15-second cooldown. If you are in no man's land after Shukuchi ends, you're just dead. The hero has so slow movement speed, he has no survivability, and Tekis is perfect for that cause as they just dive the tower. FCR misses the skewer. Kataro lives, and with the creep still tanking the tower as they didn't actually do any right clicks here. Kataro, does he get the deny? No, he doesn't even live from FCR's hammer. And first blood is spilt. Dark Mago goes down to the sniper as well, so Wonder Kid getting the second kill for Legacy.
It's just, again, that annoying way that you are able to play as this sniper, right? Like, you've got so much oppressive damage from relatively far range, and Tiny with 0 armor. What can he really do about it?
I was wondering a bit about, like, Sniper does right-click really hard, but does he get the benefit off of his shrapnel versus a Tiny who has generally a lot of high HP? But then I think about, like, in TI and stuff, we've been seeing DKs getting punished by Sniper a lot because they're not regenerating fast enough versus the damage they're taking, and then the shrapnel just finishes you off.
It's one of those things that, like, has amazing impact in the early game. Does fall off short in the later stages, but it just makes you such a rough lane to have to go up against, and every single one of these lanes is going well for Legacy, which is exactly what they were wanting. It's exactly what they need to happen if they're going to slow down the aggression coming from Waska so that their Ursa draft isn't punished.
Yeah, the Ursa farming the lane, but the SD has to teleport to the tower as he steals the healing Lotus. So that's his teleport gone. Won't be able to play aggressive again. He goes for a quick pull to get that lane closer towards his tower. Lumiere is going to be happy about that. Matthew will just get some free pokes onto this Ursa meanwhile.
I'm sure they're just keeping an eye on the Underlord as well, realizing that he didn't have any mana at that stage, so that's why Lumiere could afford to be in that 1v2 lane. There was no danger of him being caught inside of a pit or a firestorm. Now, though, he's popped the clarity, so next time that happens, need to be with the backup of Gardic there.
Everyone else is getting farm except for the Underlord. Sacred a bit behind here in terms of CS. Ursa already doubling up so far. I guess that move was also necessary at the Lotus. And damage in when they can. Can't really contest with that Ursa in the lane.
Hiko's been doing a fantastic job in this lane as well. Like, might not have the most net worth, but every single time he's just constantly pinging away at this Weaver, and there's not really too much that Yodomi can do about it at this stage.
Yep.
You know,
Yep.
Even just when there's 2-3 creeps next to him, Hiko will happily do it because he's got the armor to be able to tank up a few of those creep hits and
Yep.
not really care all that much about it. He's level 3 now as well, so a good amount of extra damage that they're able to pump into them if they did want to go for another tower dive.
Yeah, and just being in the right place at the right time, right? It's looking a bit easier when you say it. You give a lot of confidence in it, but playing versus Weaver Tusk is a kill lane. Right? If you are in the wrong place, this Tekis could have easily just died like twice already in the laning stage so far, but he's done a great job giving everything this FCR needs and not allowing Waska to get those kills going in that lane.
Bit of an awkward state for Katara to be in now as well, because he doesn't really want to be in this lane. He doesn't have a small camp because it was blocked up there by Hiko. So now Magnus is able to pick up a lot of this safe farm, might even be able to pull this hard camp into the wave as well. And that'll open up Hiko to be able to make a move towards the mid lane, really help out the sniper even further. Might actually even just get some stacks on the way as well. So he's really just being efficient with a lot of his movements, with a lot of how he's playing the lane. Really impressed so far by Hiko, and he's the reason that the Magnus is sitting at the top of the net worth charts.
Yeah. Sniper hits level 6 first in the mid lane, already starting his assassinate spam onto the Tiny. Yodomi coming in for the 6-minute rune, though. It's going to be a split top bottom. Who gets it this time? Shield for Wonder Kid.
I mean, that's just one of those instances where Gaben is smiling on you with this game, right? Because they've done everything right on the Tusk, you know, rotating to be able to, you know, impact that side. Techies had gone for a bit of a greedier play, prioritizing making some stacks, understandably, considering you've got, again, 3 cores that would be very happy to be able to claim a lot of those jungle creeps.
Yeah,
but because of that, he's not right there at the 6-minute mark, but it doesn't even matter. So, like, you go the greedier route, but you're not punished for it, essentially.
do want to look something up here in these mid tinies because.
Dire are scanning.
All right, so this is pretty fairly standard. So the Soul Ring on the mid tiny. I was just wondering, like, is that something that I've maybe missed because he's both Bottle and the Soul Ring. He needs a lot of mana, sure.
You know,
I just feel like I haven't seen it enough to call it standard, but it is absolutely standard.
It's standard in SA for sure. Like, the person that I always look towards for how do you build mid tiny is GPK, and he doesn't necessarily do it. He goes like Bottle, Power Treads, straight into the Blink. Doesn't really worry about the Soul Ring altogether, and I still think he's probably got the best mid tiny in the world. So I'm always going to lean on his experience.
Yeah, that's what you get with his level of mentality.
Oh, for sure. PMA only.
Yeah, absolute PMA.
I still remember casting a last chance qualifier thing with him, and he was mid morphling and bought Midas 15 minutes in.
Was that the last round of the last chance qualifiers where they first lost the upper bracket opportunity, then they lost the lower bracket? Yes, I remember doing the panel on that one. I was just saying, I was telling Fear, I was telling Nat, this is a team that if they lose the first game, they're just going to get 2-0. And it looked like they had CK going Midas, yeah, then mid going Midas. And like, I remember that.
Well, top side. He might be level 6, but is that enough when you've got 4 heroes running at you?
It is. Fall off of the dive here. Maybe look for another opening, wait for their cooldowns to come back up.
You are very far
Gardic
forward
as well, but Gardic, well, I mean, he's not in the threat of being used by abilities, right? Techie's jumping into the back. This is pretty good for Legacy, but with Dark Mago also showing up, it will secure the kill on Gardic. Disarm onto the Underlord. Eco with the taser. The RP comes out from FCR. They'll finish up Matthew and looking to finish on Sacred as well. That's 2 down already. The toss in, that's a lot of damage, but the raindrops are keeping them alive. Yadomi with the shards doesn't get the block, but the snowball will take down Wonder Kid. And there's Lumiere still running back and forth. And
what is this fight?
Everyone is here, and even reinforcements are coming back in. Gardic's respawn. Lumiere is down. FCR down to 300 HP. And Kataro fighting it out with Hiko. Another skewer coming out onto Dark Mago. They're really just going with scraps. They're getting anything, bolts and nuts, whatever they can get to throw at their opponent's direction. The Jomi takes on FDR.
Oh,
Hiko
got him in the air.
doesn't get the explosion off onto Matthew. Or was it Kataro? Even Matthew was the one who just got the kill. And just like that, you know, it's a team wipe off of Legacy. And Waska losing 2 heroes plus a tower. Oh my goodness, that's a battle
5
and a half.
pluses used in that fight. 5. That is just how long it lasted for everyone. I mean, there you go. There's your Soul Ring value right there. Just being able to stay in that fight, move in, move out, be able to regen up a little bit, go back in for a little bit more. It's not something that I was expecting when I saw this Ursa draft, but I suppose it was Waska that were the ones taking the fight to them, right? They didn't give Legacy a choice. They said, hey, you're not ready to fight right now, so we're just going to put the pressure on you, put the impetus on you to be able to respond and show how relatively weak you are at this stage. The fact that it even started to look even at the very beginning of that is, you know, honestly a credit to Legacy and a lot of their spell casting, but it's just a little bit too much.
Yeah, just a casual 1-minute fight, right? On the laning stage with everybody getting involved. Only bringing in the SA spice once again. Like last game was maybe a bit too conservative. We had like, what, 10 kills in 20 minutes, but now it's already double the pace of that.
This is without support ultis as well, right? Obviously Waska have picked up a few because of, just the length of that fight. So now Tusk level 6. I'm assuming they're going to give Matthew a little bit of solo farm in this mid lane. Really just wanting it to be in the safest position possible, as close to his tower as he can, so he, even though it's the 10-minute mark, he ended up body blocking a whole lot.
Traffic heading towards down bottom. Wonder Kid with Gardic, hoping for Yadomi to extend a limit so that they could just jump on him. Kataro's also here. Are we getting another fight down in bottom? We got a lot of people coming in here. Hiko and Lumiere's considering making his way there too. His Battle Fury, I mean, the funny thing about that entire last fight, right? Lumiere got 0 assists, 0 kills. So he got no progress to his Battle Fury. Which, if he did get a couple kills, he might actually... Yeah, hilarious in a way. I mean, it's pretty awkward for him, but... still like no progress towards the big item that he needs to get to.
Dire's middle tower is under
And this is
attack.
why, you know, these Battle Fury heroes just aren't picked up anymore, because you just can't contribute in a similar sort of way. Like, Weaver was doing a lot in that fight. Geminate attack, you've got, again, the Drinking Buddies, which has, how many points in it? 3 now at this stage. It would have had that in the fight as well, so plus 70 damage when you're double attacking just feels way, way, way too good. And it's almost level 7 now.
Pretty powerful in general. Arcane also secured for Dark Mago. Lumiere unable to take that one away either. He should be farming, but he's looking for an action rune.
Okay.
Maybe hope that maybe it's an AD. I mean, if I look at the rune cycle, it's been regen, haste, arcane. So then there's illusion, invis, and AD still
shield.
out there, and shield. Oh wait,
I-
shield.
what I
Shield we got at the right start, right?
Yeah. What I
Yeah.
really want to see, as Matthew has stolen Overpower, is Rubik and Tusk making plays together with the Drinking Buddies and the Rubik with Overpower. Just to... I want to see how quickly something dies.
You can maybe kill the SD or the techies pretty quickly.
For sure.
Hidden combos.
Come on. You're close enough. Go do it.
Nagomi is around now, maxed out. The Drinking Buddies, 95 damage now.
Come on, just press that smoke button. You know you want to. Matthew's actually going for a Blink Dagger as well. So really wants to be there to be able to... He's trusting the fact that he's going to be able to steal this RP and make some turnaround potential happen.
I mean, yeah, he's like, the only thing that kills him is damage, right? So it's not like you have someone who wants to Blink Initiate on him. They have other heroes to worry about. Techies has to worry about the Weaver. Magnus probably the same thing as well, try to control the cores. This could be a game where Matthew has a lot of freedom because if Ursa runs in, you can just lift him away. This is like, if you go for Blink, he could be anywhere, and he might just be the MVP of the game. Like, this is a game where it's set out for you to have success.
They have basically zero control outside of this Magnus.
RP mid, they're going to catch the Tiny, push him into the river, and there's one set of control, another one on top of it, and the burst is going to be sufficient. 5 versus 1.
They were able to steal Empower, though, which, you know, not the worst. For you to just be able to provide
They
over
lost
to
both
your
wisdoms. They sent 5 heroes mid, and they won't be able to secure their own wisdom, so Yadomi taking it away.
Team. Oh,
What a
okay.
skewer counter.
Why is there not a letter patch already, T? I like, surely just nerf the Drinking Buddies range by the level of it that you've skilled up, right? 900 at all levels is just nuts. 6, 7, 8, 900. Bam. Easy. Balanced.
Yeah, I mean, I've been saying that about Stormhammer on Sven. Like, level 1, it should have the same thing with shorter range.
Sven's not busted, though.
He's not, but when he was being spammed as a 5 in every single game, I was like, can you just do something about that, Hammer?
I really feel like it was only Kataomi doing that well, though, is the thing.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
That is a tower down. Yadomi, Kataro. Dynamic duo. 6 letters in the name, that's all you need.
Mm-hmm.
FCR.
Yeah.
Push out the lane. Lumiere, yeah. He's got that Battle Fury now, 15 minutes. Well, he's had it for a while, because he does have 1,400 gold towards that Blink Dagger. That will allow him to finally start making some plays. Talking
You
about
would think.
plays, look at mid, and look at FCR and Hiko. The things they could do together.
Dire
Yeah.
are
That's
scanning.
the other thing that I've been considering is sort of like a... Margot? You're in a little bit too deep, my guy. I mean, again, it's the style that he likes to play, but I'm not so sure if that's the best possible option for you, because you told me.
Teleporting.
Once again.
You can't quite
Blink
catch
skewer.
up to him. Another Blink is ready on FCR, but he only has a level 1 shockwave.
Oh.
But he's found himself Kataro. He just instantly another
Oh.
teleport away. Arctic. Disruption stolen by Matthew. Sacred in. Yadomi trying to give him the movement speed buff on top of the Feed Skate movement speed buff. And there's the RP. Lands on the Underlord. Matthew, does he get to steal it? No, the spell still was still in
He might
cooldown.
still
Maybe
do
with
it.
the disruption might be able to do it. He's
Yep.
got it. Brilliant. AD as well for Kataro. Oh,
Instant smoke.
this doesn't get any better than this. Okay, Dark Mago is the one to pick it up. I would have honestly even maybe given it to Kataro, and then
give him the
on
lotto.
top of the Drinking Buddies with the AD. Oh,
Dire
got
But I
that
mean,
scanning.
no, this is the thing though. Do you
The
want to walk
minefield.
into this?
Deed,
It's bait.
deed. A lot of noise coming out. Sacred almost dead already,
RP.
but that allows everybody else for them to clean up house. FCR dead, disruption ends, and Weaver has Gardic right behind him with 1 HP. They're not even interested in him. They want
Oh,
Wonder
SD, don't
Kid,
walk
and now
into
they're
the
going to have to
tower.
go for it. The Shikuchi gets the kill before the toss damage comes through, and Dark Mago diving for the sniper, gets the Hurricane Fight push away, but Matthew steals the Assassinate, gets one, could get another. Hiko tossed in the air, and he's also gone. Lumiere does show up to take down Dark Mago, and Matthew has to run away from Fuzzy Wuzzy. And Ursa's just like, I'm not spending any time
Radiant's
with these
bottom
two heroes.
tower
I'm
is
out of
under
here.
attack.
Mm-hmm. Mid lane, still not able to get that tower though, is the thing. As FCR doesn't have RP available once again as he blinks up onto the high
Radiant's
ground,
bottom tower
just to
is
see if
under
they had
attack.
any sort of vision around that sort of area. But at least they're maintaining this tier 1 tower. They've got an okay amount of control around this mid lane. Yeah, they did change out for the Assassinate, right, on Matthew, so he's not going to be able to fully use that Blink Dagger that he's got coming out in about 300 gold. Just saw, like-
Conda lined up.
Mm-hmm. You just saw only at the very end of that team fight did Lumiere get involved, right? That's
Yeah,
his first kill involvement of the entire game. You know, and good on him. It was like immediately as the Blink Dagger came out was when he felt like, okay, I'm not just going to be useless in this fight, but you just saw the difference between a Weaver's involvement and an Ursa's involvement, and they're still relatively even on net worth.
Yeah. Well, Weaver's got a whole ton of buffs on his side. Ursa doesn't really have any buffs from his teammates except for the Empower. And I'm just saying any because it feels like this Weaver just has so much more.
Mm-hmm. Double clean.
Spots Gardic in the river, pops down the ward. They know about that ward now. With the Gleipnir, shouldn't be able to get out either. Shikuchi, they do place down the sentry ward.
Radiant's bottom
And
tower
setting up
is
another
under attack.
minefield here.
Got it.
I mean, if you know this is probably happening, surely you just play elsewhere, right? Like
Yeah.
you're limited by mana, you're limited by cooldowns. There's only so many places that they could have potentially had
like
this
the
whole
old
thing.
techies,
set
right?
up.
Scanning.
Hold up,
It's
I'm just
like-
looking at Margot. He's got 2 people potentially here, but he ends up
Yes.
tossing into the
Okay.
lane. He's fine.
Avalanche comes out before the RPs ever landed, so Dark
Radiant's
Mago,
middle tower
he's
is
got
under
his wits
attack.
about him this time.
Blink
they're
coming out
bringing
from Matthew
Roche.
as well.
Lumiere going into the Roche pit.
Oh, what is it?
Radiant
The
are
smoke
scanning.
is not on the courier. He just bought it on Matthew, so they're not going to be able to smoke into this. They know what's going on, but just a little bit of miss micro coming out. I think he actually dropped it in base and put it on the Tusk's courier.
Run,
So
run,
maybe
run.
it gets there in time, but probably not when you're going up against this Ursa.
Well, they spotted Gardic already. They're trying to rush this Roshan. 1,500 HP remaining. They're going to lose this SD, maybe. No, they can't even get the kill through. And Lumiere,
Sorry.
Waparo's right next to it.
He's
Gets
so
the
low.
Fatal Malice Alpha that Aegis does go down.
Did you see those cleaves onto the Weaver? Like, he nearly just melted outside the pit
Yeah,
because
that
of
was
the
a couple
cleave.
stacks. Couple stacks on Roche. Yeah, that hurt quite a lot. Dark Mago goes in, though, and that's your Aegis gone right away. They're all stuck inside the trees. FCR's got nowhere to go and doesn't even get the chance to blink away. Wonder Kid's going to be in trouble as well. How much can Lumiere do? How much damage can he
waiting
do?
back.
Because his teammates are an absolute chronic right now. They'll take down
what a
Wonder
play.
Kid. And FCR, he doesn't even get the chance to use his RP. Matthew is just toying with him, gets the double kill. And he's got Skewer on himself. He could blink Skewer somebody. Snowball onto the Ursa. Lumiere down. Hiko getting chased as well. And looking for the 4th kill. And that... it's not a full team wipe. It's
That's pretty much it, right? Gardic just has to go with the full-on retreat, and I mean, if you've got your saver running, then who's left to save the rest of the team, right? They're gonna move on into mid. They deal with all of these annoying little bombs, and Domi's very, very happy to soak them up with his 50 million braces. Just TPs straight back to base, and well, now once again, you feel free to just roam around the map, and I don't like keeping on harping on it, but
Dire's
it
top
just
tower
feels so
is
much
under
harder
attack.
for this Ursa to be able to do anything until you've legitimately got 3 items, whereas Kataro, he's been joining the team, making plays, even though he's effectively only got 1 item. You just see the difference in terms of overall game impact.
Yeah.
10 kill involvements versus the 1.
Also 10,000 gold lead. Waska definitely back up in form. Riding the momentum of that game number 1, continuing where they left off here. Legacy gonna start to feel the pressure. How much can they actually still achieve in this game? How much can they do? Sniper still got no damage items. Ursa has pretty much now got into fight form with that recipe in the BKB almost ready.
Yeah.
But really, I think the big issue is that Sniper is looking like a pause 4 to me, to be honest, when I look at that inventory. Like, a lot of support snipers have this at this stage.
And the thing is, like, you kind of needs the Hurricane Pike, right? Because you're going to be getting caught by Gleipnir, you're going to be caught by Hurricane Pike, you're going to be caught by even just ice shards as well, on top of everything else. So it hinders your net worth or your farm generation so much to be able to go this before a Maelstrom, but it's very much a necessity. And
it is, and that's what we always talk about. Like, do you ever even want to be in that position to force your survivability item above your first farming item? So always, we've been theory crafting this quite a lot. We talk about it so much as the Techies is dying at the top lane, that it feels like you always need to get Maelstrom before the Hurricane Pike.
Yeah, and I mean, it's, I don't know, maybe it's just the wrong choice, you know, because you do have the Gleipnir that you're going up against. You do have the Pit of Malice that you're going up against, but you've got a Shadow Demon, and he was lucky enough to be able to get the Demonic Cleanse. Maybe it could have just been, you know, communicated that, hell, even if at the 20-minute mark you don't get the Tormentor shard, just buy one, because it has really good value this game.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, there's
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
only Gardic has it lined up, or maybe even the Sniper. Like, you'd start to think about, like, I need that grenade too.
Yep.
That's that shard lined up in his quick buy. But he's not done with the Mithril Hammer. That's another 1,000 gold he needs to get. Bottom lane, Gardic. He's hiding in the trees, but not hiding well enough. He does get the cleanse off of the Gleipnir, but that also means he's going to get chased here. And Matthew, well, it's just a Shadow Poison steal, but that has pretty long range. If you hover over the Shadow Poison on Rubik, yeah, that's a big circle.
Gee, I didn't realize it was that much.
Yup.
Plus the
It's like a Marana arrow range type of stuff. This is like, it says 1865, but it feels like 3,000.
I like the way that they're playing this as well, right? Like, Weaver is the one that's doing the majority of your pushing, so you still want to put him in the areas that have the potential to be able to take towers. Right now, they're just playing the guessing game of, where is this Magnus? As soon as Mag reveals on the map, like right now, you see there's an instant ping onto the bottom tower, because they're like, well, he's the only way that we're going to die. So as long as we know that Magnus isn't, you know, here rallying behind the rest of the team, we can pretty easily just get another free tier 2 for ourselves. So credit needs to be given to both the map awareness as well as the warding that Yudomi has been able to place down.
He's been on point.
Even just, he's taking towers. Why not?
Can somebody help me out here? Buddy's on the Weaver. Plus 200 damage on top of his 117. Pretty balanced.
Incredibly. And they've even got a Yule Scepter here as Hiko. Yep, see you later, buddy. Yule Scepter on the Rubik with his 50 million cast range, and it means that, you know, you might be able to pop that Enrage on the Ursa, but doesn't feel all that great. Going to be able to clear off that Overpower as well. Feel a whole lot weaker as a result of that. So you're very much tied to this BKB almost entirely on Lumiere.
Yeah. One thing I'm worried about here about this Hiko Techies is that ever since he had that minefield in mid twice, hasn't been able to place down mines anywhere. Oh, Wonder Kid caught on the right side of the map here. Hitomi's baiting him out there with a Walrus Punch for a moment there, but now, before Staff doesn't really save him, Taro finishes the kill. Is that they don't have a minefield anywhere.
Right, look at the shrapnel range on Matthew.
Oh, no. Oh, okay, that's even bigger.
It's ridiculous.
2100 range.
Very balanced, very fair. Oh, there we go. There's a mine. Might only
Got
save.
the last keyword.
demure, mindful. It leaves you still capable of pushing in this tower. Like, they're playing this exactly as they
Dire's
need to.
middle tower
Like,
is under
as long as
attack.
you've got information about where the Magnus is,
Radiant's
just
top
group
tower
up,
has
not
fallen.
necessarily as 5, like as 3 feels like enough, and then use this game-breaking
middle tower
combination
has
of
fallen.
the drinking buddies to just take towers. You're still keeping ahead of an Ursa that's almost entirely dedicating himself to just farming jungle. That's it. All he's doing is farming jungle. It's not impacting the game state at all.
Can we just rename it to Game Breaking Buddies?
Sure.
Awesome.
Kind of feel tempted to do that whenever Ursa taunts as well with the simple clap.
I got a drum beat, but it's pretty bad. And I got a brass sound effect. I
Oh,
don't even
Wonder
know
Kid's
what
dead.
it does, so I don't want to do that. Oh, again?
Yep.
Yeah, he's dead. Yeah, I think maybe we can ignore that. Nobody's coming to the rescue either. What can you do to save poor Sniper? Sacred Underlord.
Hold on.
Dark Mago.
Same spot every single time.
This is his absolute kryptonite. It's always the same spot. But they are
coming.
getting the backup here, though. It's the supports
Oh,
charging
Lumiere
in
jumped
first on the Lumiere. You gotta love the courage of
Punch.
the supports. And no punch will cancel that teleport. Ursa's getting killed by the bug. The snowball's coming in and kills and Yadomi. You got Yadomi and Matthew charging in towards an Ursa. First guys in the front line, the Vanguard. And he instantly recognizes, I got a BKB teleport. I can't fight 2 supports.
I mean, he just messed up his Earthshock, right? He was trying to leap backwards away from the Earthshock, just leapt further into the team. And, you know, even though they were able to get a disruption in onto the Tusk, he was still able to break out quickly enough that that punch stopped the BKB TP. So, yeah, not only do you give up your life it's a 1-for-1 trade, which might feel okay in general. Not if you're pretty much the only one on your team that has network. Like, it's all on this Ursa right now.
And not the best uses of a 9-second BKB, right?
Or, I mean, you're just not afraid about going high ground now. Dead Magnus, like, how are they supposed to stop you? Wonder Kid's there at least, I guess, and he's got the Maelstrom still to be able to make plays happen, but it's gotten to the point where Dark Margo, he's going to be hunting anyone that just shows themselves. They're getting full comboed and pretty much blown up instantly.
Alright, pushing in the Weaver into the front here to hit that T3 tower. Every right click flying in so quickly. Weaver's attack speed, 0.5 seconds.
There we
so
go.
2 hits a second. Ursa getting pushed to the low ground. Matthew will fall to him. He does get a pretty sick streak from that, but Matthew, he does go for the buyback, return to the fight. Can he get there soon enough, though? Lumiere is dying, and again, the Glimmer Cape saved, though, and the Force Staff to push him to safety, but Kataro going on the deep dive here. Only gets a couple pokes onto the Sniper, has to back away.
It's a nice ward, though, that they placed down to be able to... Is that a ward or a gem? Actually see any sentries. Oh, no, there it is. To be able to instantly get rid of that Observer ward, but it gets the right target anyway, with being able to go in onto the Ursa. It was, once again, perfect spell usage coming out from Yadomi to be able to just lock him in place there with the Ice Shards. And Roshan's not top, so they're instantly, I was about to say, you're going to move down bottom, if not for Ursa actually coming in.
Dieback potential on Matthew here as well. The RP comes out. Matthew won't be able to steal that one as he's still stunned. He only gets the shockwave out, and that's all he will get. The Sniper just dies to Kataro. Only takes 2 hits for the Weaver to clean him up. And now Lumiere has to run away. 35 seconds on that BKB, but it doesn't take long for them to delete the Ursa. 70 seconds out of play. Techies quickly just going for the teleport out, but Dark Mago in the nick of time. That TP pretty much went through, but the hero stays behind.
Poor Hiko was just literally only trying to cut the wave, and he actually did it at the end of the day, right? The creep wave ended up finishing up those last creeps, so they're not going to have this ability to siege the high ground. Could probably backdoor through this tier 3 tower just on its own, but
Turn around, Tusk. Turn around, Tusk.
Dire's top tower
Kataro
is
needs
under
drinking
attack.
buddies to get through that T3 tower.
he's just escorting the creep wave. Not
Dire's
too
top
much that an
tower
SD
has
could do
fallen.
about it, though.
Dire's top barracks are under attack.
The wave, but yeah, you're right.
Dire's top barracks.
Come on, just
has
buff the
fallen.
man. There we go.
Mag's up, so you gotta get out.
Dire's top
Do
barracks
pretty
has
much
fallen.
instantly.
Yeah, Dark Mago getting pushed in, but if BKB's up, he's got all of his spells on cooldown. He's hoping to get himself out of here. 1000 HP, 700, 500. Does he get himself out? He looks like he will. Hype comes out as well, and that soaks up the assassinate damage. But hey, there's another one being pushed in. This time Kataro and Sacred getting pulled in. Hiko drops down all of the mines, trying to take down the Underlord, but he's surviving. Sacred still has the Yules as well. Does he get to use it? He'll have to pop it on himself as the Ursa shows up, and Sacred will be done for. That is a Lane of Rax and a tier 3 tower forced away from Legacy.
It is, but you just see how important the Magnus is to the overall lineup, right? Like, the only reason that they even broke even was because you get skewered back underneath the tier 4 tower. Like the timing of this smoke as well, someone's going to need to address this creep wave, and Lumiere is the least obvious to just walk out onto this lane, considering just how juicy it is. But RP's off cooldown, so maybe they can look to make a play around this Roche pit now, and look to try and get a turnaround, because it needs to be pretty much the perfect play coming from Legacy. Good scan. They're not all there. I think this is a little bit misleading. The scan. Can they actually just doink this one really quickly?
To get that banner away from Waska, because that would mean a Lane of Rax pretty much just goes away. They're going to confront them. They're running into each other. It's perfect timing. Lumiere almost deletes Matthew out of the way, but the BKB's up and a lot of stacked Fury swipes, leaving people up. And that's two heroes gone, and also the 5-back coming in from the Shadow Demon. Kataro trying to make a run for it. He's able to get himself away from Lumiere. Did have another blink. He just blinked on the high ground, hoping the Weaver would be there, but he's not. But that's a win for Legacy, and now they don't have to sneak that Roche. Now they can just take it.
That's also without RP. Like, it was a good use of the Avalanche as well to just disrupt any kind of RP combination that FCR might look to follow up, but they were just locked into that small area that you're still getting a 3-man empowered Battle Fury cleave from a giga farmed Ursa, and yeah, they're going to be rewarded with this Roshan this time around, not instantly giving up that Aegis either.
Yadomi's being caught here, FCR, but the Drinking Buddy's pushing Tusk away, but he's going to get rooted up. The fresh Gleipnir pickup on the Sniper prevents that Tusk from running away. So they get another kill going their way. Roshan's banner also secured. Most importantly, it's not a big item for Legacy, but it's big that Waska doesn't get it.
Bro, at this point, I just want to see them take tier 1 mid tower, right? Just open up a few more quick smokes from Legacy, because it feels like they just need to be so careful about wherever they're running. They're like running around the entire time. I'm not so sure how happy I am with this Wind Waker pickup from Sacred. Like, yes, it's a really good item. Not necessarily against a Shadow Demon, though, right? Like, if you're using that Wind Waker, it's because someone is being focused down. They're probably going to have Demonic Purge on themselves.
Oh, he's just going to get jumped on right away. The Ursa comes in. He's going to get the distance. One Yules on Lumiere, the Wind Waker. Another one gets away. Nullifier onto the Ursa. Does have his Enrage available. The Earthshock gets a quick dispel on himself. The tower, they got the T1 tower. Quick Guardian Greaves for the heal. Sacred Portal is ready, but not willing to go for it.
Matthew got the Skewer as well, so obviously would have loved to have the RP, but still second displacement spell for themselves on top of the Tiny, and they're going for a third. Yadomi, he's queued up the Aghanim Scepter for himself. He is a very, very farm boy as that position 5.
Yeah, he saved Sacred pretty well there. Yulesing up the Ursa. But I do also think, like, maybe the Wind Waker is a bit too much. Maybe just the casual Yules on the Underlord would be better, just because of the Ursa in the game.
Yep, I agree.
All right, the Wisdom is there. Who's taking it? Well, Yadomi would have liked to steal it, but he's tanking the Abyssal Blade right now. Gets the Snowball out. Ursa has to use his actual Enrage. That's not just an Earthshock. Out Kataro gonna get RP'd up, the Weaver down! FCR gets this one, and Matthew gonna get pulled in as well with the Skewer. He pushes Wonder Kid, trying to get some distance to the rest of the Dire squad, but 2 deaths again. Legacy, they're getting on the board.
They are, and it feels like Waska are just trying to be a little bit too clever with things, right? Like, is there any real reason to push into this bottom side of the map where at that point you had 0 vision and topside's pushing in? You know, you've already got super creeps there. The tier 3 tower is already taken, and you're fighting into an Aegis. Are you really worried about just stalling the game out for another 2.5, 3 minutes? I probably wouldn't be. You've still got room to grow for sure.
Exactly, and the last 3 minutes, looking at the feed as well, the Gardic Shadow Demon was the last kill, so
Radiant's
almost
bottom
4 minutes
tower
now
is under attack.
without Waska getting a kill in a fight. So that was the Roche fight where they were able to get the Shadow Demon kill and the buyback off of him.
Radiant structures.
It's been all legacy, legacy, legacy now.
Radiant's bottom tower
He's got
is under
the Blink
attack.
Dagger coming out to himself as well. So can even position himself in a much safer place. And again, like, if they decide to go onto someone, he should not feel shy about aggressively jumping in and just popping that Demonic Purge. Because again, Wind Waker,
Radiant's
not going to
bottom
save
tower
you.
has fallen.
Crimson Guard, not going to save you.
Radiant's
That's
middle
going to get
tower
purged
is
off.
under attack.
Pretty scary looking lineup here for Legacy now. Sniper getting towards, well, I wouldn't say another damage item, but the BKB is lined up next. But this Ursa is getting 6 slotted.
Dire's middle tower is
It
under
still
attack.
feels kiteable to me, right? Like there are, you either run into this Legacy lineup and you get punished, or FCR hits the perfect RP and, you know, he kills you. But other than those two avenues, it feels like Waska have many more opportunities to be able to get some kills happening, right? Like, if Matthew steals Skewer, you can Skewer back. You've got Toss back into the rest of your team. You can wait for Tusk to get into his Aghanim Scepter himself, just so that you have those quick pickoffs. You're able to take out some of that supporting cast.
We haven't actually seen a lot of tossbacks this game, but it is there. That could still be a surprise element if Legacy ever shows a hero and Waska's team is nearby. You can definitely play with that.
5-man smoke coming through here. Gonna try and make the most of this. Still 20 seconds left on that Aegis, so want to find a kill quickly while they can. Maybe trying to bait someone out that was going for a power rune, but looks like Legacy are going to hang around that area. It's an arcane rune, not the worst for an Ursa.
Not at all. And of course, talking about, like, he's going to get to his 25 talent if he wins this fight. Legacy, they've got 2 buybacks and 2 as well on the side of Waska. Sniper.
He just goes.
The techies. Top wave is pushing in, though, and because nobody's showing, that creep wave inside the base already pinging out. You have to defend this one, and Waska probably knows what's up.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Aegis has expired.
So he's
Oh,
going
no.
into an Octarine core on this Tiny. I'm not
Looking
sure
at the
how I
same
feel
thing.
about that. Yeah, like, do you just want to be Avatossing more and creating a little bit more havoc and chaos in these fights? Or do you want to go something like, I don't know, a crit stick? Or do you want to go an Aghanim Scepter? Just so that you don't need to fully commit into a dangerous space.
Right.
So that you're getting cleaved up by this Ursa, or you're getting potentially
Marco's under
RP.
vision. They're going to jump the Tiny of Abyssal Blade into the RP. They stack their stuns, but look at that duration of that stun.
Speaking of RP,
That seems like it lasts for such a long time, but Shockwave is the one spell that Rubik stole. Wasn't able to
I
get
would
it.
almost buy back on Tiny right now. Because
Dire
Ursa
are
pop BKB and you've used RP. What else are you scared of?
I don't know.
Maybe
their
they feel like
own-
they don't
their
need
own
it.
decision making.
Yeah, it's honestly not too far out of the question. Like, they still won't have RP for what, 40 seconds once he's up? 35? So maybe they think they can do something with that little window. I mean,
It's the
bottom lane's
safer
already
way.
pushing in. This is the chance to potentially
Dire's
just
bottom
win the
tower
game.
is under
It
attack.
is the safer way, right? Sacred. He spots
Sacred?
the targets coming
Why are
in,
you-
and now he's going to get pushed in, and without any
Why?
backup, he's just dead.
Why?
The same area. The same area where they literally
why
just got caught
solo?
in the river with this ward right here that has
Dire's
spoiled 2
bottom
heroes'
tower
lives
is under
already.
attack. Radiant's middle
Bot lane
tower
is pushing
under
in.
attack.
Just go to the bot lane. Hell, go to mid lane instead. There's no tier 3 tower to worry about. The creeps were getting rid of backdoor.
Yeah,
And
bit of
instead it's your
indecisiveness.
tier 3 towers getting
Has
hit.
fallen.
Yeah, a bit of indecisiveness on the side of Waska, but you gotta get something done. The glyph is already forced out on both
Radiant's
ends.
middle
Banner has
tower
also
is
been
under
dropped
attack.
in front of their base. Ursa's gonna get these buildings, maybe
Dire's
even the
bottom
sniper.
tower is under attack.
That range damage. Tiny trying to get some damage done here. Not a lot. The Gleipnir keeps him on the
Of course,
spot.
TP back though. FCR's not there. He's there, and they're pinging that out. They're pinging the fact that the Magnus had to TP back because they were ratting the tier 3 tower. So if there was enough people around that they felt like they could make some plays, they might have gone for a bit of a dive here onto Wonder Kid in the mid lane. Because again, Magnus is the scariest hero. Like, you might have all the net worth in the world on this Ursa, but he still needs the control that is pretty much only coming from Magnus to be able to make it work.
Just gotta love this.
Why are you alone, Katara? Why? It's just the same thing. The definition of insanity, going for the same type of solo play over and over. And they're even just... There was a ward there the entire
I don't know how to
time.
react to this because this is so... It's such a weird phase in the game, right?
It just felt like they've forgotten how to play Dota. They were playing so well for the first... Hold on, checking the win probability graph. 30 minutes of this game. And then they've just completely thrown it away.
11 minutes of a really weak period, and obviously, like, super weak. You did not expect a team of this level to just kind of drop it like that. Like, something is obviously... Something's up.
Yeah, not
Hopefully they
dropping
can
it
get
like
that
it's
package
hot.
together, because Legacy, otherwise they are the ones getting handed a free victory here in Huasca. They get to reverse their results from today.
They should know that they've got vision over on this left-hand side. Sniper was hitting the tower without any sort of vision up onto the high ground, so no one should be moving over to the left. They know that they've got vision there. They had a sentry ward to the right. They should know that they've got vision there as well. They might just be giving this up. Never mind. They're going
First
to
went
back
back
off
base.
entirely.
Now they're all TPing back home. I mean, it also makes his way back.
At least this is a bit more logical, right? Yodomi is pushing out the top lane, forcing them to TP back. If he dies, it's just a support. It doesn't really matter that much. Dark Margot was doing Dark Margot things and doing the similar sort of thing on the bottom side. It would have mattered a little bit more if he died, but it's still not the worst, right? Because you would force them all the way back to their base. And now you've got the Ag Scepter as well on Yodomi. So if they go for another sort of play like that, I guess they don't know that everyone's back already? Both of these wards are still up inside the base, and they are not being dewarded by Matthew. He is standing next to not one, but two observer wards inside of the Radiant base. Yodomi gets through
Roby
one.
finds one. Stop the gem. Just
Taking
to
so
walk in
long to
there.
make these decisions, team. Like, they're just getting Roche for free because they're holed up inside a base thinking, oh, should we deward? Oh, I know you can do it. Well, but I kind of feel like doing it. Oh, well, Roshan's dead.
It's like you know, they put their little brother to play. Hey, you want to play a competitive Dota game for 5 minutes? And look what they've caused in that time.
Cheese just left on the ground in that little dark
Hey.
spot where Roshan is. All right,
Cheese in
Could
the
that be the
grass.
difference?
Okay.
Letting it ferment. Please, Katara. Please, Katara.
I don't think he's getting out of this one.
He popped
He
BKB as well.
BKB'd and he couldn't get the time lapse off. All right. Well, Huasca.
Why? Why? No one was revealing on the map. They just did Aegis. You were alone.
Even if he does have buyback, like his respawn timer is the same as the BKB coming back up. So if he did buy back, Legacy would know he doesn't have BKB. And since he doesn't even have that buyback, he's 600 gold short. There are
They
no
need his
bounty
damage.
runes to be picked up on the map.
It's getting to the point where you kind of need to bait Legacy to make a really bad move, and then you just more risk kick.
It doesn't work when you're the one making those wrong moves the whole time.
Sure. But like, you
Just
need to get
making
more risk
it
kicked
worse.
into the fountain. Literally, the fountain is. I mean, I guess they've got proximity mines as well. That's a nice little bonus.
There's a saying about digging 2 holes at the same time, right?
Is there? I don't know.
It's like you're never really getting either one finished.
Dig
Now,
up.
there's the first toss back of the game, and actually does quite a lot. They try to kick Lumiere
the
to the
fountain.
fountain. He's right in front of it. And maybe dies here. Another Enrage comes out. The Aegis is gone. Can Legacy
Kick
get there
has
in time to
two.
help out?
One.
ORP. No, nothing to help
What?
him out. Lumiere's going to have to try and go for the teleport away. The
Okay.
kick to the fountain, and Lumiere might just die over there. He's got 19 stacks of fountain damage, and that will help them get the kill. They will lose a lane of racks.
He does not have buyback.
He does not have buyback either. They're portaling
And
in, going for another
Sure.
catch. They've caught the
Take
tech
a
piece.
freebie.
Get 2 kills
Top lane's
going their
pushing.
way. Okay, they literally just kicked their little brothers off of their PCs and started playing Dota again. But let's see how this one ends.
They see him.
Over the buyback. The lift from onto Magnus by Matthew. Has the skewer. Can't push him even further away. That Rubik is flying and soaring in the air.
Up he is up.
air. Magnus gone, has RP, has a refresher, has buyback. He's got the whole kit. But they don't do anything with it if their Ursa is not going to be coming back into the game. 300 gold short of a buyback. What can Waska do?
Is there any... God, quick maths. No bounty runes coming up anytime soon.
Attack Dire's middle
Anyone
tower.
have
Love
a...
to force buybacks, right? You should hit tier 4s instead of going for megas. But
Yeah, it's
yes, they're
fine.
just going to take this. It's fine. This is a safe route.
Yeah, especially now that Magnus is alive. You don't want to get anywhere remotely close towards that fountain.
Dire's bottom barracks has fallen.
I love it when a plan comes to fruition, T. We're talking about that fountain potential.
Oh,
miscommunication.
Starting with FCR. Kotaro gives the tip. And there's the mistake. There's the mistake you were waiting for. You're going to get it, Danog.
Pressure.
10 seconds for the Ursa to be back up. Can they do enough work here before the Ursa comes back alive? Wonder Kid, BK beat up, takes down Yadomi, Gem down to the ground. Kataro doesn't have the damage to hit that Ancient, and without the Tusk, doesn't have his drinking buddy.
Dire's
Underlord
ancient
TP's
is
out
under
as
attack.
Hiko landed the stun down on the ground. Kataro's away. FCR on the chase, but cannot find his target. Mega creeps. But it could have been potentially a couple kills off of Waska heroes, if not for that little mistake. You've been waiting for, probably, Waska has been waiting for too, Dano.
Mm-hmm, for sure. They're just waiting for a little bit of extra information right now. Playing to push out some of these lanes. Of course, it takes a lot longer with the Mega Creeps, and Lumiere, he's standing right next to that amp damage rune in the bottom side of the river. They want to find a quick pick-off. They want to find anyone that doesn't have the buyback right now. Unluckily for them, everyone has buyback on the Waska side, so if they were to find these quick pick-offs, they will be able to have that secondary life.
Yeah, they
This
got a
time around,
payday out of those
Wonder-
Raxters.
Wonder Kid's got the Lincoln Sphere as well, so he's not going to be the one that gets kicked back.
Dire are scanning.
He just backdooring
Radiant's
this.
bottom tower
I
is
think
lot of
what
damage.
they might also be considering the teleport with the portal straight to the enemy base. This is TI lower bracket finals time. It's
Top
sacking
lane
the
needs to
racks
be
for the
addressed.
back door. You could do the base race. Creeps are in there. Hiko's trying to defend it. Backdoor is off again. Have to pay attention if that happens.
Wonder Kid just TP back, so probably not going to go for that sort of play. Does mean that they can get out of the base, though. Just so much extra pressure that these Mega Creeps provide.
Yeah.
Massively pushing the lanes out. Talking about the buybacks, who doesn't have it right now? That's probably the better question.
They just
Two
think
heroes,
the
I like
SD illusion had the Tusk debuff on him, so they know. They're smoked up and they're coming their way. So Waska, they don't have the elements of surprise anymore. Courier flying in.
Level 25 on the Tiny as well, so multiple ways to be able
Techie's
to pass.
Halberd would be on that courier. Matthew spots it. He sees the talisman. He wants to
Dire's
kill that
courier
courier. He's
has
got
been
it.
killed.
So no Halberd for the Techies.
Matthew's been playing pretty damn well this game.
He's the foundation of this team. He's the rock. Not the actor.
I knew you were going to say that. Who's the Stone Cold Steve Austin then?
Kataro, don't do it.
Yeah, maybe now you do it.
There we go.
Damage.
Can with the 25 Geminate attack. Talking about hero levels. Sniper, Rubik, Tusk are the ones who have the least levels this game. They're all 22. So no 25 talents for them. For a while, at least.
Wonder Kid's just been too far away from a lot of the action to be able to get the XP in his back pocket.
Who's the next one to get 25? Magnus? Longer RP duration.
I still feel like you need to put everything on the back of this Ursa, though, right? Like, can he even get bigger? What are you actually going to get rid of? I guess the phase boots, but... I mean, it feels great when you've already got Swift Blink and the extra movement speed from the Ninja Gear.
Yeah, you can do that.
A little bit too far forward again, are we, Kataro?
Maybe.
This
think
time
they've
around, he's
learned.
at least got Yodomi there, right? Like, just get your support, use them to Your 4K Tusk support, not MMR HP, to be able to just
Yeah.
play around him.
Imagine how OP Tusk Axe would be if you could kick your ally.
Just like Earth Spirit equivalent.
Yeah. So no matter what the target is, they end up flying.
And I can just imagine the.
That should
Talk
help.
about tiny airlines. What would you call that for Tusk?
The Tusk Slay.
Tusk cruises, maybe. I don't know.
We'll think of something. FCR, Shadow Bladed in the middle wave with the wards placed down. They see Sacred. Can he get a straggler? Quick Wind Waker there from the Underlord. Just to be sure. Top lane. They ping out the portal onto Gardic. They're coming in. It's Sacred Yadomi. They're coming in. They kick Gardic to the other direction. But Matt Lumiere gets the jump in between. Matthew is dead. Yadomi does get the fight versus Gardic. The Shadow Demon in trouble.
taking a while.
Here. Lumiere
The boys
is
are
coming
here.
in though. He's got 4 seconds for another blink. He's going to go straight for the Underlord, trying to get the kill on him. Kantaro trying to line up the right clicks. Lumiere, he does lose a quarter of his HP.
Found
There's
him.
the RP from FCR. He might be able to get another one off here. No, he doesn't actually even have the refresher anymore. He used it before. Yadomi pushed out. Gets harpooned back in, skewer to the arms of the sniper. Sniper flown in the air. Here comes Dark Mago. The BKB's already forced him the sniper though. Kataro doesn't get to do damage.
And the thing is, they're doing this
Right on the sniper
entire
to get
thing
out.
Dyer's
4v5
ancient
because
is
Hiko, poor Hiko is just stuck in base on poor tower defense duty. Gardic lived forever and ever in that fight. Didn't even end up going down. The power of multiple demonic cleansers, being able to have a little bit of extra safety. I think he had a couple of braces in his inventory at the time.
Yeah.
Might be trying to get Dark Margo, who once again is in kind of deep away from the rest of his team.
Dire are scanning.
Extra 400 HP per bracer in your inventory. He has 2 of them.
Dire
Difference
are scanning.
between life
Could
and
this
death.
Roshan
But
attempt actually
there's
cause
a
them
cheese.
issues?
Kataro,
didn't
does he see the
Abyssal-
cheese? Roche is on top of him. He can't see it yet, but somebody's got to see that, right? Somebody's
Maybe.
got to notice that cheese.
Eventually, maybe.
Come on. Anyone. Any day.
Maybe when there's another one. Maybe they'll merge together into a mega cheese.
Mega cheese.
Full wheel of brie, right? It's just a wedge at the moment.
Yeah. All right. They should now see
Please,
the like. Come on, come on. They
Get
pinged
the
the
other
one.
ones. Ugh.
What?
It must be in that perfect spot where, like, you have to be right on it to see it.
I looked at their fog and it shows the cheese, but can they really just not see it?
Guess not.
This has got to be the craziest cheese. Now they're smoking
Hold on.
towards top. They could get themselves Dark Mago. Lumiere is on top of him. The portal comes out as well, but it's a bit too late. But can they get something done with it? They kick Lumiere back into the outpost. But
Already
it's
used
Yadomi and
BKB.
Sacred. They need Katara for the damage here. The lift comes out. FCR is being controlled.
Nice,
Yules
Yules.
up into the air. They cannot get this Magnus RP out in time. Katara BKB'd up. RP comes out.
Stolen.
That is stolen by Matthew. Can he make the big play? Can he get Katara? They're all spreading. They instantly panic. They might just get RP themselves. The disarm onto the
Lumiere's still
Weaver. Weaver
alive,
dying.
though.
The Aegis goes out. FCR stuck on the cliff here. Yadomi getting caught. Matthew gets jumped by Lumiere. That RP might just go, but he gets away with the Ogre Seal Totem on the side of that screen. But that fight
the
still
Ursa again.
continues inside the outpost. And Ursa being chased by Kataro does get another Glimmer Cape off of Gardic. Blink is coming off cooldown. Sacred getting hammered by Wonder Kid. That sniper
One's
trying to finish him
dying.
off. The Nullifier coming in as well. The Pentamal is going to be there as well. Yadomi going to send him into the air with the Yules, but they're going to get rid of Sacred. The kickback. Kataro in the river finds the Ursa, but will he get to do any damage? Because Yadomi is going to go down, and Matthew still has that RP. He's got 4 seconds on a blink. Gardic coming up with the buyback. Tiny does have one, but no Underlord, no Tusk.
Does have a shield rune though.
He got the
It's
Swift
taken
Blink
a
on the
long
Weaver.
time for them to be able to. Yeah, he's been playing with 5 items in his inventory for the longest time. Kataro finally will purchase up the Swift Blink now that it's not going to leave him without the buyback. But you have to imagine, like, could things have been a little different with just having, for example, the Eagle Song for that extra little bit of damage that you might have needed? Who bought back?
Meanwhile,
Just
Hiko.
Gardic?
He goes playing tower defense.
Still, yeah.
Still.
He's just like,
Oh.
all right, this isn't Dota. Come on. At what point does it get to the fact like you need to just buy a, I don't know, Maelstrom to be able to help with some of these last hits?
Yeah. Mjolnir's Maelstroms. Pretty casual against Mega Creeps, but for
Dire's
him,
courier has been
he's
killed.
got a 9-slot inventory techies, right? You know, you've got 2 neutral items in your backpack giving you free stats. You've got 1 more you could fill it in. You've got an empty inventory slot. You're gonna want to fill that soon. 20 seconds for the Tusk and 20 for the Underlord.
Hiko's almost level 25. I wonder if he's going to go for the 252 damage.
Radiant's bottom barracks
There's also
are
still
under
the tier
attack.
2 up in the top lane, so this is just going to be a lane of Rax. The bug latches onto Lumiere. Gardic quickly uses the
Radiant's
cleanse on
middle
his Ursa.
tower is under attack.
He's coming out. Arcmago doesn't get this, the toss to connect. I mean, the tree toss. Weaver trying to find a target here. Sniper TPs away. Ursa's in vision, and they're a bit late for it.
How did that miss?
Quick
Jeez.
reactions, but not quick enough.
That was so close. Oh, proximity mines activation delay. Come on, Hiko. You gotta go the damage. You gotta go the memes.
A bounty which my matriarch will prize.
I mean, he could use that damage to clean those creeps, right?
Mm-hmm. Doesn't have enough attack speed at this point.
Yeah. Trust me, Hiko's going to carry this game.
If he ever joins a
Technically,
team
he
fight, I
is
agree.
carrying the game because he's playing the PvE aspect.
Mm-hmm.
Got it.
Guys are doing the battleground. This guy is just farming his tokens or something.
So I wonder if they feel like they can play regular Dota now on Huasca, right? Or if they feel like you need to go for that all or nothing play of the Fiend's Gate TP in when there's mega creeps pushing inside of their base, right? Because they do not all have buyback. I guess that's one thing that's holding them back from it, right?
Yeah.
Underlord and Tusk don't have it at this point. Tusk looking to prioritize getting the Aeon Disc instead. Not sure how I feel about that, considering you're playing against a Nullifier. So how effective is that going to be? But
And I also think they need to meet certain criteria. They need to get the glyph out.
yeah, that as well.
If there's no glyph, then you could make that play. You could make that
Hiko.
split decision moment to do it.
They're pinging Hiko, and Matthew went for the dive to try and pick him up, but just out of range. Again, probably if it was daytime, they secure that kill because of just the general vision, but
Yeah.
could be the case. Still holding on to that RP. How long has it got left? Maybe
I'm guessing
40
maybe
seconds?
25, 30 seconds.
Yeah. Lasts a while once it's that level 3, so just slowly moving on forward. I'm sure Matthew is saying, come on guys, let's go do something. Want to make the most of this. BKB or not, I can have a huge amount of impact. Someone is going to
Running
reveal
out
their
soon. If they don't see an opening for it, that's going to be a bit of a waste because he spent that entire last team fight trying to keep away from the Ursa and get his blink off cooldown. Was always hit by something, and then Lumiere would jump in once. He got away with the Ogre Seal totem out of all things.
Yeah. Not going to be the case. It's expiring in a couple of seconds.
Yeah, it's gone. Kataro. That timing is perfect because they run under vision. That smoke pops right on the spot. Gardic might have survived the last time. FCR has to go for the BKB skewer away. Gardic
What?
got out. And he's gone.
How did he get out?
Snowball is onto FCR. He gets kicked backwards, but that kick doesn't even take him anywhere. They're going to have to
That's a
toss
better
him
one.
to the low ground. The lift comes
Look,
out.
nice
They've
lift.
got him. They've got the Magnus. He's gone for 2 minutes.
Man, that would have been a guaranteed no Gardic if they just focused in onto the Shadow Demon, right? He bought back in the previous team fight. Probably still has that extended death timer coming through. Yeah, full 120 seconds if he was to go down. Now they've got the power of the Mega Creeps. They just need to not stack up.
Exactly. He does need a bit damage. Maybe force the buyback out, but not getting the kill. Techies is gone. That's going to be an instant buyback required. Sniper getting a bit of damage up with the Gleipnir. Gardic going to have to run away. Magnus coming to the buyback. Now they're on the runaway. Matthew's already out. RP comes through. Will connect onto the Tusk though, but it's not the Weaver. Not the one that they wanted. Kataro is out. Tiny's rolling away. Gets hit by the Assassinate. Lumiere there with a Nullifier. Will be able to get this Tiny kill. Kataro in a bit deep there, but doesn't get jumped as Legacy use everything to catch that Tiny.
They have to back off. There's an amp damage rune in the bottom side of the river, and we have a Midas being purchased up as well. Sure, why not? They just want to guarantee some tier 5 items when Techies is using this one, because it's ticked past that 60-minute mark. Kataro still making his choice. Force boots, nice. Prevent yourself from being kited out.
It's a pretty good one. Kataro, the same thing.
Plenty of movement speed as well, so he can absolutely feel confident with removing those phase boots from the
Dire's
inventory.
ancient is under attack.
Now it's just a Ag's
rare
blessing
thing-
basically for Lumiere, right?
Rare thing for the Weaver as well to scuttle faster, right?
Mm-hmm.
Force boots with the Swift Blink. Hiko with the Seer Stone.
MKB for Kataro
What
as well.
else? What else neutrals do they have on their lower tiers? Actually, while we wait for the tier 5s, I'm going to look at what they have. So Techies has Eye of the Vicier, Ceremonial Robe, Telescope. Dude, Seer Stone, Telescope, both together. I have tested this in Demo Hero when they first introduced Spoon Stat. You can jump off of a bigger screen than your regular 1920 1080 screen.
You love to see it. They even put down a. I think someone picked up the cheese, dude.
They did? Is it on the... It's not on the Underlord, though. It doesn't have it.
They instantly
Who's
ate
got
it.
Someone... I mean, people don't have enough Lotuses. Did someone literally just eat it?
I think so.
I can't find it on anybody's courier either.
Nope, no one's got it.
What a waste.
Mirror Shield's a pretty nice thing to have.
On Magnus, especially. Can't get lifted.
I mean, you consider stuff like the toss as well, right?
Yeah. or
quite nice.
Snowball.
Or Snowball.
Are scanning.
Roach is up, by the way. Kataro times it perfectly. Shikuchi in the pit. Roach is right there.
It
been
can
a
be a bit
while.
griefing when you have the Mirror Shield against the Tusk, though, right? Like, if Tusk realizes that, you can just snowball and then go to a really unsafe place, you know,
Yes.
right in the middle of the rest of your team.
The ultimate mobility, right?
Roshan has fallen to the radiant.
Or forced movement, I guess, in this case, where he can just, if nothing else works, use his own tools against them.
Look at all the saves that they've got now, right? Like, Rubik has a huge amount of range. You've got one Wind Waker, soon to be two. You've got Lincoln's. You've got Tusk Snowball. You've got Book of Shadows. You've got
Another Book of
Time-lapse.
Shadows.
Yeah.
A ton of stuff.
And you've got Mega Creeps
Oh.
constantly pushing in, just making the game easier and easier. You have to deal with these creeps. They're gonna take
Yep.
your throne, and you don't want to have to pop that glyph purely for Mega Creeps.
Tier 5 token just lying on the ground. Sure. Pick that one up, and that is Rubik deciding what he wants.
So remember, no buyback on Mag or Techies, so you would have to imagine they are the priority targets right now.
Look at Telekinesis lift range now with Seer Stone.
Now, pretty nuts.
Even longer than the one we saw before.
Book of the Dead coming through from the Underlord, just adding to the full-on rat.
Yeah, Fiend's Gate plus Necronomicon units. Feels good. All buybacks up on Waska. 3 buybacks left on Legacy. Aegis, Cheese, Refresher on Tiny's backpack. There goes Matthew. He catches
Look at the
one.
range.
That's a long skewer, the long lift into the Fiend's Gate as well. But they did go straight for the base. Kataro 80 up. Ancient taking damage. Down to 2,500 HP. Can they get
Still
this
got
one done?
Glyph.
He does have the time lapse and he still has his ulti. He has his Aegis remaining as well. But 2,000 HP. Glyph use now. Sacred in the middle. They've got themselves the Tusk control. Do they get enough
Oh, they
damage?
got the Demonic
Lumiere is
Purge on the
getting
Ursa.
ulted by that SD. Ulti reflected onto him, but the Ancient is down to 800, 700, 600, 300, 200, and that is it. We had to
Oh.
wait a while for this result, but Waska 2-0s in the end. What a game. This game was, it was goofy, it was good, and, you know, a bit wonky and a bit like, what the hell you doing, guys? But it's still the same result.
Yes, unnecessary, I would say. It was about 30 minutes of that game. It felt like Waska had it in the bag, but then again, they kind of did the reverse of the situation whenever they were taking on their previous opponent, right? When it was just like, seemed like the unlosable game, they were managed to lose it, but Waska, time and time again, it took a while for them to get to that point, but eventually it just got to the stage where they manipulated the map to be able to take the correct team fights that they needed. Again, they identified the right targets as well, the ones that didn't have buyback. So it was just slowly chipping down at them. Liked the tier 5 itemization as well coming through. Just be unkillable, basically, was the strategy overall. And it worked eventually for them, but it took quite some time.
Yeah, that late game Ursa, definitely a threat, but when you have this many tools to just kind of remove the hero from the game, you don't mitigate the hero, you just make him do absolutely nothing in that game. And also, what I was really curious about there, I was wondering for a moment, why was Ursa SD ulted? But hey, Matthew, like, this guy has been playing an absolutely fantastic game, where everybody else seemed to be doing weird stuff. The cores are messing around. You've got 10 deaths on your Tiny. Matthew kept the package together, which I think Waska could have already lost this game so much longer ago if it wasn't for him.
Yeah, and even just to begin that fight, right, it was his skewer in onto the techies who, again, didn't have buybacks. So he knew, he identified the right target, he used his Seer Stone plus Aether Lens plus all the different types of range bonus that they had, and yeah, he found the right target, picked him off. Yeah, sure, he died for his troubles, but he had the buyback, he could instantly TP back to the outpost, he was just A-okay, so very, very nicely done. And yeah, the steal on the Demonic Purge onto the Ursa when that BKB is not available. You're just not really a hero at that point, and they kited him out to perfection.
Absolutely. But hey, we are done for the day here on this stream. Team Waska will advance to the next round. They're going to face off against, who would it be? Wind Traders took a 2-0 off of Kuya Esports, knocking them out of this qualifier. That is well, that's not up next. That is for tomorrow. Tomorrow, the next series that is happening is on our sister stream. It's Heroic. It's Beast Coast. That is an absolute banger. Go and watch it, and go and support the casters there as well at ESL_Dota2. Sanj is the channel to go to. I'm not sure if we're rating you guys there anyway, but make sure you tune into that one. That starts in about 1.5 hours, so you got some time to get your refreshments, whatever you need for that one. It's been a pleasure, Danok. We've had a great time here. We've had a lot of fun casting some, S8 Dotes has delivered once again. Let's put it that way. You got any
Never
final
a dull
thoughts?
moment. No,
Never a dull moment.
Yeah, it's fun to see, once again, the fact that they're not going away from their convictions, right? We know what we think is good, we know what works for us, and it's always exciting to see, and a great time to cast both with you as well as this exciting region. I'm very excited to see how it turns out. My predictions, Heroic, and it's going to sound predictable, but Beast Coast, they've over-delivered from expectations in recent history, so I think pretty safe bet to go for them as well.
Yeah, I'm going to do the most obvious thing, and I'm not even going to watch the SA game. I'm going to go watch North America and my two Finnish lads on Grin Esports playing against Apex Genesis starting in 30 minutes. I think that's on the Kaya channel. That's what I'm going to do. But whatever you guys are going to do, there's a plenty of Dotes coming up today and tomorrow. So from us, thank you so much. And well, until we meet on the next time, take care of yourselves, everybody. Good night, and bye-bye.